My name is Aaron, and I work at a little gas station off Route 19 that most people don't even notice unless they're running on fumes or lost after midnight. I took the job because I needed something quiet, something slow, something that wouldn't ask too many questions. I didn't expect it to become the place where I would learn what people look like when they forget how to blink. Or maybe what looks like people. I still remember my first night like it's tattooed behind my eyes. Back then, everything seemed normal. The hum of the old freezers, the stale smell of burnt coffee that never quite left the air, the flicker of the fluorescent bulbs overhead. Everything was old, but normal. Just a dying station in a dying town. I didn't know the layout mattered until later, when I learned how things moved through it. The building itself is small, but the kind of small that feels like it was meant to be bigger once. When you walk in, the counter sits on the right side, angled so I can see all 3 aisles at once. Behind the register, we have the wall of cigarettes, lighters, and dusty scratch-off tickets that no one buys anymore. To the left, there's the coffee station, then the snack aisle, then the cold drink aisle. The bathrooms are in the back, men's on the left, women's on the right. And then there's the storage room. Even now, just thinking about it makes something tighten in my stomach. The place always felt like it had too many corners, too many blind spots, too much silence. On my second night, my boss, old Mr. Hall, handed me a laminated sheet of rules. He didn't smile. He didn't joke. He just pressed the paper into my hands with fingers that trembled a little. At the time, I thought it was just age. Now I'm not so sure. The rules were strange. Rule 1. If a customer enters and does not blink, do not acknowledge them. Ring up their items quickly. Do not make eye contact. Rule 2. If someone you know enters the store twice in the same shift, the second one is not them. Ask no questions. Send them to the storage room. Rule 3. Never unlock the bathroom doors between 2:13 a.m. and 2:16 a.m. And no matter who is begging. Rule 4. If the CCTV shows more people than are physically in the store, turn off the monitor immediately. Do not look back up. Rule 5. The man in the brown coat is allowed to stand in aisle 3, but he is not allowed to approach the counter. If he moves toward you, pull the alarm behind the register. Rule 6. When the lights flicker twice, greet whatever is standing behind you, even if nothing answers. Rule 7. Do not, under any circumstance, go into the storage room after 3:40 a.m. I laughed a little when I first read them, soft and nervous, a tiny ha-ha-ha that slipped out before I could stop it. Mr. Hall didn't laugh back. You follow them, he said. His voice cracked a little. You follow them, or you won't finish a week. I thought he was being dramatic. I thought this was some weird initiation, some hazing for the new guy. The kind of bizarre small-town superstition you hear in ghost stories. That night was quiet for the first few hours. A couple truckers, a woman who needed directions, a teenager who looked at the cigarettes like he wished he was old enough to buy them. All normal people, all blinking. I remember leaning on the counter and listening to the soft buzz of the lights, feeling like I'd wasted my worry on nothing. I even texted my friend that the job was going to be easy money. Then, around 1:30 a.m., the bell above the door jingled. A man walked in. He was tall, thin, dressed in dirty work clothes. Nothing special, except he wasn't blinking. Not once. Not when he first looked around the store. Not when he walked straight down aisle 1. Not when he returned and placed a bottle of water on the counter. I waited for it. The normal reflexive blink people do when they're making eye contact during a transaction. He didn't do it. His eyes were wide, dry, shiny. I didn't realize I was staring until I felt my throat tighten. Rule 1. If a customer enters and does not blink, do not acknowledge them. My voice caught. I felt myself trembling as I reached for the scanner. I rang him up fast, staring at his chest instead of his face. My hands were shaking so badly the bottle rolled a little on the counter. I slid it back. He still didn't speak. He didn't blink. His breath was slow and shallow, like he was only pretending to do it because he knew humans did. He placed exact change on the counter. I didn't reach until he stepped away. Then he walked out, still staring forward, unblinking all the way to the door. When it shut behind him, I let out a sound that was half sob, half laugh, a broken little ha-ha-ha that scraped its way out of my throat. My whole body was shaking. I thought that would be the worst thing that happened that night. I was wrong. Around 2:10 a.m., I heard banging from the bathrooms. Loud, frantic, desperate. A woman's voice crying out, "Please, someone, I'm locked in, please." I took a step before the rules flashed through my mind. Rule 3. Never unlock the bathroom doors between 2:13 and 2:16, no matter who is begging. I checked the clock point 2:12 a.m. My stomach dropped. I stood there frozen, my heart punching the inside of my chest. The banging grew louder. Her voice cracked, trembling, begging. I could hear her weeping, real, broken weeping that made my gut twist painfully. "Please, I have a baby at home. Someone open the door." Her words hit me like a knife. I reached toward the keys, my fingers brushing metal. The clock flicked to 2:13 a.m. The crying stopped instantly. Not gradually, not fading out, not muffled, just silence. So sudden it felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. I stood there with the keys in my hand, sweat rolling down my back, breathing too fast. My eyes were stinging. I whispered, "Oh, God," without meaning to. Then something tapped on the other side of the bathroom door. Soft, sharp, then again. Then a low voice, not the woman's, not even close, whispered, "Aaron, open it." My blood turned to ice. I dropped the keys. They clattered on the tiles, loud in the suffocating quiet. I backed away until my shoulders hit the shelves and jars rattled behind me. The tapping became scraping, something dragging a nail or clawed down metal. Slow, testing, curious. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I couldn't move. And then, 2:16 a.m., the scraping stopped. I didn't hear anything leave. I didn't hear footsteps. But something changed in the room, like pressure lifting or a shadow stepping out of the corner of your vision. I stayed behind the counter the rest of the night. I didn't drink, didn't eat, didn't sit. I just stared at the bathroom hallway and waited for the sun to rise. But that was only my second night. It was barely the beginning, because the next night, something far worse happened. Something that made me realize the man who never blinked wasn't the strangest thing that would walk through that door. Something that made me start repeating the rules under my breath like prayers. Something standing in aisle 3, and it was smiling at me. I didn't sleep after that shift. I went home, sat on the edge of my bed, and stared at the wall until the sun crawled up. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that voice again, the one that wasn't the woman's. The one that whispered my name like it was savoring the shape of it. I kept hearing that soft scraping on the metal door, that I kept seeing the man with the dry eyes. And every time I blinked, I wondered if I was remembering the real version of the night, or the version my mind wished it had seen. I told myself I wouldn't go back. I whispered it. I repeated it. But when the evening came, something inside me twisted, like a hook tugging me forward. Desperation does things to the human mind. Bills, rent, my mom's medical appointments stacking up to no degree. No skills besides stocking shelves and politely smiling at strangers. I needed the money. So at 11:45 p.m., I walked back through those automatic doors that didn't always open automatically, even though the owner paid for new sensors last year. The lights flickered once overhead as I stepped in. IT felt like the station was acknowledging me, like it was glad I came back. My third shift started quietly, like the calm breath before a long scream. I stood behind the counter, trying to convince myself everything would be normal tonight. That maybe last night had been a test, or an initiation, or some awful hallucination brought on by lack of sleep. But the moment the clock turned 12 a.m., the lights buzzed louder than usual, like something deep in the walls was waking up. Around then, I noticed the CCTV monitors acting strange, just subtle things, nothing rule-breaking, not yet. A soft static ripple passing through the feed on camera 2, a weird brightness shift on camera 5, that a dark shape lingering near the dumpsters, but never actually stepping in a frame. My heart gave a little shudder each time something flickered. Rule 4 sat heavy in my mind. If the CCTV shows more people than are physically in the store, turn off the monitor immediately. Do not look back up. I kept glancing away from them, refusing to get drawn in. Still, I felt watched. It was around 12:40 a.m. when things really began shifting. A customer walked in, a teenage boy dribbling a basketball. Normal kid, hoodie, backpack, earbuds. He blinked. He yawned. He waved at me without looking up. I felt relief flood my chest so fast I actually laughed under my breath, a small, exhausted ha-ha-ha that felt like it slipped out of someone else. The kid grabbed a soda, dropped a pack of gum on the counter, paid, and left. Normal. Totally normal. Then, not even 2 minutes later, the door dinged again. The same kid walked in. Same hoodie. Same backpack. Same basketball tucked under his arm. Only this time, he wasn't dribbling it. And he wasn't blinking. My breath froze in my throat. Rule 2 whispered across my memory like cold fingers trailing down my spine. If someone you know enters the store twice in the same shift, the second one is not them. Ask no questions, send them to the storage room. My palms were sweating, that my knees felt weak, that I kept thinking. The real one just left. He's probably halfway down the road. So what is this? The knot boy walked up to the counter. He set the basketball down. Still no blinking. Not even a tiny eye twitch. I had to fight the instinct to speak. To ask if he was okay. To ask why he came back so soon. To beg for a normal explanation. Instead, I swallowed hard and whispered, "Storage." His head tilted to one side, slowly, like the motion confused him. His neck cracked faintly. Then he walked toward the back hallway. Watching him move was wrong. Like he understood the shape of walking, but not the rhythm. His right foot dragged a little. His shoulders didn't sway. His elbows hung too straight. I followed him at a distance, my stomach rolling with each step. He stopped in front of the storage room door, that didn't open it, just stood there. I reached past him, my hand trembling so badly I could hear the keys jingling. I unlocked the door, but didn't push it open. He did. And inside it looked darker than it should have been, like a hallway stretched out where a tiny supply room should be. I felt cold air slide out across my shoes. The knot boy stepped inside. His basketball rolled backward, out of the doorway, stopping at my feet that I T-rocked twice, then went still. I whispered a broken "aw" without meaning that he didn't look back. The door shut softly behind him. I locked it immediately, hand shaking so violently I dropped the keys twice. When I returned to the counter, the real boy's receipt was still there. I stared at it and felt the shaking grow worse. That was the first time I saw someone sent to the storage room. It wasn't the last, and I never saw any of them come out. Around 1:15 a.m., I was starting to breathe normally again, until the lights flickered twice overhead. Twice. My throat tightened instantly. Rule 6 when the lights flicker twice, greet whatever is standing behind you, even if nothing answers. My skin crawled as I forced myself to turn slowly. Every muscle felt heavy and stiff, like fear had replaced my blood. I whispered, "Good evening." My voice cracked embarrassingly. I felt my cheeks burn, even though I was alone. Or, I thought I was. At first glance, aisle 3 looked empty. Just the same dusty chip bags and old canned soup we haven't restocked in months. Then I saw him, the man in the brown coat, standing perfectly still between the shelves, facing the end of the aisle. Not me. Hands at his sides, coat old, stained, hat pulled low. I'd read his rule before, but seeing him, seeing the stillness of him, felt like sinking into cold water. I kept my voice low and steady. "You're allowed to stand there," I whispered. Just Don't come to the counter, okay? He didn't answer. He didn't move that I wasn't even sure he was breathing. But I watched him carefully for the next hour. Every few minutes, he shifted just a tiny bit. Not walking, not turning, just realigning himself. Like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. Or focusing on something far away. I hated how tall he was. How long his arms looked beneath his coat. How his shadow didn't match the angle of the lights. Each time I glanced away, even for a second, I felt like he was a little closer to the end of the aisle than before. But he never stepped out. Not yet. At 2:05 a.m., a loud crash came from the bathroom hallway. My heart dropped into my stomach. Not again. God, not again. The men's bathroom door rattled hard, shaking against the frame. A voice yelled, "Hey, I'm stuck. Hello. Is anyone out there? I can't. Oh God, can't move the lock." I checked the clock point 2:05 a.m. 8 minutes before the danger window. But after last night, I didn't trust anything. I took a step toward the hallway, then stopped. "Hello." The voice called again. Please hurry." It sounded real, human, terrified, but so had the woman's voice. My hands were cold as I grabbed the keys. I forced my feet forward, one slow step at a time. My breath trembled in my chest. The air near the hallway felt thicker, like humidity with no heat. "Hold on," I called. "I'm coming, just hang on." I don't know why I said it. Instinct, maybe, or guilt from the night before. When I reached the door, the man inside slammed his fist against it. The metal rang painfully. "Hurry," he sobbed. "Something's wrong with the mirror. Please open the door." My blood went cold. Mirrors. I hesitated, keys halfway to the lock. Then I heard it. The softest sound. A giggle. Not from the man, from the mirror inside. A child's giggle. Light, playful, wrong. Then a whisper. Not from a mouth, from everywhere in the bathroom at once. "Don't let him out." My vision blurred for a second as panic spiked hard and fast. I took a step back, almost tripping. Inside, the man screamed, "Please. Oh God, it's don't touch me." His voice cut off, just stopped. Silence filled the hallway. Heavy, suffocating. Then the lock on the door slowly turned by itself. Click, click, click. I stumbled backward, breath shaking. But the door never opened. The clock hit 2:13 a.m., and the whole hallway went silent. I ran back to the counter, chest tight, lungs burning. I felt tears in my eyes and wiped them away angrily. I whispered, "This place is killing me," and let out a weak laugh, a tiny broken ha-ha-ha that felt like it stuck in my throat. I didn't go near the bathrooms again for the rest of the night, but something else did. Something scraped slowly along the floor back there for the next 3 minutes. Something with more than 2 feet. By 3 a.m., I was barely holding myself together. The man in the brown coat hadn't moved since the last time I checked. Or maybe he had. Maybe he'd moved every time I blinked. I couldn't tell anymore. I was staring at the clock, waiting for 3:40 a.m., the time the rules said to never enter the storage room, when the lights dimmed slightly. Not flickered, not buzzed, just dimmed, like something heavy stepped onto the roof. Then the CCTV monitors crackled. One by one, the screens flickered to life in a way they'd never done before. The feeds brightened, the image sharpened, and every camera showed the same thing. People, dozens of them, standing inside the gas station, pressed between shelves, filling aisles, standing behind me, standing behind the counter, all staring at me, none of them blinking. My whole body turned to ice. I didn't want to look behind me, I didn't want to move, I didn't want to breathe. My hand shot out and slapped the power button, turning off the monitors just like the rules said. But the reflection in the dark screen, there were shapes behind me. Tall, thin, watching. I closed my eyes and whispered, "Please be gone, please be gone, please be gone." A shaking little chant that sounded like pleading. When I finally opened them, the screen only showed me. Alone. But I felt breath on the back of my neck. Right before the doorbell chimed again. When I looked up, my heart nearly stopped. It wasn't the man in the brown coat. It wasn't an unblinking customer. It wasn't anything I expected. It was something worse. Something impossible. Something that should not have been able to open the door. And it was smiling. Not with its mouth. With its eyes. Its unblinking, stretched wide eyes. And it stepped inside like it had been waiting for me this whole time. When that thing stepped into the station, the first thing I noticed wasn't its eyes. It was its feet. They weren't on the ground. Not really. They hovered just a few centimeters above the floor, toes pointed downward like it was trying to imitate gravity, without fully committing to it. The air under them wavered faintly, like heat rising off asphalt. But the rest of the store felt cold. Too cold. The kind of cold that presses into your bones instead of your skin. Then its eyes got its eyes. They were stretched wide, impossibly wide, like the lids had forgotten how to close and were pulling back on the face. Not just open. Opened, peeled wider than skin should allow. The sclera bulged around the irises, trembling faintly with each microscopic movement, and the corners twitched upward in a way that resembled a smile. Except nothing about it was human. I felt something in my chest pull tight, like an invisible hand had reached inside and squeezed. I whispered, "Oh, no please," without meaning to. The thing froze. Its head jerked upward, too quick, like it had been puppeted by invisible strings. Then it made a sound, not from its mouth, from its eyes. A tiny wet creaking, like the sound of fingers dragging over damp glass. I stumbled backward, one hand braced on the counter so I wouldn't collapse. In aisle 3, the man in the brown coat shifted. The first real movement I'd seen from him all night. Not a tilt, not a subtle repositioning. He stepped forward, just one step, but that was enough to make my stomach drop. He wasn't supposed to move toward me. That was one of the rules, that a big one. Rule 5. If the man in the brown coat approaches the counter, pull the alarm behind the register. But he didn't step toward the counter. He stepped toward the thing by the door. And the thing's head snapped toward him so fast I heard the air split. They stared at each other. Unblinking man, unblinking thing, both perfectly still. And for one terrifying second, I thought they recognized each other. The lights flickered once, then again, twice. My breath stopped. "Good evening," I whispered shakily because I had to, because the rule said I had to, even though my voice cracked and my throat felt raw. "Please, please don't." The thing's head twitched in my direction. The man in the brown coat twitched too, his fingers curling just barely inside his sleeves. Then, without a word, without a noise, without any movement, the thing appeared in aisle 1. Just appeared. No walking dot, no sound, no blur of motion. It was just suddenly there, hovering inches above the floor, staring down the length of the aisle like it was searching for something. I felt hot tears collect in my eyes. My legs trembled. My breath came in short, sharp bursts. I gripped the counter until my knuckles ached. The man in the brown coat stayed in aisle 3, facing forward. Facing nothing, or maybe facing everything. I didn't know what was worse. The thing drifted slowly down aisle 1, its toes still pointed downward, never touching the tiles. Each time it passed under a fluorescent bulb, the light dimmed as though its presence pulled something essential out of the air. I tried to stay quiet, to stay still, but my voice broke out of me in a trembling whisper. "What do you want?" The thing didn't turn, didn't acknowledge the question, but the air around me tightened, almost like the station itself had inhaled sharply. Something moved on the CCTV monitor behind me. Not the main feeds. The monitors were still switched off, but the black screens reflected the aisles faintly. And in that reflection, something was standing behind the creature. Something taller. Something that didn't match any shape I knew. I squeezed my eyes shut, shaking. When I opened them, the reflection was gone, and the thing had turned, finally, its eyes landing directly on me. They didn't blink, they didn't shift. They simply widened a little more. The wet creaking sound returned, louder this time, stretching like tearing paper soaked in water. I gagged, swallowing hard to keep myself steady. Then it spoke, not from its mouth. The lips stayed sealed. Not from its throat. There was no breath. No, AI spoke from somewhere deeper. You weren't supposed to see them. My entire body locked up. What? I croaked. Its eyes flexed. Yes, flexed like something behind them pressed outward. You saw the ones on the cameras. My blood froze. My breathing stopped altogether. I didn't look long. I whispered, shaking. I turned it off. I did what the rules said. The thing glided forward an inch. The air wavered under its feet. Not enough. The man in the brown coat shifted again, this time unmistakably toward me. My vision blurred as panic shot through me. He was approaching the counter. He wasn't allowed to do that. I reached blindly for the alarm. My fingers brushed the pull cord, just as the creature hissed. Don't. The sound wasn't loud. It wasn't even aggressive. It was pleading, but pleading in a way I didn't trust. Pleading in a way something ancient might whisper to prey, too frightened to run. I froze. The man in the coat took another step, and another, slow, heavy, deliberate. The creature floated sideways, sliding into his path, as though blocking him. The air felt electric, charged wrong. The two stood inches apart, now, point one floating point one planted firmly on the tile. Their shadows stretched out across the aisle, but the angles didn't match the overhead lights. The creature's eyes opened even wider, if that was possible, so wide I saw tiny red veins branching across the scara like roots. The man's hat tilted downward, casting his face in shadow, and then a soft ringing sound echoed through the store. Not the door chime, not the alarm, not the freezers. It came from the storage room. A slow, delicate bell tone. One ring, then another, like something inside was calling someone back. The creature's head jerked toward the hallway with a suddenness that made my stomach twist. The man in the brown coat stiffened. The bell rang again, softer now, like it was fading. Without warning, the creature drifted down the aisle toward the storage hallway. Fast. Too fast. Its body blurred as it moved, like the world stuttered around it. The man in the brown coat turned sharply and followed. Long strides, coat swaying behind him, hat dipping lower as though hiding his face from what he was walking toward. I should have run, that I should have hidden, that I should have pulled the alarm. I should have done anything except what I did next. I followed them. My feet moved without my permission, like my body was no longer under my control. I trailed them from a distance, heart hammering so loudly I thought it might echo. When they reached the hallway, neither paused, neither looked back, neither hesitated. The storage room door swung open on its own. The darkness inside wasn't normal darkness. It was thicker, heavier, like looking into a pit with no bottom. The creature floated in. The man walked in, and I watched the door begin to swing shut. My voice broke out of me in a terrified whisper. Wait. Both of them turned their heads back toward me at the exact same time. The man's face still hidden in shadow. The creature's eyes stretched almost to tearing. They stared at me, silent, unmoving. Then the door clicked shut. I ran. I didn't think, didn't breathe, didn't look back. That I sprinted to the front of the store, heart pounding, vision blurring from panic. But when I reached the counter, something stopped me cold. Something that made my insides twist so fast I nearly collapsed. The CCTV monitors, the ones I turned off, were glowing again. All of them. Every single screen lit up with static. Except one. Camera 5. The one that shows the front of the store. And on that feed, something was standing behind me. Something tall, thin, bent at an angle no spine should hold. Its face pressed inches above my shoulder. Its eyes, they weren't unblinking. They were closed, tight, like it was waiting for the perfect moment to open them. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe, I couldn't scream. And then, very slowly, its eyelids began to lift. When the thing on the CCTV began lifting its eyelids, I couldn't scream, That MY breath folded in on itself, thin and useless. The store felt too small, like the walls had leaned inward without making a sound. I didn't turn around. I couldn't, but I felt it behind me, its presence like heat rising off an engine block. Except there was no warmth, only pressure. Air thickened, making my ears pop softly. The skin on the back of my neck tightened, goosebumps marching up my spine in one cold wave. On the screen, the eyelids continued to peel upward, slow, intentional, hungry. My fingers twitched on the counter, useless and trembling. I wanted to move, to duck, to throw myself onto the floor, but a dull heaviness spread through my limbs, as if something had draped wet blankets over my muscles. A whisper bled through the air, not from behind me, not from the screen, but from somewhere inside the store's walls. Do not turn. The voice wasn't one voice, that it was layered, like multiple people whispering the same word but slightly out of sync, creating a rippling discord that made my vision wobble. My stomach churned. My knees began to bend without my permission. A numb, dragging compulsion crept down my legs. Do not turn. Not yet. My hands clung to the counter to stop myself from collapsing completely. On the monitor, the entity's eyes were nearly fully open now. Thin, trembling slits of bright, reflective white where pupils should be. The lids fluttered once, twice, like they were straining to reveal whatever lived underneath. Then a new reflection appeared in the CCTV image. Something behind the thing behind me. A shadow that not a shadow. A silhouette. Tall, angular, bent at a 45-degree angle like its spine had cracked and healed wrong. Arms dangling longer than they should. Fingers grazing the floor even though the figure stood upright. And its jaw. God, its jaw. It hung loose and low, swaying slightly as if unhinged, the mouth wide and trembling like it was silently laughing. My lungs tightened. The thing on the monitor, the one directly behind me, stopped opening its eyes. The eyelids froze, paused, then they slowly, deliberately closed again. The heaviness on my limbs vanished instantly. I collapsed to my knees and gasped, air flooding back into my chest in painful gulps that my fingers dug into the tiles. No footsteps and no breath behind me. Just a cold, expectant silence. I forced myself to stand, hands shaking. When I finally turned around, nothing was there. Just empty air and the hum of flickering lights. But the tiles behind me were wet, like something had stood there dripping, or breathing condensation, or leaking. I pressed my back against the counter, shaking. The storage room door at the end of the hall was still shut, still dark, still wrong. The bell inside did not ring again. For several minutes, maybe longer, I just stood there, breathing in ragged bursts and wiping cold sweat from my forehead. When the lights above aisle 3 flickered once, I flinched. The man in the brown coat stood there again, but not where he was before. He was much closer now, only a few feet down the aisle, still facing the far end, not me. His coat shifted very slightly, like something underneath it exhaled. The brim of his hat twitched upward a hair, even though his head didn't move. A faint metallic clink sounded as he subtly adjusted his posture. I didn't think he wore anything metal. I didn't think he wore anything that should make noise. I swallowed. "Good evening," I whispered again, because the lights had flickered once and my throat reacted before my brain did. He didn't answer, but his shadow, his goddamn shadow, didn't match him. It stretched along the floor toward the front door instead of stretching behind him, like it wanted to leave, or like it was leading the way for something else. Before I could react, the automatic glass doors opened on their own. No ding, no sensor activation. Just a slow, grinding slide, like they were being pushed apart by invisible hands. Cold air rushed in, carrying the faint smell of wet leaves and something metallic. I stepped backward until I hit the counter again. A shape stood just outside the threshold, A human shape. My heart leaped painfully, because for one brief, hopeful moment, it looked like a normal person. A woman, maybe in her 30s, dark hoodie, jeans, hair pulled back. Her back was turned to me. "Ma'am," I called out, voice thin. Are you alright?" She didn't answer. The wind brushed her hair, but her body didn't sway with it. Not even slightly. "Hello." I tried again, louder this time. Then she moved. Not turn around, moved. Her foot lifted, slowly, too slowly. It hovered an inch above the ground before pressing forward into the store. Her other leg followed, knees bending stiffly like she was mimicking how she thought joints should work. She took 3 steps inside, still facing away from me, still silent, still stiff. "Ma'am," I whispered, "I need to see your face." She stopped walking. The air around her seemed to warp slightly, like heat rising in reverse. Then she turned. Not her body, not her head, only her face turned. It rotated along the front of her skull unnaturally, sliding around to reveal her expression without moving the rest of her. Her nose, mouth, eyes, all shifting sideways until they faced me. Her neck never twisted. Her spine never rotated. Just her face dragged across bone like it was painted on a carousel. Her eyes blinked once, then did not blink again. I stumbled back, hitting the cigarette display so hard a box fell and burst open on the floor. My breath hitched. Behind aisle 3, the brown coat man shifted again. His shadow twisted unnaturally, stretching up the wall now instead of along the floor. The woman's lips parted. Her voice came out wrong. Not deep, not high, not human. It sounded like several voices layered, but not speaking in unison, like a choir humming underwater. "He told you not to look." My knees buckled. I caught myself on the counter, fingers slipping on the smooth laminate. "Ooh," I whispered through shaking teeth. Her mouth trembled, then flattened. She lifted a hand and pointed toward the dark hallway, toward the storage room. Then, in a voice made of broken notes and breathless whispers, she said, "They are looking for you now, and you keep looking back." Her face began sliding again, too fast this time, rotating back to its original position like someone yanking a mask around a spinning skull. Her body jerked with emotion, then her knees bent sharply, her arms hung loose, and she bolted, not at me, not at the door, but toward aisle 3, toward the man in the brown coat. "No," I yelled, but the word tore itself into a broken croak. The brown coat man didn't flinch, didn't turn, didn't prepare. The woman lunged at him, and the moment she touched him, everything went dark. Not just the lights, the power, the hum of the freezers, the glow of the monitors. A blackout, total and immediate. I couldn't see a thing, but I heard a low grinding sound, metal scraping concrete, teeth on steel, bones shifting too fast. A deep bass note like the world was groaning, and then a wet, choking gasp followed by silence. The lights flickered back on. The woman was gone. No trace, no blood, no clothes. Nothing. The man in the brown coat stood exactly where he had before, but his hat was now tilted toward me, and from beneath the brim, something gleamed faintly. Not an eye, not a reflection. Something metallic, something shaped like a hook. My breath froze. Then the power surged again. Every bulb in the ceiling flared white-hot, buzzing, hissing, and I staggered backward as the smell of burning dust filled the air. The CCTV screens flickered back to life. All of them. Every feed, every angle, every camera, and on every screen, every single one, the same image appeared. Me, standing behind the counter, with something tall and bent and grinning towering right behind me. Its eyes were closed, but its mouth was wide open, stretching upward, splitting the face in half like someone tearing canvas. And then the screens began cycling, Feed 1. Feed 2. Feed 3. Every angle showed the thing behind me. Closer, closer, closer. Finally, camera 9, the one closest to the ceiling, displayed a perfect overhead shot. The creature's face hovered directly over my head. Its eyelids twitched. Then the screen went black, and a whisper, right against my ear, said, "Turn around now." I didn't turn. I wanted to. I wanted to rip my head off and fling it around so fast the thing behind me would have no idea which way to smile. My entire body burned with the urge, but something pressed against the back of my skull first. Not air, not a hand. Cold, thin, like the breath of a lung that isn't warm anymore. It slid along my hairline and pooled at the base of my neck like ice water. I heard the whisper again, but not in words I understood. It was a pattern, a tide of syllables folding in on themselves. "Not while he's looking," it said, or maybe that's what my mind turned it into. "Stillness keeps you." The noise crooned like a chorus in a small room. My legs wanted to hold me up, but they were shaking so badly, I thought they might refuse. My fingers dug into the edge of the counter, so deep my nails hurt. The thing on camera 9 hovered above me. Its eyelids were almost open. Its mouth was that split, horrible grin. Then I felt a fingertip, sharp, dry, and resting against my left shoulder blade. It didn't press down. It tapped once as if testing skin. I wondered wildly if someone was behind me touching me. A human, real, warm. The thought was ridiculous. The air smelled of iron and old coffee. There was no sweat, no heat. The fingertip trailed up like a compass needle and stopped at the hollow where my neck met my shoulder. For one breath, the whole world narrowed to that contact. I thought I might cry. I thought I might laugh. I whispered, like a child. It was not warm. It was metallic, smooth, cold as the inside of a tomb. After that tap, something in my head clicked. A small crack of understanding, like a key finding a lock. The whisper shifted. "You looked. You should not have looked. They do not like to be watched. Asterisk, asterisk." The voice was layered now, but the words came in broken shards. Not one clean thought. More like left pieces of different minds pasted together. It sounded older than the store. It sounded like the underside of something huge. I swallowed. I tasted copper. My mouth filled with it. The monitors all cycled images again, faster this time. One angle showed the storage room door ajar by a hair. An impossible slit of light, like someone had left it open to let something breathe. Another camera showed the freezer door open, frost spilling out, as if a storm had been trapped inside for years. I tried to move. My legs obeyed, slowly at first, as if someone had to rejoin the signal in my bones. I stood up, pressed my hands hard against the counter, and turned, slow, careful like thieves do in movies when they hear a creak and can't afford to ruin the scene. The thing behind me wasn't there. There was only air. The lights hummed. The people in aisle 1, real people I had seen earlier, were gone. The store felt taller, emptier. I let out a laugh that was less than a laugh. A tear slid down unexpectedly, and I wiped it away because I was angry at myself for being easy to cry now. I told myself to call Mr. Hall. That would help. He'd know what to do. He had the rules. He had the key ring. He had something. My phone was in my back pocket. I pulled it out with shaking hands. No signal. Not even a sliver. The screen was a blank black mirror. The battery icon looked wrong and hollow. I dropped the phone. It skidded across the tile and stopped spinning next to a dented can of beans. The storage room bell tinkled once. Soft. Distant. My skin crawled. I checked the clock. 3:53 a.m. I had been awake for hours. I had been on edge for days. I had been living at the edge of a cliff, and now someone had leaned over and whispered the cliff's name into my ear. I told myself to lock the doors. I told myself to turn on the outside lights. I told myself to do the small, earthly things that might make it real, like buying myself another minute. But when I reached for the glass door handle, the metal under my fingers was warm. Not warm from the day. Not warm like a heater. warm like a living hand had just been there. I jerked back and nearly fell. A shadow moved in aisle 3. The brown coat man. He was closer now than he had ever been. Not at the end of the aisle, but halfway down, hat brim low. He stood sideways to me this time, like he was passing by. There was a faint clink again when he shifted his weight, the metallic sound I had heard before. It came from under his coat. Not jewelry, not coins, a tool maybe, or a hook. When he noticed me, he tilted his head the tiniest degree. The hat did not move. His face did not show, but his shadow gave me the impression of a nod. He reached into the inside of his coat, and I watched his fingers disappear into a pocket I hadn't seen before. For a second, I expected a weapon, a badge, a ledger, anything. Instead, he pulled out a small folded piece of paper. He did not look at it. He did not open it. He stepped closer to the storage room. With each step, the smells in the air changed. First like wet earth after rain, then like burnt sugar and something metallic. He laid the paper at the threshold of the storage room, like placing an offering. Then he walked back to aisle 3 and stood, silent and patient, like a sentinel. The bell tinkled again. I moved without thinking. I picked up the paper with fingers that felt far away from me. It was lighter than it should have been, thin like vellum. There was writing, but not letters I recognized. It looked like scratches and bones. The marks crawled in circles when I stared too long, like ants routing a path. My heart jumped, a childish, violent pulse, and I dropped the paper. It fluttered like a moth and landed at the foot of the storage door. Something inside shifted. The floor under the door sagged a little, like something massive on the other side inhaled. A noise came from the storage room then. Not a sound, but a pressure, like someone had placed their palm across the entire floor and was leaning. I thought about the rules. Rule 7. Do not, under any circumstance, go into the storage room after 3:40 a.m. I had it burned into my head. I had promised myself I would never. I had seen what happened to the kid, the not boy. I had seen the thing and the man and the woman and the monitors. I had the rules, and still I stepped forward. There was a pull, a wrong gravity, as if the hallway itself was made of syrup and I had to push through. I thought about the fingertip on my shoulder, about the way the creature said, "You looked," about Mr. Hall's trembling fingers when he gave me the rules on my first shift. I reached for the knob. The handle was cold, not metallic cold now, bone cold, like touching a grave. My breath puffed out white. The paper on my feet fluttered open on its own. The marks inside were clearer now, and when I looked long enough, I felt my head swim. The scratches arranged themselves into something that looked like an eye looking back at me. Not a human eye, a shape of watching. I closed my eyes, dizzy and pushed. The door moved inward the first inch with a soft, drawn sigh. The stored air smelled sugary and rotten. There was a faint rubbing sound, like cloth against wood, then a breath that smelled of pennies. I forced the door wider. Light didn't come through. Nothing like light. Instead, a pressure rolled out, warm and thick, and something brushed my hand from inside like a tail, or a long sleeve sliding past in slow motion. It tickled, but not in a good way. It felt like being touched by a tongue that had been walking through damp soil. My stomach flipped. Then something small, a coin, a button, clattered onto the floor near my shoe. It rang like a tiny bell. There was a sound from inside the storage room. Not a voice. Not exactly. It was like a choir clearing its throat all at once. I forced my arm in far enough to see. Shelves stretched impossibly deep inside. Boxes fell not in neat rows, but in topographical ridges, stacked into shapes like hills. Things moved in the darkness, not walking, but swaying. Cords, fabric, the hint of shapes. And at the furthest edge of that impossible pit of a room, something blinked. Not the unblinking kind we'd seen before. A slow, wet, deliberate blinking, like eyelids reopening after a long sleep. It opened one eyelid, then another. I wanted to step backward. I wanted to run. I wanted to call for help. I wanted to smash the CCTV monitors and shove their black faces into the floor. I wanted to throw myself down the front steps and never see the station again. My feet didn't move. The creature in the storage room stretched its arm out. Long, thin, covered in the same fabric as the boxes. Ends like fingers that split into filaments. It pointed not at me, but behind me. I turned, because when something tells you not to, the only response is to find out why. There was a shadow on the wall across from me. Not just the man in the brown coat. A second shadow. Longer. Bigger. It was bending. It leaned down toward the counter, like someone choosing a marble from a jar. From beyond it, the shape stepped forward. A hand. Long, bony. Hooked at the tip. It brushed the top of my head. Cold to dry. Like a bone that had been left in the sun too long. Then it tapped twice, slow and deliberate, against my skull. A voice breathed at my ear that I realized with a horrified clarity was not spoken at all. It came through my teeth, through my bones, from the inside of my mouth. Now, it tasted like old pennies and river mud. I did the only thing I could think to do. I turned. When I turned, really turned, I expected the world to snap like a rubber band pulled too tight. I thought the creature would be inches from my face, jaws splitting wider, eyelids peeling open, ready to take whatever it was waiting for. Instead, I saw nothing. Not empty air, not safety, nothing. A blankness, like the store had been dipped in paint thinner, and someone had wiped out the lines of everything in front of me. A gray-white fog swam over the aisle floor, obscuring shapes, swallowing the shelves. A hollow hum shivered through the ceiling bulbs, each one pulsing like a dying heartbeat. My chest tightened. I whispered, "What did you do to me?" Something inside the fog answered, not with words, but with a pulling sensation, like my eyes were being tugged forward, forced to focus on something hidden deeper inside the blur. A shape walked out of it. The brown coat man. But not the version I'd seen before. His outline was sharp, stable, real. The only thing in the room that felt fully anchored. Everything else swayed faintly, breathing like cloth in a slow wind. His coat hung heavier than usual, its hem brushing the fog, but never disturbing it. The metal under his coat clinked once. My heartbeat tripped. He reached up and adjusted the brim of his hat, revealing, not his face, just the edge of it, the faint glint of something metallic curving along his cheek, like a hook half-sheathed beneath skin. He wasn't wearing it. It was part of him. He approached me with steady steps, and every footfall sent a ripple through the fog, like he was pushing reality back into place around him. When he stopped in front of me, he didn't lift his head. He simply extended one hand, the same hand that had placed the folded paper at the storage threshold. He held another paper now, smaller, thinner, edges burned like it had been held too close to a flame. I didn't take it. I couldn't. Why me? I whispered, voice breaking down the center. Why are they all looking at me? His head twitched. Not a nod. Not yet. More like a glitch, as though the movement wasn't meant for me, but for someone watching through him. He unfolded the paper with a precise, ritual-like gesture, thumb pressing to the center, the other fingers spreading the corners like petals. No wasted motion, no uncertainty. He'd done this before, many times. The writing inside wasn't writing. Not scratches, not symbols, not language. It moved. It reorganized itself like threads of shadow pulling taut. When the shapes settled, they formed a single, impossible image. An eye with no pupil, and nothing to reflect, a watcher that watched nothing, a void that hungers for attention. The symbol pulsed once, dimly. As I stared at it, a sensation slid behind my own eyes, the same metallic hold I felt when the fingertip touched me earlier. Except now it came from inside. The brown coat man finally spoke. Not with breath, not with vocal cords. His words hit me like pressure in the skull. An internal shove. You saw what is not blink. Now they see you. I staggered backward, clutching the counter, nails scraping wood. A cold pulse throbbed behind my temples. What does that mean? I gasped. What are they? What am I supposed to? He folded the paper again. Once, twice. Each crease made a sound like bone cracking underwater. Then he placed it gently, deliberately, against my chest, over my heart. The moment it touched me, the store changed. The fog peeled back. The hum of the lights sharpened. The freezers hummed back to life. The tile under my shoes regained its normal color. The world snapped into focus, but not the same focus I knew. I hadn't gained clarity. I'd gained another layer. Shapes were still wrong. Corners too dark. Shelves too straight. The air too heavy. The entire store felt like a chalk drawing I could smudge with my thumb. The brown coat man stepped back. For the first time since I'd started working here, he lifted his face enough for me to see what was behind the brim of his hat. His eyes were open, but there were no pupils, just polished, bone-white orbs, shiny like ceramic, shimmering faintly with the same void-colored symbol that now pulsed against my chest. He was unblinking too. A lump rose in my throat. "Are you one of them?" I whispered. He didn't answer with words. He answered by turning his head sharply, to the right, toward the storage room, and tilting his chin upward. A silent gesture, a command, a warning, maybe all three. From deep inside the storage room, something massive exhaled. A warm wind crawled out beneath the door like steam escaping a fissure, and something behind the shelves answered it. A soft clicking, like claws tapping tile. Then another, then dozens. My stomach turned. My mouth went dry. My limbs trembled, but not from fear alone. Something else had begun inside me. A quiet pressure, a stretching sensation behind my eyes, that a tightening around the sockets. My breath caught. "No," I whispered. No, please." The brown coat man lifted one hand. He held up a single finger. Not to shush me, not to warn me, to signal one rule, one mistake, one path. The fog fully dissolved. The store's fluorescent lights steadied. The CCTV screens snapped back into static, then flickered alive. Every angle showing different parts of the store. But only one camera had me in frame. Camera 3, aisle 2. The angle pointed directly at my face. And what I saw made my knees buckle. My eyes on the camera weren't mine. They were wide, too wide. White spreading past the edges where skin should be. The lower lids pulled down as though stretched. The pupils were shrinking, until they were almost gone. I stared, shaking violently, waiting for the image to correct itself, waiting for some glitch to settle, for the feed to wobble, for anything. The brown coat man stepped beside me. He didn't look at me. He looked at the screen. He tilted his head, a tiny, deliberate nod, as if to say, "Yes, this is what happens. Yes.it is beginning." I backed away from him, heart hammering like fists on glass. What are they doing to me? My voice cracked. My throat burned. Tears blurred my vision. I followed the rules. I did everything I was supposed to. His hand rose. He pressed 2 fingers lightly against my forehead. Cold, metallic, final. A ripple passed through my vision. Every light in the store flickered once. Then all the CCTV feeds switched at the same time. The meaning was unmistakable. In each view, the same message appeared. Not in letters, not typed, but written across the glass inside the monitor, scratched by something sharp. "Do not blink." And as I stared at those words, a painful pulse hit the back of my skull, like something inside me didn't want me to blink anymore. I tried to blink. My eyelids stuttered halfway down, and froze. Stuck. The brown coat man exhaled softly, like relief or acceptance or resignation. He stepped back. His coat rustled like a curtain in a breeze. Behind him, a silhouette stretched across the floor. Not his. Longer, bent, waiting. And somewhere deep inside the storage room, something knocked. Once slow, patient. My vision burned, eyes watered. But my eyelids didn't move. Not even a twitch. The pain was sharp, climbing. The lights dimmed. One last whisper crawled from the back of my skull, threading itself behind my teeth. Welcome. When the whisper said, welcome, I expected a flood of visions, a collapse into darkness, or some monstrous face lunging from the CCTV screens. Instead, reality rearranged itself with unsettling quiet. No thunder, and no glitching lights, and no scream. Just a soft, sinking feeling, like the floor had dipped an inch under my feet and decided not to return to normal. I blinked instinctively, or tried to. My eyelids didn't move. A slow panic burned up my throat, but behind it, something else stirred. Not fear exactly. Something colder. Something like the beginning of acceptance, or the beginning of forgetting how to be afraid. I took a shaky step back, gripping the counter. My breathing was fast, uneven. My voice cracked. I shouldn't have turned. I whispered. I felt it happen. Something rewrote the room. The brown coat man didn't move, but his shadow shifted. It rose slightly, like someone inside it had straightened their spine. The shelves behind him bent subtly toward the darkness of aisle 3. Then his hand lifted, one finger raised. Not a warning this time. A confirmation. The same gesture he made when the knot boy walked into the storage room. The same gesture he made when he placed the paper on the threshold. The same gesture he made when the lights flickered last night, and he had to keep me from breaking Rule 5. One means a crossing. One means a step that cannot be undone. One means the first stage. My stomach tightened. You mean, I've started changing. He didn't nod, I didn't make a sound. But the shadow behind him pulsed, blooming outward for a split second like a dark flower opening and closing. It was enough. I felt my legs weaken. Fear tangled with a new, creeping anger. You could have stopped it. I whisper, my voice raw. You watch everything. You wait in that aisle every night. Why let them choose me? The brown coat man tilted his head slightly, as if considering the question. Then he pointed toward the storage room. A slow, deliberate movement. My chest sank. You're saying I was already chosen. The lights above us buzzed softly. The air thickened in my throat. The brown coat man pressed 2 fingers to the brim of his hat. Another gesture I'd seen before it. He did that the night I first broke a rule. He did it when someone came in without blinking. He did it when something tried to leave the bathroom at 2:13 a.m. It was a gesture of acknowledgement, recognition, as if to say, you already belong to them. You just didn't know yet. A bitter, shaky laugh escaped me, dry, humorless. Why? Why me and not someone else? I'm nobody. I just needed a damn job. Emotion cracked open in my voice, fear melting into anger, anger dissolving into something numb and hollow. The brown coat man's coat rustled faintly, though he never moved. Then, from deep inside the store, a sound answered my question. A knock, slow, deliberate, from the storage room. My blood froze. A second knock followed, softer, like something tapping with interest. Not demand, not impatience. Recognition, a greeting. The pressure behind my eyes deepened, a dull ache turning into a sharp pulse. I gasped softly. Oh God. I staggered, hitting the snack shelves, sending a cascade of chips sliding to the floor. I clutched my face, fingertips brushing skin that felt wrong. The sockets around my eyes felt tighter. The skin pulled taut. Then, stage 3. A whisper slid behind my thoughts, stitched into the back of my skull like a brand. Do not break. Do not blink. Do not resist. Each phrase landed like a nail. I felt the cold metal of the brown coat man's fingers on my forehead again. Not physically this time, but as a phantom memory of the mark he'd placed. A metallic vibration hummed beneath my skin, like a tuning fork had been struck inside my skull. The edges of the room sharpened unnaturally. Lines straightened. Shadows intensified. The fluorescent lights dimmed, but became more defined. And in every reflective surface, cooler doors, coffee pot, the chrome edge of the register. I saw shapes. Shapes that weren't supposed to be visible. They stood between aisles, crouched in corners, peered from under shelves. Not fully material, not fully gone, just visible enough that I knew they had always been there. Watching, waiting. Their eyelids did not move. My heartbeat thundered. A whimper slipped from my throat. What am I seeing? The brown coat man stepped closer, not threateningly, but with purpose. He lowered his hat further, hiding the gleam of those bone-white eyes. Then he lifted his hand, not one finger this time, two. A new gesture, but a second stage, but a second consequence. My breath caught. What does two mean? I whispered. Before he could answer, the storage room door blew open. Not violently, not with force. It opened like someone inside gently pushed it with the palm of a hand. Warm air spilled out, slow, rolling thick. It carried a faint scent of damp stone, something sweet, and something faintly metallic. Something stepped into the doorway. Not a creature, not a fully formed shape. A silhouette. Long arms that a sloped head that a torso that pulsed gently, as if breathing through ribs that weren't entirely solid. Its eyelids were closed, heavily, deliberately, like muscles straining to keep them shut. But I saw light under them. A soft, shifting glow leaking through the seams, like something brighter than bone trying to emerge. The brown coat man stiffened, as though bracing for impact. The silhouette stepped forward, the air bending around it. Its foot touched the tile, and the tile indented as if it weighed far more than it appeared. A soft tap echoed, then another. 2 taps, like answering the brown coat man's gesture. My throat tightened, and then the silhouette raised one hand and traced a slow circle in the air. As it did, a faint ring of pressure rippled outward, passing through my chest like a soft punch. The whisper returned, stronger, not behind my thoughts, inside them. 2 choices, point 2 paths, point 2, do not survive. I stumbled backward, shaking, vision trembling. What does that mean? I whispered. What choices? What paths? The silhouette turned its head, not toward me, toward the brown coat man. The air between them hummed like a tension wire pulled taut. The brown coat man lifted his chin in acknowledgement, that a mutual recognition, that a ritual. Then he stepped away from aisle 3 for the first time since I had started working here. He walked toward me, slowly, heavily, coat whispering against his legs. The silhouette stepped forward too. They were coming from opposite directions, toward me, toward the same point. A collision course. The brown coat man raised 2 fingers again, sharper this time. The silhouette raised its glowing eyelids a fraction of an inch, just a sliver of light breaking through. The air crackled. My eyes burned. Tears streaked down my face, hot, stinging. The voice inside me pulsed. Choose. I shook my head violently. Choose what? What am I choosing? The silhouette took one more step, its light intensifying. The brown coat man took one more step, his hook glinting faintly. The symbol under my skin pulsed with heat. My eyelids stayed frozen open, vision blurring and sharpening at the same time. And the voice inside me whispered, if you choose wrong, you'll not blink again. The floor vibrated. The store lights snapped brighter. Something cracked in the air like breaking glass. And as both entities reached equal distance from me, one offering darkness, one offering light too bright to bear, something inside my skull clicked, and I suddenly understood what the choice was. My breath hitched. My heart thrashed. I lifted my trembling hand and chose. I didn't mean to choose. I don't think anyone ever does. But the moment stretched, the brown coat man on one side, the glowing silhouette on the other, and something inside me knew. Not in words, not in thoughts, in instinct. The way a limb knows how to pull back from fire before the mind understands heat. Both figures paused, waiting. The brown coat man held his 2 fingers raised. The silhouette's eyelids leaked a thin, pulsing gold-white radiance. color that didn't belong to this place, brightness with no warmth. And then something clicked behind my eyes, a soft, internal crack, like a thin ice sheet fracturing. I drew in a sharp breath. It tasted metallic. I knew what the choice meant, or maybe something made me know. My voice trembled out of me, weak but steady enough to be my own. What did I do to be seen? Not why me. Not why this. Something far more desperate. What made them decide I was worth seeing? The brown coat man lowered his second finger, leaving only one raised again. A reminder. 1 equals crossing point, 2 equals consequence point, 3 has not yet happened. A cold sweat crawled down my spine. The silhouette's radiance softened, pulsing gently, almost like a heartbeat. A heartbeat I could feel inside my teeth. Then the whisper came again, this time threading behind my thoughts like a needle stitching through cloth. 1 path blinds, point 1 path binds. That was the hint, the breadcrumb. My throat tightened. Bind meant chains, blind meant surrender. I didn't know which was worse. The warm air from the storage doorway drifted across my legs, carrying a scent of damp stone. Only then, after a breath, came the metallic undertone, faint and cold, as if the floor itself had exhaled. Behind me, the watchers in the reflections shivered faintly, just enough to show they were paying attention. My eyes burned. Pressure swelled behind the sockets. Stage 3 deepened. A new emotion crept in. Unwanted, unwelcome, terrifying. Curiosity. Not mine. Not fully. A borrowed curiosity, sliding into me like a cold hand slipping into a glove. Something in me wanted to look wider, see more, open my eyes further, farther than human eyelids could go. I gagged on the feeling, stumbling sideways until my hand hit the counter. The brown coat man stepped closer. His hook glinted beneath the shadow of his hat. The silhouette stepped closer too, light brightening by a degree. When their distance equaled again, the air between them vibrated, a low tremor that rippled through my bones like distant thunder. A decision point, a hinge in the world. The mark on my chest pulsed hot, once, twice, like a brand being pressed into skin. My legs shook. My fingertips tingled. My ears rang. The voice inside my head deepened. Choose, and do not falter. I squeezed my eyes, or tried to. They didn't move, not even a twitch. Pain flashed across my vision. The world shimmered. The silhouette tilted its head, eyelids lifting another fraction. The brown coat man's shadow spilled across the floor like ink, stretching toward me. Time constricted. My heart pounded, so hard it felt like it might crack my ribs. I lifted my hand, fingers trembling, reaching toward. Crack. A sharp, violent rupture sounded behind my eyes. White pain burst across my skull like a flare detonating inside my brain. The entire store warped, tiles rippling, as if made of water. Shelves bent inward like the building inhaled. I gasped, clutching my head. That was the price of choosing, or the confirmation of it, or both. When the pain eased, just enough for me to see, the two entities froze mid-stride, as if the world itself had paused them. The brown coat man turned his head toward me, his face still hidden, but for the first time I sensed surprise. The silhouette straightened. The light beneath its eyelids dimmed to a steady, cold glow. Somewhere in the store, every reflective surface trembled. A ripple rolled across the coffee pot. The stainless freezer doors buzzed. The chrome register frame distorted my face, stretching my eyes wide. Then, every reflection showed the same thing. My face, but wrong, different, changed. My pupils were nearly gone. Thin rings, my eyelids stiff, frozen open. The whites of my eyes too white, as if polished. I stepped backward instinctively, and all the reflections moved toward me, not mirroring, advancing. A faint laugh escaped my throat, a tiny, broken sound I didn't recognize. The brown coat man lowered his raised finger completely. No more numbers. The choice had been made. He adjusted his hat with slow precision, the brim dipping in what felt impossibly like a gesture of acknowledgement. Not approval, not disapproval, recognition, acceptance into a role I didn't understand. The silhouette tilted its head, its eyelids tightened, sealing the glow beneath with visible strain. Then the whisper, the one behind my thoughts, the one that had guided me toward the choice, whispered, "So it is done." I stumbled back, shaking. "WH, what did I choose?" Neither entity answered, but the reflections did. Every mirrored version of me whispered in unison, their voices trembling through the glass. "You chose to see." My blood froze. The silhouette receded into the storage room. The brown coat man stepped backward, retreating into aisle 3. Both gave space. Both waited. For what? The phrase echoed in my skull. One path blinds point, one path binds. Had I bound myself? Or blinded myself? Or both? Shaking, breathing fast, barely able to think, I staggered behind the counter and grabbed the phone. No signal. The clock read 4:06 a.m. Still hours until sunrise. Still trapped. Still changing. I slid down the counter to the floor, chest heaving. And then I realized my eyes hadn't watered once. Not since the choice. They burned. Yes. Ached. Threatened to tear. But no moisture formed. No tears that no blinking. No relief. Just raw, exposed, widening sight. I lifted a shaking hand to my face, tried again to blink, and felt the faintest, sickening tug as the muscles of my lids strained but failed to move. A small sound escaped me, half sob, half laugh. All I did was turn. I whispered. I just turned, and from the dark of aisle 3, where the brown coat man waited like a statue carved from shadow, a low, metallic vibration resonated through the air. A sound like a third stage beginning. A sound like a countdown no one had warned me about. A sound that meant another change is coming. Soon. And whatever it was, whatever I had chosen, whatever path I had stepped onto, there would be no blinking my way out of it. I didn't mean to choose, but something in me chose anyway. The moment it happened, the world didn't roar or snap. It tightened. Like reality, drew a breath and held it. The brown coat man froze mid-step. His coat stopped swaying, and the air around him thinned suddenly, dropping several degrees. A subtle metallic chirp escaped from the hook fused into his cheekbone, as if reacting to my decision. Across from him, the storage room silhouette stood with its eyelids barely parted, leaking that ancient, cold, gold-white light. A light so sterile it felt like something that had never touched soil or sky. My skull throbbed with leftover pain from the internal crack. The world rippled once, like a sheet being tugged flat. And then, everything resumed at the same time. The brown coat man inhaled sharply. The silhouette straightened. The store lights steadied. And my reflections lunged forward all at once. Every reflective surface, coffee pot, cooler doors, the chrome lip of the register, jerked violently as the images inside them threw themselves at me. I stumbled backward with a strangled gasp. A laugh broke out of me, a sound I'd never made before, thin and cracked like someone else had pulled the string of my vocal cords just to see what noise it produced. The brown coat man turned his face slightly toward me, though not enough to reveal it. His shadow lengthened across the tiles, sharp-edged, watching me the way a boundary watches its crossing point. The silhouette's eyelids squeezed tighter, sealing its glow beneath a trembling effort. Something inside my thoughts whispered, not as guidance this time, but as intrusion. "You have seen. Now you will see more." A part of me recoiled. Another part leaned forward instinctively. Hungry. Hunger. Where the hell had that come from? I pressed a hand to my forehead, breathing hard. "This isn't me," I whispered. "This isn't." A second voice, my voice, answered. "Not yet." My legs almost buckled. The brown coat man reacted first. He touched 2 fingers to his hat's brim, making a soft scraping motion. A signal, a recognition, a warning. The hook embedded in his cheek glinted faintly as the silhouette's cold radiance reflected off it. The temperature in the store dropped again, a thin frost crawling across the freezer handle beside me. Then the silhouette raised one long finger, drawing a slow, deliberate line in the air. That line left a faint trail of golden light, flickering like a dying filament. A message, a boundary, a claim. And the whisper in my mind pulsed. Bound. My breath caught. Bound to what? To you. No answer. But the golden trail didn't fade. It hung in the air between me and them like a thread waiting to be pulled. I looked at the brown coat man. Are you trying to stop this or help it? His coat tightened around him. No wind, no movement, just tightened, as if the fabric itself inhaled. He raised one finger again. The meaning was unmistakable now. 1. The first crossing was mine. 2. The consequence is underway. And 3 has not arrived. The ground beneath me vibrated faintly. A ripple rolled through the floor tiles. Not like an earthquake, more like something massive pressing its palm against the underside of the building and pushing upward once. My heart jumped painfully. What was that? From somewhere in the far back, maybe behind the storage shelves, maybe beneath them, a deep, slow exhalation drifted forward. It was warm, wet, too close. The silhouette turned its head in that direction. The brown coat man did too. Both of them were listening. Something else was waking. A pressure blossomed behind my eyes again. Sharp and sudden, I cried out and grabbed my skull. The whisper returned, louder, clearer. Do not blink. You cannot afford it now. My eyelids stayed frozen wide. My vision stung in the fluorescent light. Tears refused to come. My body was still human. My sight wasn't. In the reflection of the freezer door beside me, the one that hadn't lunged, I saw myself clearly this time. My pupils were thinner, almost needle-like. The whites were too white, glowing faintly with a sheen that didn't match the overhead lights. I lifted a trembling finger to touch my cheek. In the reflection, the movement wasn't mirrored. It was delayed. Then it smiled that I didn't. I jerked back, slamming into the counter hard enough to knock over a rack of gum. No, this isn't. The reflection pressed its face to the glass from the inside. The metal handle rattled. I turned away, shaking violently. The brown coat man stepped closer. He lowered his head toward me, the hook glinting just enough to outline the curve of it. He whispered with no voice. Stage 3 accelerates now. I gripped the counter until my knuckles went pale. What stage 4? He didn't answer. Instead, the silhouette lifted its eyelids a fraction more, golden white radiance leaking out like a wound opening. The same cold, sterile light washed over the floor, stopping only inches from my feet. The whisper in my mind sharpened. Stage 4 is sight beyond sight. Stage 5 is no return. A choked sob escaped my throat. But then something worse happened. A thought pushed itself into my mind. Not whispered, not spoken, but generated. I didn't think it appeared, fully formed, as if someone had placed it there. I want to see. My entire body recoiled. No, I whispered, shaking my head hard. No, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. The silhouettes in the reflections grinned wider. The brown coat man's shadow flattened, as if bracing for something. The silhouette's light flickered. 1 pulse, 2 pulses, 3. The rule number, the stage number, the countdown. All 3 aligned. And then, bang, something struck the roof of the store. Massive, heavy, impact strong enough to rain dust from the ceiling tiles. The silhouette turned sharply. The brown coat man did too. A second impact shook the building. Then a third. Something was crawling across the roof. Something big. Something heavy. Something searching. The whisper inside me, snapped into clarity. It smells you. My blood ran cold. What does? I cried. No answer. Another impact cracked a ceiling tile. Dust drifted into the fluorescent lights, swirling like ash. I pressed myself against the counter, breathing fast, heart hammering. The brown coat man stepped between me and the back wall. A protective gesture, shockingly human for a creature like him. The silhouette retreated one step into the storage room, eyelids straining closed. Both of them were afraid. That terrified me more than the impacts. "Please," I said, voice trembling. "Tell me what's happening. Tell me what I chose." The whisper answered, not in words, in certainty. Something above the store Hanzo can see. And now you can see. A fourth impact hit directly above aisle 3, right above the brown coat man. He bristled. His coat snapped outward like something inside it flexed. His hook shone bright, too bright. A signal, a challenge, a warning. The ceiling above him bulged downward as dust poured around his hat. The silhouette's golden light flickered in distress. Every reflection's grin widened, and the whisper in my skull said, "It is here." I lifted my head. I looked at the ceiling bulging inward, and for the first time since this all began, my eyes adjusted to the dark behind the surface of the world. I saw something, a shape with too many joints, that a jaw too wide, that a torso pressed in against the roof like a spider clinging to glass, its eyelids sewn shut with something that pulsed. It was hunting me. The ceiling cracked. Dust rained down. A final, thunderous impact hit directly above me. The lights blew out, and in the pitch-black darkness of the gas station, the whisper in my mind lost its composure for the first time. It screamed, "Do not blink." My eyelids twitched, and still would not close. The impact woke me. It hit the roof like a palm slamming on thin wood, the sound traveling down through the building in a hard, hollow knock. Dust punched through the fluorescence and settled across my hair. For one breath, everything was a single, bright, painful note. Then the next hit, harder, directly above aisle 3. The ceiling groaned like an animal, and a scattering of plaster rained down. The fluorescent lights hissed, and went a beat dimmer before steadying. Rain on iron. That's what the smell was, like wet metal and old pennies. I didn't know how I recognized it, but I did, and my stomach flipped as though remembering something a child has worn never touch. "It smells you, like rain on iron," the whisper said, not as a sentence, but as a folding of air into my skull. My whole body shuddered. The brown coat man moved without looking. His shadow sharpened into a blade edge across the tiles, a thin black line that cut the light. The hook in his cheek clicked softly, the small metallic chirp again, but this time the sound was like a metronome, counting beats under the roof. Something scratched across the underside of the tiles above me. Not a slow scrape, a series of brief metallic clicks. Joints, doors. The noise had a rhythm like someone walking on old boards, but wrong. Not a footfall, more like hinges closing. The silhouette inside the storage room hissed a sound that felt like static through the bones. Its cold, gold-white light tightened, becoming thinner and more clinical. It pulsed once, twice, like a heart wanting to drive itself in. "Do something," I whispered. My voice was brittle. "Please do something." The brown coat man didn't answer. He stepped forward instead and did something I'd never seen him do. He reached into his coat and produced a small, flat thing. Not paper this time, but a shard of mirror, old and beveled, edges worn smooth. He held it out, gloved fingers steady. The mirror reflected the store's light, but not the way glass usually does. The reflection inside the shard seemed deeper, like a throat. He offered it to me without speaking. I shook my head. My hand would not do anything thoughtful anymore. They trembled with a language I did not own. "Hold it," the brown coat man said finally. Not with sound. The words pressed through my teeth. 2 syllables. Thin and exact. "Ow," I started. He clicked his jaw. The hook made a dry metallic note. His shadow leaned forward like a spear. "Hold it up," he said. "Show them." "Show them." "Show who?" The mirror felt colder than the air when I closed my fingers around its edge. The surface drank the fluorescent light. In that small glass, I could see the register, the candy rack, the place where I had dropped my phone hours ago. But underneath those things, something moved. Shapes that were not here. Faces. Faces so close to the glass, they were flattened like a fly against a window. My heart pitched. "I can't." I tried to say, "I can't do that. Not now." A thin voice that was not mine rose from behind my teeth and said, clear as a bell, "Do it." It landed in my mouth like a foreign coin. I tasted iron. The brown coat man lifted his other hand and tapped his hat twice, 2 small taps. The gesture trembled with ritual. It meant the consequences now. The hooker's cheek flashed. My body moved of its own accord. I raised the mirror. It felt like my arm belonged to someone else. The shard shook in my grip, edges grazing my palm. I angled the glass toward the doorway into aisle 3. At first nothing happened. Then the reflections moved. Not mirroring, advancing. The flattened faces pressed themselves to the inner surface of the glass, coming closer until I could see the wet of their eyes, the slick inside of their mouths. They stayed a hair away from the surface, as if restrained by something transparent I could not see. A new sound began, at first almost imperceptible, the soft scratch of nails on tile far above. Then another pattern answered it, closer to the roof center, like many small feet testing weight. The ceiling bowed again, a slow, terrible curve. The roof creature clicked its joints louder. The sound was wrong and ordinary at once. A chorus of creaks like a million cupboard doors closing somewhere, just beyond hearing. Black dust fell from a seam in the ceiling. The eyelid seams of the thing overhead threatened to part, and a powder like soot trickled down, dust that smelled of metal and engine oil. It stained the air in slow curls. The gold-white light behind the storage room's eyelids flared suddenly, bright as a hospital lamp, and the mirrored shard screamed with reflected glare. I winced. Something low and hungry ate a breath in the building. My voice left me on a dry sound. It escaped a wet, little noise I did not intend. Embarrassed, ashamed, weeping? No. The word collapsed into something smaller than tears. The foreign thought inside me rose again, clean and terrible. I want to see. This time it wasn't a whisper. It was an imperative, bold, in my mouth. Not mine. No, I said out loud, a broken laugh in it. No, this isn't. My reflection in the mirror smiled. I didn't. The brown coat man made a small motion with his hooked hand. The mirror's face flashed, and in it for a fraction of a second, I saw myself as they saw me. Pupil thin, lids taut, the whites polished. Behind that me, above the fork of my collarbones, the symbol from the paper pulsed faintly. An empty eye. A sharp pain slid across the roof. A new strike, harder than the last. Plaster burst like a second wave. The store dimmed as a strip of lights went out. The click-click of joints accelerated into a staccato run. The ceiling above aisle 3 bowed inward with a wet, sucking pop. Something slammed down on the roof, directly where the brown coat man had been standing a heartbeat before. I heard the wood groan like bones under pressure. Something heavy moved there, testing, sniffing. The whisper in my skull changed pitch. It tightened into a wire. Do not hesitate. Do not look away. I pressed the mirror until my knuckles hurt. The shard trembled. Above me the roof cracked open like an egg in slow motion. A line split across the ceiling tile, widening with the wet breath of something enormous. Threads of black powder trickled into the gap. Then a shape pushed through. Too many joints. Thin limbs like the legs of a great insect, but bent wrong. Each joint clicking as it unfolded through the hole. Skin or exoskeleton stretched like wet cloth. A jaw slipped through next, wide and raw, and ringed with small teeth that clicked together like pebbles in a tin. It leaned down. The light from its sealed eyelids leaked black particles that feathered into the store. They fell onto the mirror. The faces in the glass blurred like oil and water. The brown coat man planted his feet and shoved his hook outward, toward the ceiling. He made a sound then, a noise that was almost a word and almost a machine. It vibrated the air. I felt in my bones. The hook flashed, and something in the ceiling recoiled. For an instant the roof curtain retracted, and the creature's head jerked back, clicking and keening. Then it hissed, a long wet sound like a mouth trying to laugh and failing. A finger, too long, knuckled, hooked at the tip like a black root, slipped through the breach and tapped my mirror twice, slow and curious, testing the glass. The tap transmitted through the mirror into my palm as a cold shock. The foreign voice that lived in my head said one thin thing, crystalline and sharp. Invite. I didn't know if it meant I had invited it or I was being invited. The hooked finger curled, and the roof creature pressed a wet, heavy forehead to the hole. My hands went heavy. The mirror felt like lead. I remembered rules in a fragment. Don't unlock. Don't pull. Don't speak names. Do not turn after 3:40. Do not greet the thing when lights flicker twice. I had broken them all. I had been chosen. Something beneath the roof exhaled. The breath smelled like iron and rain and something old and hungry. The brown coat man leaned in close. His voice, not spoken but pressed against my skull like a thumb, whispered one last thing. Hold steady. Do not blink. I wanted to. God, I wanted to. My lids trembled. The muscles burned like rope straining. The roof creature drew a long, wet breath that tasted like pennies and river mud on the air. It pushed its hooked finger through the gap again. This time not to tap, but to press that fingertip gently against the silver of the mirror, directly over my reflection's chest. The mirror flashed. Something warm slid through the glass and into my body like a small needle. Pain licked at my arm. The foreign thought that had been a whisper turned into a voice that sounded almost like my own, saying in a soft, pleased tone, see. At that word the roof broke wide. A limb the size of a telephone pole smashed through, the impact shaking the entire store. The limb ended in a hand that looked like a tangle of hooks and knuckles. It reached down and curled toward me. The brown coat man screamed, a sound like metal grinding, and shoved his hook into the air. Sparks flew where metal met something not metal. The mirror shattered in my hands. Glass cut my palms, hot little fires of pain. Blood beaded, bright and foreign. And then the thing's hand closed over the counter inches from my face. Its breath blasted me, wet and cold and smelling of rain on iron. My eyelids twitched. My lids strained. I could not close them. Something tapped the inside of my skull with the softest, surest pressure. Do not blink. The voice said, this time not a whisper but a command threaded through bone. The hooked hand curled and lifted. It pulled back a fraction. Then it tapped the counter again. Once. Slow. Curious. A hollow, patient sound like someone testing if the world is still there. I watched the hooked finger. I watched the brown coat man's mouth move though no words came. I watched the creature's joints click like doors. And I listened to the whisper inside my skull turn into a new sentence, one I had not asked for and could not erase. Stay with us. My chest tightened. The mirror's shards of my palm burned. I thought of running. I thought of asking for pills, for sunlight, for my mother, for a world with blinking. Instead, I heard the roof creature breathing again. Its hooked finger flexed. It tapped 3 times on the counter. Then it withdrew. The ceiling fell silent. For a single, thin second, I tasted metal and rain, and the world tilted. And something moved up in the roof like a heartbeat, like a monstrous, patient thing stepping backward, scaling against wood and tile, and leaving a trail of black powder that drifted like snow. The brown coat man lowered his head, then looked at me directly for the first time, and I saw, for a terrifying instant, not eyes, but reflected voids. He bowed slightly, not to me, but to the raw space where the roof had broken. His voice, a pressure again, a pronouncement, said into my head, "You're not safe. You were chosen. Keep your eyes open." Something cold licked the back of my neck. I smelled rain on iron again, and from above, past the hole in the ceiling, something heavy breathed, waiting. It had learned my name. It was far from finished. When the ceiling cracked open and the thing's hand closed over the counter, the world narrowed to 3 sounds. The wet rasp of its breath, the metallic chirp of the brown coat man's hook, and my own heart slamming against bone like an animal that had seen a trap. The shard of mirror had shattered in my hands, glass wet from my blood and slick with something else I couldn't name. The roof creature's hooked fingers curled around the edge of the counter and drew it toward the hole, as if testing whether I belonged on its world or in mine. I felt something move beneath my skin. Not a tick, not a muscle. A thin, precise motion that threaded from my shoulder down my arm and settled under the heel of my palm. It was small and hot and sharp, like a seed swallowing itself into the dirt. I tasted metal in my mouth, and the sky above the hole smelled of rain on iron, as if the ceiling had inhaled a long, old storm and was keeping it. The brown coat man braced himself, feet set, hook jutting like a blade. His shadow cut the tile into 2 perfect seams. He had the look of someone who'd practiced how to stand at the edge of disaster and hold his ground. "Do not," the thought formed in me, split and small. It wasn't exactly mine. It sounded like the last thing my mother would say, in a whisper, the kind of soft warning that stays with you even after the voice is gone. But before I could finish, another thought pushed in wearing my voice like a borrowed coat. "Open the eye." It wasn't a command exactly. It was a hunger shaped into words. I jerked my hand away from the shattered glass. Pain flared where the mirror had cut me, hot and bright. My palm bled in thin tracks. The roof creature's finger tapped the counter twice, soft, polite, like a cat's paw testing. The brown coat man gave a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. It was both. He slammed the hook against the counter once, sending a vibration up my wrist. The creature hissed and pulled back a little, joints clicking like box lids. He reached toward me with his free hand. Slow, careful. His glove came close to my face, hovered an inch away, and then brushed the corner of my cheek. The touch was like cold clockwork, accurate, measured. For a sliver of a second, I felt clear like glass. "You're marked," he said. The words were pressed into my head, a methodical delivery. They bind with mirrors, they test with mirrors, and they listen. He didn't add that he could not pry it out. My fingers were still shaking. I brought a palm to my chest and felt the faint, warm outline of the symbol, an eye with nothing in it, that had pulsed when the paper had touched me. It was quieter now, but alive. The brown coat man watched that symbol as if reading the weather. "Whatever it put in you," he said, unadorned, "is a tether. It wants you to show it to others. It wants you to open the eyes in a place that matters." The roof creature tapped again, and the tap felt like rain striking metal. My mouth opened on its own. Rust tasted like a present memory. The foreign voice, my voice, formed the phrase like someone else reciting a line. "They want to know what you can see. Can't you take it out?" I asked, an actual question for the first time, raw and desperate. He nodded once, slow, partial. "Rules let us undo parts. But every removal costs more than we expect. And you cost more than we planned the first time." He didn't say who he was, but his posture told me. Not all the watchers and wardens were on the same side. The roof creature pressed its weight against the ceiling again. A joint flexed and the tile bowed. Dust poured down in black waves, leaving a smear on the counter like someone had dragged a finger through soot. The hooked hand withdrew and tapped the counter 3 times. The rhythm had meaning. Each beat felt like an answer box closing on the world. I felt the tether move under my skin like a worm rearranging itself. Heat spread from the mark between my ribs and traveled to my throat. The foreign voice, no longer whispering, pushed against my mouth. "Let me see," it said. It was patient. There was no cruelty in it, only a cold, pragmatic curiosity. I forced my lips shut. I tasted iron, not from blood, but as if the air itself had a metal tongue. My hands were slick and stupid. I imagined throwing myself outside into the cold morning, into sun that didn't carry strange light, and running until the store was a memory. But my feet were nailed to the floorboard by something that wasn't claws, but habit and rule. Behind the brown coat man, the storage room silhouette stepped forward, so the thin gold-white light leaked around it like steam. It examined the roof creature with a slow tilt of its head. The two of them were creatures of different orders, each with habits built into their bones. The silhouette's gaze, if it could be called that, rested on the hooked finger where it touched the counter, as if it had left a print. Then the brown coat man did something he had not done before. He reached with both hands into his inside coat and produced another small thing, a ring of black metal the size of a coin with a hole in the middle. He turned it between his fingers, and there was something carved on it, tiny scratches like the ones on the vellum. He looked at me with an expression that was almost human and pressed the ring against my chest, directly above the pulsing symbol. The contact was cold as well as hot, an impossible temperature like two climates touching. The ring hummed against my skin, an electrical murmur. The ring's hole mirrored the empty eye on my chest. The brown coat man whispered into my head, "If I bind this, it will slow the tether. It will hurt. It will keep them from pulling you fully for a time. But understand, binding is never containment. It is only delay." My vision blurred. The foreign voice inside me rose in pitch, annoyed. No delay. Pain drilled into my ribs. I retched. The ring burned where it touched. I could feel, beneath that pain, something opening. A space where sight could squeeze through like light through a crack. The roof creature's hand flexed, hooked fingers scraping the edge of the hole. The ceiling sagged, a slow, soft groan, like the store itself was bowing in pain. Above us, something else moved, sliding like muscle under skin. The creature sniffed, that rain-on-iron scent flooding me. It smelled of storms and old riverbeds and temples. There was a sudden tug inside me, hard and immediate, like a line being pulled through the world. A new thought sparked that was unmistakably mine, but it had the edges filed by another mind. I had to look at something and hold it up. I had to show it to him, to them. My hands twitched. I reached, compelled, as if in a trance, toward the splintered mirror shards still embedded in the counter. The brown coat man's hand shot out and seized my wrist. His grip was iron cloth and leather and force. He said something soft that landed directly in my chest and around my ribcage like a band. "If you do this, there is no undoing. If you show them what you see, they come. If you show them you, they take more than sight. Then what do I do?" I heard myself ask. He closed his eyes for a half-breath, more solemn than I'd ever seen him. And then he unhooked his hand and dropped it to his side. He looked at me with something like pity and something like strategy. "Hide what you can. Keep your face covered. Keep others from looking at you. Learn what the tether does when it tightens. And if you must show them, do it slowly. Not all light is the same. Not all mirrors are equal. Let one look, then stop. Let it not be hungry when it sees." But the roof creature had come down enough that its head tipped through the gash. Its face was a field of wrong joints and rows of needle teeth. And between those teeth, where I should have been, were not holes but smooth scars where eyes had been sewn over, pulsing faint black dust. It had learned to keep its sight sealed, to passively detect rather than gaze. It studied me like a scholar reading a new map. It tapped the counter with a hooked knuckle again, twice patient. The foreign voice inside my skull translated the gesture without tenderness. "It is cataloging you. It names you now." A sound behind me, something like a whisper overhead, sang a syllable that knitted to my name. I felt a pressure fold into the name, like adding weight to a letter. It was not spoken like someone calls a child. It was called like one checks the catalog and record a specimen. The brown coat man muttered something I caught like a prayer. He took the ring from my chest and slid it into his own coat. For a moment his hands were shaking so violently the ring rattled against his palm. "Go," he said. It was not a command. It was permission and a plan. "Get outside. Do not look at anyone. Do not allow a mirror near your face. Do not sleep in light. Move with purpose. I will hold them here." "Hold them how?" I managed. "By ceremony," he answered. "By paper. By mirror. By the sound of the hook. By delay. By binding. By rules. And if you fail..." My throat closed. He looked at me with the smallest flash of something sharp. Fear, maybe regret. Then the rules change. I stumbled to my feet because my body obeyed me again suddenly, as if someone had flicked a switch. The roof creature inhaled slow. Above it, something shifted like weight on a beam. Dust bloomed. A sliver of the sky I could not name showed through the hole. Thin and wrong, and so far away it hurt to look. I started for the glass door. Outside, the night smelled ordinary for a second. Cold road, wet asphalt, exhaust. A human sound. My legs wanted to carry me through that small normality and never come back. The foreign voice hissed. "Open the eye. Show me the street. Show me the moon." My hand fumbled for the handle. My palm was slick with blood and something else the mirror had left. I gripped the metal and felt its ordinary temperature. The brown coat man's fingers closed on my wrist with a sudden strength that nearly broke bone. He had the ring in his hand still. "Go," he said again, this time with urgency. "Find light. Find people. Warn them, if you must, but do not let them look into your face. They are not ready." He sounded older than the store. I took one look back. The creature above us had its hooked hand curled to the counter. It pressed its forehead against the edge of the ceiling and made a soft, pleased sound like someone humming. Its head tilted like a beast savoring a scent. Through the hole, as if across a gulf, I felt it name me. And in that naming my shoulders dropped and something inside me opened, like a door unlatched, and warmth seeped into that small wound under my hand. Not comfort. Fuel. The foreign voice changed its tone, growing fascinated. "Show me the world. Let us learn." The brown coat man's grip on my wrist tightened until pain shot through me. He pulled me away. The cold air blasted my face for the first time in days, and I tasted the city, familiar and sharp and alive. Outside, the streetlight down the road buzzed and threw a small pale circle on the wet asphalt. A car passed, and its taillights smeared red. For a sliver of a second, I forgot the hole in the roof, the hooked hand, the mirror shards, the sound of names being cataloged. I wanted to run. Instead, I walked. I kept my head down. I hugged my jacket close. I pretended the world was only as big as my feet and the pavement under them. But as I moved, something in my chest pulsed to the beat of a new instruction, and the voice in my skull said, with a greed I had never heard in myself, "Find a mirror." I kept walking. The brown coat man watched me until I turned the corner. I could not look back for more than a heartbeat. When I did, he had already stepped toward the gash in the ceiling, hook lifted, shadow like a blade. The roof creature tapped the counter 3 times, an answer, an agreement, a measure, and withdrew a fraction, as though content for the moment. The storage room silhouette sank back into the dark, gold-white light dimming to a cautious glow. The world outside smelled like ordinary rain and old engines and everything I had loved before the station named me. And in my ear, the voice that had been planted there breathed one final, hungry phrase. "Show me." I wanted to laugh. I wanted to scream. I wanted to pull the thing out of my chest with my teeth and spit it into the gutter. Instead, I walked toward the bright ring of a convenience store window 2 blocks down. I told myself I would not look at my reflection. I told myself I would keep my eyes closed if I had to. But the tether inside me hummed like a machine warming up. And somewhere above, Something with too many joints and sewn eyelids and a taste for rain bent its head and pronounced the new name it had learned for me aloud. I stepped out into the night, like someone walking into a memory they no longer trusted. Rain hung in the air without falling. The asphalt smelled normal. Oil, rubber, cold wind. But underneath it all was that second scent I couldn't shake. Rain on iron. Thin. Metallic. Wrong. The gas station's glow faded behind me until it was just a rectangle of dirty yellow against the dark. I didn't dare look back. Not at the hole in the roof. Not at the creature cataloging me. Not at the brown coat man holding a line that wasn't built to hold. I walked. Each footstep felt like the ground, learning my weight for the first time. The tether pulsed under my skin. A hot thread that a seed burrowing deeper in ember under bone. I pressed a palm to my chest and felt the burning symbol beneath. The place where the brown coat man had pressed the ring, where he had tried to delay the tether, ached like a bruise made of light. The foreign voice inside me whispered, soft as breath on glass. Find a mirror. Let me see. No, I muttered. Not now. Not out here. Out here is where it begins. I clenched my jaw and kept walking. A lone streetlight buzzed overhead, throwing a pale, shaky circle across the sidewalk. I stayed out of it. My instincts, the ones that felt half mine, half installed, told me light made my outline clearer to the things that could smell sight. My footsteps echoed strangely. Too clean. Too exact. I crossed in front of a parked sedan. Its window caught a smear of the streetlight, and for a heartbeat, I saw myself reflected. But the reflection didn't look at me. It looked past me. Its pupils were pin-thin slits, and they slid upward as though following something perched on the roof behind me. I spun around. Nothing was there, but the smell was. Rain on iron. Stronger now. My throat tightened. You're following me, I whispered. The foreign voice corrected me gently. We are. I staggered back from the car window. My vision stretched oddly, like it wanted to widen beyond the shape of my skull. Something moved at the edge of perception, not on the street, but behind the world's surface. Shadows along the curb hesitated before sinking with their owners. The halogen glow stuttered. A passing car left a smear of light too long, like reality buffering. A man walking his dog glanced up at me that I froze. Keep your face covered. Keep others from looking at you. Not all mirrors are equal. His eyes passed over mine. The tether pulsed once hard. Something rippled in the air between us, like heat off asphalt, then vanished. The man blinked rapidly. His dog froze mid-step. For a moment, neither moved. His reflection in a puddle turned its head toward me while his real body didn't. Then he inhaled sharply and hurried on, shivering as if cold. He didn't look back. He didn't remember he'd looked at me at all. Oh God, I whispered. I'm doing this. I'm actually doing this. You're learning, the voice soothed. No, I'm not. You're seeing. My chest spasmed, once subtle, at the exact moment the roof creature had spoken my name. A remnant. A scar left by cataloging. I swallowed hard. What are you turning me into? The answer came in two voices layered, slightly out of sync. A doorway. A witness. My stomach caved in. That's not the same thing. Not yet. The foreign thought pressed against my skull like a hand leaning on a window pane. Find a mirror. No, my voice cracked. No. Leave me alone. You walked away from the warden. You left the roof thing hungry. You are unshielded now. You were chosen. I pressed a trembling hand to my temples. A flicker of motion caught my peripheral vision. Across the street, a storefront window, dark, closed, flashed with a pulse of light. Not from inside, from me. A reflection of myself in the glass. It didn't lunge this time. It beckoned. A slow, two-finger gesture. Just like the brown coat man's signal, but reversed. Stop, I whispered, backing up. The reflection smiled. Not like a predator, like someone offering a gift. Behind it, deeper inside the glass, faces stirred. pressed, flattened, waiting. I ran. Cold air sliced into my lungs. My chest burned where the tether pulsed harder with each stride. The voice laughed softly in my ear. Running only sharpens the curiosity. Shut up, I gasped. You can't outrun what wants to see. I turned the corner onto a wider street, brighter, dotted with windows and chrome fixtures and neon signs. Reflections everywhere. A nightmare. I kept my gaze on the pavement, but even then I saw the edges of shapes moving in puddles and metal car bumpers and storefront glass. Slower reflections, delayed shadows, eyes widening behind surfaces, and then a sensation like fingers brushing the back of my neck. Not physical, not human presence. I looked up. The brown coat man stood at the opposite end of the street. Hat low, coat still, hook reflecting neon red. His shadow cut the pavement like a blade. You weren't supposed to leave, he said without opening his mouth. The words vibrated through the air, threaded directly to my ribs. I couldn't stay there, I whispered back. You were safer under ceremony. I'm not safe anywhere. He stepped closer. His boots didn't make sound. We try to keep this small. We? My voice shook. Who is that? Who's we? He paused. Then gently. Not all keepers agreed how long the boundary should hold. The street went colder. Some wanted to open it sooner, he said. Some wanted to leave it shut. We were not one mind anymore. My knees wobbled. You're splitting too, I said. He didn't answer. Tell me how to stop this, I begged. He raised a gloved hand. Not to calm me, to show me something. A small, blackened shard of mirror. Not the one I broke. Older, darker. It drank the neon light and swallowed it like a throat. This is a counter surface, he said. It shows nothing. If you look into it, the tether will slow. But it will hurt you, and it will call the mirror. My stomach dropped. Them. He didn't answer. You're forcing me to choose again, I whispered. No, he said, voice tight. The tether forces it. I can only offer direction. Behind him, 30 feet up, a shape moved across a rooftop, slow, heavy jointed. The roof creature, following, cataloging, patient. Its eyelids pulsed black dust in a soft drift. The brown coat man held out the counter surface. Choose, he said. Slow the tether, or starve it. But if you starve it, it will find another way to feed. What does that mean? Someone near you will take your place. My breath left me. I looked down the street, a woman locking her bicycle, at a man smoking under a convenience store awning, at a teenager with headphones crossing the intersection. None of them knew me. None of them had seen what I had seen. If I refused the surface, if I resisted the tether, one of them could become the next chosen. The voice inside my skull leaned close, gentle and cold. Let another carry it. Give it up. Walk free. I swallowed bile. Don't listen to it, the brown coat man said sharply. You don't know what free means to them. My hand shook as I reached for the counter surface. I hovered there, seconds stretching. Behind me, the roof creature clicked one joint, slow and deliberate, like approving a move on a chessboard. The voice inside me whispered, choose the easier path. My human voice broke. I don't want to hurt anyone. The foreign voice answered, then let us help you. The brown coat man's hook glinted warning. My hand closed around the counter mirror. It burned immediately, not hot, not cold, but like a vacuum pulling at bone. I cried out and nearly dropped it. The brown coat man stepped forward, grabbing my shoulder to steady me. His grip was surprisingly human. Hold it, he said. Hold it and breathe. Slow, slow, slow. My vision exploded outward. Light fractured. Shadows multiplied. Every reflective surface within 20 yards pulled slightly toward me, like metal shavings toward a magnet. The tether inside me cinched tight, tight enough to hurt, tight enough to silence the foreign voice for one blessed second. And in that instant of clarity, I understood something with terrifying precision. A tether is not a chain. It is an opening. And if it opens too wide, There is no boundary left. Something above the rooftops shrieked. A high, keening hunger sound. The brown coat man stiffened. "You've slowed it," he said, "but now it knows you resisted." The foreign voice returned in a blade-thin whisper. "You made the wrong choice." My knees buckled. Streetlight halos warped. The horizon bent. The air tasted like metal and cold breath. Something descended the brick wall behind me. Jointed limbs clicking, slow, methodical, coming straight down toward my back. The brown coat man's shadow-lengthened blade snapped upward like a shield. He grabbed my face with his free hand and forced my gaze toward him. "Do not blink," he hissed. "I can't," I sobbed. "Good, then run." Behind me, the roof creature's teeth clicked together. Once, twice, 3 times. Naming, locating, answering. The tether flared inside me like a match too close to fuel. I ran, and the creature followed, joint by joint, dragging the rest of the sky down with it. I woke with glass in my palm. Cold, bright slivers. Little wounds that burned with each breath. The mirror had cut me so cleanly I could feel the shape of it inside my hand. Every edge mapped into my skin. Blood blinked on my knuckles. The world around me tasted of metal. The tether throbbed under my ribs like a heart that did not belong to me. I pressed the palm of my other hand into the wound on my chest where the brown coat man had once put the ring. The mark under my skin hummed, low and steady. For a second, I thought the pain would make me forget everything. It didn't. It made my thinking sharper, clearer, cold. I saw too much. Not in the way people see the street or the moon. In the way you see a fault line in a floorboard and know how it will split. Reflections moved before their owners moved. Windows held faces that turned on their own. Puddles pooled not only water, but memory. Small mirrors that kept pieces of time. I could watch a man pick up his child from a stroller and, seconds later, watch a reflection repeat a different motion, like it had its own agenda. I had been given a new rule without being told. It lived under my skin. It whispered like a throat closing. Do not let them look twice. The foreign voice, calm, greedy, pushed inward. Let them learn slowly, it said. Let them taste. I stumbled out of an alley and into a busy street. A night market pulsed with neon. People laughed. Someone sold fried things that smelled like salt and oil. Normal life lay over the city like a thin cloth. I wanted to tug it off and run until every light was far behind me. Instead, I moved like a man rehearsing a theft. Head down, shoulders small, hands in pockets. The brown coat man's instructions were loud in my head like a bell. Hide your face. Keep others from looking. Do not let mirrors see you twice. It was harder than it sounded. I almost failed inside 2 blocks. A kid stood by a display, staring at a phone screen with the relentless stillness of someone who had been let alone with a bright toy. His mother juggled a bag and called his name. The boy looked up. His eyes slid over me for a split beat. The tether tightened. I felt it like a tug on a string fastened to my sternum. A small flinch. Not much. Not yet. The boy blinked. He blinked wrong. His lids stuttered like machinery. The mother didn't look carefully enough. She kept moving, and the boy's gaze slid away. He walked off with her. Later that night, I would imagine what had just happened to him. That somewhere behind his ordinary life, a tiny mechanism had clicked, a notch set into place that the roof creature could feel from above. I would imagine how his reflection would be different now. I would imagine, silly, awful, what the watch might write in its catalog under his small name. But right then my steps were focused on the next corner, the next window, the next place where a light could cut me open. I was supposed to be invisible. I was not becoming invisible. The brown coat man's voice slid through my memory skin. Hide mirrors, he'd said. Wrap glass in cloth. Turn phones face down. Move under shadow. Move like a thief. I obeyed. Mostly. I ducked into a laundromat because it had the right amount of noise and the wrong amount of reflection. The machines blinked chrome faces that did not try to look at me. I breathed in warm detergent and tried to focus. An old woman shuffled in with a basket of clothes. She smelled of lavender and cigarettes. Her hands were like folded paper. She patted the machines, muttering to herself about coins. She didn't notice me at first. I let myself think she would not. Then her head lifted. Her eyes slid my way. There was no spotlight, no mirror, only a small, human glance. The tether tightened like a wire being pulled through bone. She blinked. Slow, thoughtful, not the wrong blink. A human blink. She folded the corner of a napkin and put it in her bag. I exhaled a laugh that hurt my chest. A small, thin ha-ha-ha that sounded like a dry cough. Oh, I whispered. I was alive and I had not been seen. Then she stood and shuffled toward the door. She turned her face, and by accident or fate, past a tall row of glass-fronted vending machines. The machines reflected light in sharp silver. The water bottles inside shone like columns. Her reflection caught her. It looked at her. She paused. She touched her face. The reflection in the machine did not move its hand the same way. It mimed, like an echo out of time, a different gesture. Her lips moved in a shape that did not match the one reflected in the glass. She stepped back like a woman who had paused at a photograph of herself and found someone else in the frame. Ma'am, I said before I could stop myself. She turned toward my voice. Her eyes met mine. Full, human, clear. In that beat, I did what I had promised not to do. I reached out. I wanted to help. I wanted to explain. I wanted to demand she not look again. You shouldn't, I started. I heard the false calm in my voice and hated it. She blinked. Once. Then again. Not wrong. Not yet. And then, with the slow cruelty of a scene played twice, her reflection in the glass turned its head, and the woman looked toward the glass, seeing what the glass wanted her to see. Her face slackened. Something dropped from her mouth. A wet sound. She clutched at her chest. She looked at me with eyes that had gone oddly clear and far away. My son, she whispered. My boy, where is? Her voice ran into the wall of something that had taken a small, precise piece of her memory. Her hand, trembling, moved to the cross on her neck. She looked at me, then away. She did not remember why she was in the laundromat. She did not remember the bus route, the name of her son the way a person should. I did not expect the tilt of pain that shot through me. Not like that. It was a fresh, sharp grief that had nothing to do with me and everything to do with what I had become. I had made a bruise on someone's life. I had taught a machine how to take. I felt my knees between the humming dryers. My hands dug into the tile because I couldn't make them stop. The foreign voice inside my skull spoke in a tone I half recognized as approval. You woke it. No, I sobbed. No. Aw. Please. I could hear myself weeping in the small laundromat, the sound echoing off the chrome. People looked. Someone asked if I was okay. Nobody wanted to touch me. The brown coat man's hand steadied my shoulder from behind, warm leather and quiet pressure. I had no idea when he had arrived. You were warned, he said. The words were not cruel, just exact. We tried to stop you. We weren't enough. Fix her, I begged. Please. Tell me there's a way. He closed his eyes, and, for a beat, I saw the shape of all the years etched into his shoulders. He nodded once, a small, human thing. We can slow it, he said. We can weave a delay. The binder ring buys you time. The counter surface slows. The rituals hold. But the cost. He looked at me with something that might be love under a crust of duty. You are tethered now. Any intervention requires a transfer. I understood the word before he said it all. Transfer. A tether doesn't only bind the marked. It can be moved, shifted, passed like a cup between hands. The brown coat man had been blunt earlier, binding delays, removal costs. Now I saw the shape of the cost. Transfer. I breathed. You mean, put in someone else? His mouth went thin. Yes. Once the tether has a carrier, it learns the taste. It will look for the path of least resistance. If you hand it to another, they carry the mark. Your pain lessens. Their life changes. He stopped. He could not say more. I remember the argument in his face, choice woven with hunger. A man who had paid for stillness too long. No, the word came out small but steady. I won't make anyone else pay. I won't be the one who gives them that. He pinched the skin above his nose the way people do when they wind themselves up to do hard things. Then he did something neither of us expected. He reached for the old woman's hand and, with a ritual that had the shape of a prayer, he spoke her name. It was not spoken. It pulsed. A sound that fit into the crack in me like a key. The woman's eyes cleared a fraction. Listen to me, he said softly. Remember the coin. Remember the bus stop. Remember the name. He touched the back of her hand with the ring he carried now. The metal warmed her skin like a fever. For one breathtaking second, the laundromat felt like it could be fixed. The woman blinked. She looked about as if surfacing from deep water. Her breath came faster. She tried to smile. Then the tether pulsed. It recoiled from the ring like a wet animal smelling smoke. The woman's eyes rolled back. She screamed soundless for a heartbeat that felt endless. And then she slumped. Not unconscious. Not breathing wrong. Not dead. Different. Hollow. The pieces of her that had been pried out by the machine did not come back. The brown coat man let go, staggering. You told me there was a way. I said, choking. There is, he said, but not clean. Nothing is clean here. He folded his hands together until they whitened. He had the look of a man who had to choose between two unbearable things, and then chose both. He set the coin ring in my palm. Hold it, he said. Keep it on you. If you cannot be bound to this place, be bound to something else. Wear this until dawn. Do not let anyone see you. And he crouched so his face was near mine. If you decide to take it off, destroy it. Burn it. Bury it. Do not pass it as a gift. I should have been grateful. I was not. I was nauseous. I had never wanted an artifact. Never wanted to be part of any of it. Now a black coin hummed like an ember in my trembling hand. Outside, from the rooftops, something moved. A slow, deliberate shift. The roof creature tested motion above like a hunter checking the wind. Its joints clicked. The smell of rain on iron rolled down the street like weather. I left the laundromat because leaving was the only sane action I could take. I wrapped the coin in my jacket and held it near my heart. The tether's pull slowed just a little, like a leash shortened by a fraction. We had stabilized nothing. We had only traded small amounts of time for pain. I walked toward the river, because somewhere in me the idea of water still felt like safety. Maybe it was a childhood mistake. Maybe it was a superstition. Maybe I wanted to see the moon and check if the sky still obeyed physics. At the foot of the river was a bridge whose glass panels reflected the city like a dozen small moons. I walked under them. People passed by in pairs. A couple argued softly about late trains. A man in a uniform called into a radio. A homeless woman slept on a bench, head cushioned on a rolled jacket. I kept my jacket pulled up. I kept my face turned to the pavement. But as I crossed the bridge, some small traitor part, wanted to look up. I saw the reflection of the sky in the glass. Not stars, but a slow drift of black powder. The city's lights were blurred as if viewed through a screen that had been dusted with ash. In one panel, a face leaned close, my face, except it looked older, more patient. Its pupils were thin. It lifted 2 fingers in a small beckon. The gesture was polite. It invited. The foreign voice inside me smiled like a thing tasting soup. Let them see you. Let the world be learned. I broke. Just for a second. I let my gaze lift. 2 steps. 2 breaths. The bridge panel showed me as it wanted. The pupils thin, the whites bright. Behind my reflection were tiny faces, arranged in rows like names on a ledger. They looked toward me. They nodded. A man walking a dog glanced my way and stopped. His reflection in the glass jerked like a puppet. The dog barked once and then fell silent. The tether tightened into a wire, so sharp I thought my lungs would split. A hand, large, careful, clapped over my mouth. I hadn't noticed the brown coat man on my shoulder. "Don't," he hissed. The word was a blade. "Not yet." My eyes tried to close. They wouldn't. He pulled me back. He wrapped his coat around my shoulders and dragged me from the edge of the bridge. "You thought you could be a beacon," he said, almost laughing. "You think the first mark gets to walk free." His breath smelled like cigarette smoke and regret. "No, you pull a cord and a bell rings. Now they know the bell exists." I felt my name like hot lead in my mouth. I tasted copper and rain. "What now?" I whispered. He didn't answer at first. His face went far away, like he was listening to something only he could hear up above the skyline. "They are moving," he said quietly. "They test the city. They send the small ones. They sniff for carriers. And when they find them," his jaw clenched, "they make them show." He turned his head. The roof creature's silhouette filled the sky for a second, a crawling thing whose joints clicked like a clock. It was moving, not above this block only, but across the city, riding rooftops, leaning into alleys, tasting. The brown coat man pressed a paper into my hand. I unfurled it. Marks. A single command scratched across vellum. "Do not let anyone see your eyes twice." He looked at me like a man saying a benediction and a warning. "If you fail," he said softly, "then whoever sees you will become a ledger. The city remembers. And the thing," he gestured to the sky, "will learn the map." I could feel the truth of it in the marrow of my bones. I wanted to shout. I wanted to burn the coin and run and scream at the rooftops until the creature fell. I wanted to sleep until someone else solved it and left me alone. Instead, because we were both tired and because the brown coat man had given me something like mercy, I followed his plan. We walked low and fast. We moved through alleys and under neon. He taught me a ritual he said took 3 people to perform. He taught me a set of steps: paper folded this way, mirror wrapped this way, ring worn that way. He taught me words that scraped the throat like nettles. I learned them by repeating them. The foreign voice watched and cataloged. The tether throbbed. At the end of the night, when dawn had become the wrong kind of gray, he said, "You get one more chance tonight with a mirror. One controlled showing. No more. We must make it count." I held the coin like a small sun burned into my palm. My eyes were dry. My face hurt in places I did not know were possible. He put a hand on my shoulder and said something that felt like forgiveness, and the last thing a tired soldier might say to a friend. "Protect what you can," he said. "If they take the town, they do not stop. We are the thin seams in something bigger. We hold." The sky above us shifted. A faint clicking sounded across the city, like a million shutters closing and opening. I felt the tether tighten in my chest, like a throat drawing in a breath. I breathed out, and I went to find a mirror. When morning came, the city smelled wrong. Not storm, not exhaust, something metal softened by rain. Wet copper, river steel. It was everywhere the way a song gets stuck under your skin. I tried to keep my head down. To move like a troublesome thing could be smoothed over by walking fast. It didn't work. The tether pulsed against my ribs like a small, hot drum. Every step felt measured by something with ink on its hands. Some of us, wardens and the ones who wanted a breach, had never been one mind, the brown coat man had said the night before. It was easy to think that meant politicians or people arguing in back rooms. It meant something older. It meant duty split into parts and parts that wanted different ends. I walked under neon and tried not to look at windows. Reflections lurked in every pane, as if the world had been stitched with a second skin. A woman in a red coat hurried past me, her face bright with mourning, and for an instant her reflection lagged, turning a hair too late. I felt the tether tighten like a loop pulled at my sternum. The sound of a child's laugh up the block felt like an accusation. I had promised myself I would not test it. The coin in my pocket was a son of bad metal. The ring the brown coat man had pressed into my chest was cold against bone under my shirt. I had been told what would happen if I used it. The tether would cinch, the watchers would learn, the roof creature would catalog another name. I had been told what I refused to hear. Transfer was possible. Transfer meant someone else would carry the weight I bore. Transfer meant I could buy time at someone else's expense. The city noticed things I didn't want it to notice. Tiny holes in memory appeared like potholes in the sidewalk. A man in a suit couldn't remember the color of his tie. A barista forgot an order she'd just taken. People blinked wrong. The ledger grew. I saw it in puddles and in the chrome of a cafe toaster. Thin names mapped across panes, like parasites arranging themselves on a ledger page. I told myself moving would help. The brown coat man's voice stayed close in my skull. Hide your face. Keep others from looking. Do not let mirrors see you twice. The foreign voice, the one that lived behind my teeth now, whispered constantly, softer than hunger. Find a mirror. Let us see. Let the city be learned. I was crossing a small square when a kid dropped a toy car and bent to pick it up. His mother was distracted, pulling on the strap of a bag. The boy's head turned. His eyes skimmed over me. It was nothing, only a brush of glance. But the tether felt it like a needle finding a seam. The foreign voice hummed approval, and something in my chest tightened. Stop, I told myself. Stop looking. Be nothing. But the boy blinked wrong. His lids trembled like a curtain with a moth. He looked at a puddle after his mother pulled him along, and in the water his reflection stayed a beat too long. Someone, somewhere in a ledger high above the rooftops, made a small notation. I wanted to curl into whatever small hollow still belonged to me and stay there forever. But choices had weight, and the wake of mine had people walking into it. I found the brown coat man 2 blocks over, in the shelter of a closed deli. He stood in shadow as if his coat could swallow light. His hook caught the street lamp and chittered softly, the metallic note of code. You moved, he said, as if I had done something remarkably wrong. I didn't mean to, I said. The sentence tasted like a lie even to me. People keep looking. They are curious, he said. The word was not consolation. It was a fact. His shadow sharpened into that blade edge I had seen before. They test the seams. The roof thing teaches them the rhythm. Then teach them the wrong rhythm, I said, a stupid plea flaring out of desperation. He looked at me long enough that I thought I might read him, learn whether he was pitying me or calculating me. He touched the coin in my palm with a finger, and it hummed like a match struck. He made a small motion, ritual in the way his hands had to be after years of doing the same impossible thing. There's a way, he said finally, but it is not clean. Tell me. He spoke slowly. The tether can be shifted. You can hand it off. Move the mark. Whoever receives it becomes the carrier. They do not die. They do not vanish. They become ledgered, changed. Their reflections catalog them. Their lives narrow. I mean you make someone else the conduit, he said. You hand them the parasite. They carry the noticing. The watchers learn less about you. The breach feels a little muted. I could smell the city like a reading, metal under onions. I thought of the laundromat old woman, hollowed out as if someone had scooped marrow from a bone. I thought of the boy in the toy car. The idea of choosing someone to carry the tether made my stomach twist. I choked. I won't do that, I said, but the words were too human, too honest. You will be asked, he said. There are worse choices than this one. We walked, low and quick, keeping to alleys. The brown coat man's ritual talk folded into movement. Paper folded 3 ways, a counter surface wrapped twice, a word to the wind. He taught me how to make myself small, how to move under shadow, how to turn my phone face down, how to make the coin press cold against bone, so the tether hung steady enough to be bearable. We found a place to do the test, a small storefront whose glass was old and mottled, a surface that swallowed light like a throat. He pulled out an object, a dark disc, not reflective but absorbent. He called it a counter surface again. Look into this, he said. It holds no mirror. It makes them hesitate. Will it slow the tether? I asked. It will quiet it, he said. Temporarily. But the watchers learn. They adapt. We need time, I said. We buy minutes, he corrected. Not safety. I forced the disc up and peered into it. The glass showed nothing but a deep black. For a blessed moment, the foreign voice stuttered. Then it growled, annoyed. The tether eased a fraction, like a dog untugging its leash. It was a threadbare relief. The brown coat man's hand suddenly tightened on my arm. His face was a map of strain. They move fast today, he said. They sniff the seams. The roof thing has dispatched small ones. He said the words like a person naming plague. I'd seen small ones in glimpses, shadows that walked, reflections that detached and shuffled like lost things. But I had not seen a pack. Not yet. We should have stayed hidden. But the city has a way of spoiling plans. A child in a hoodie ran past the storefront, chasing a loose balloon. Two reflections made a tiny motion not owned by the world. The tether twitched. The brown coat man cursed under his breath. They'll herd, he said. They use curiosity to steer the carriers into lines. They test who will open and who will hold. They test me because I walked away, I said bitterly. They test everyone because the world is learning to notice, he said. Hold the disc. Keep it between you and them. Do not let them see your face. We stayed, crouched in the shadow of the storefront, the disc between us like a small coin of night. For a long minute, everything moved in careful silence, and then the small ones arrived. They came as a ripple, not at once. Faces in puddles first, heads turning where people's backs were. Then reflections in a shop window peeled free and walked out into the street as if stepping through glass. They were not monstrous in the way the roof thing was. They were small, human-sized anomalies. Some had blank eyes, others had lids sewn with dark thread. They clicked their joints like tiny latches. They moved in a line, careful, heads cocked toward the buildings. One of them paused and looked at the disco of reflected lights in a cafe window. It tilted its head and made a small, childlike gesture, 2 fingers beckoning. The cue was subtle and perfect and meant to lure. The boy with the balloon was a step away from the line. The brown coat man's fingers were icicle steady on the disc. Do not look, he warned. I watched the boy run and the small ones watch. The tension in me stretched to taut. The foreign voice purred approval and cupped my skull like a hand. Let them see, it whispered. They will carry stories. I caught myself moving before thought. It was a thin, automatic motion, an ache to show them the city, to teach. My hand hovered over the disc, and then, with a horror of recognition, I realized what I might do. Lift the disc, angle it like a mirror, give the small ones a surface that remembers. No, I slammed my fist on the disc. The black sucked light like a throat. The small ones paused. The boy ran past without looking toward us. The reflections stilled. A ripple of relief moved through me like thawing. Good, the brown coat man breathed. But he was only a single person against the tide. The small ones regrouped, circling the block in patient fashion like dogs prowling the perimeter of a yard. They tested windows, peered into surfaces, tapped glass. One of them banged a knuckle on a bus shelter, and the advertisement inside rippled like oil. A woman with a stroller approached a crossing light. Behind her, a man with a briefcase was checking his watch. I felt the tether tug as the briefcase man's gaze cut diagonally across the street toward me. The brown coat man's face lost color. Move, he hissed. We need to engage a ritual. We can't let them bring the count down a busy block. We stepped away and moved like thieves to a narrow courtyard between buildings, a place with little glass and many shadows. He muttered words I didn't understand and laid papers out in a small circle, folding each with a practiced care. I watched his hands, the way they folded, the way his fingers remembered creases like a craft taught by a parent. He set a candle, not lit, a shard wrapped in cloth, and the coin ring on the ground. He placed a piece of my hair, an absurd intimacy, and bound it between 2 slips of vellum. What are you? I started. A delay, he said. A ritual to slow the watcher's learning. It is crude. It is honest. It is a hedge. Will it end them? I asked. End them? His laugh was a hollow thing. We are not enders. Not here. We bind seams. We patch. We bargain. He looked at me like a man who had been bargaining his whole life. If this works, we buy 12 hours. If it fails, we give them a ledger entry and a map. A ledger entry. A map. I could see it. Names written on wind. Paths traced by the roof thing. The notion filled my throat with bile. He began the ritual, voice low, hand steady. I sat because my legs wouldn't stand. The air wavered like heat in the quiet courtyard. The coin in my pocket pressed cold. The tether thrummed under my ribs. Halfway through, a sound came from the alley. A wet, metallic slap. The click of fingernails on asphalt. And the small ones were at the courtyard's entrance like a rain of black seeds. One of them paused and lifted a head the way a dog lifts its nose. They were smarter than I'd feared. They knew the scent of the tether. They knew how to move to make someone look. A child in a window upstairs pointed, an unnatural sound that might have been a laugh. A reflection in a distant pane hesitated, then turned to face us. The brown coat man's voice rose, cracking the air like a whip. I felt something tighten, something under the skin tightening into a wire pulling toward the outside of me. The coin buzzed. Finish it, he snapped. Finish it now. I wanted to help. I wanted to grab the ritual and push on whatever strange mechanism he'd set in motion. Instead, my body obeyed a different command. A voice that wasn't mine had been practicing small acts of like a muscle. It had been rehearsing. Show them someone gentle, the foreign voice coaxed. Let the tether pass. Let them learn the taste of a calm life. No, I said, but I could hear the pleading in it. I slapped my palm on the coin again and felt a sharp pulse. The brown coat man's fingers moved in the air, performing the last folding. He took the ring, cold, ember hot, and placed it in my hand. If you choose to transfer, he said, you point the coin and the tether jumps. It will cost the receiver. It will change them. It will buy you nothing but distance. Who will you pick? I whispered. Who will take it? He didn't answer. He couldn't. That was the point. I understood then the way he'd been broken for years. He had done this before, and the ledger in his head was heavy with names. A small one lurched at the edge of the paper that held the ritual, its face elongated like a snail's head. The brown coat man hissed, a noise that was both warning and incantation. The small one's eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowed faintly. It took another step. The foreign voice in my skull nudged me. Give it to the child at the window, it suggested. She will carry kindly. My stomach dropped so hard I thought I would vomit. The child at the window was just a figure of light. A girl no older than 7, face upturned to watch the courtyard. She had been watching for a long time. Her reflection in the window behind her was not quite aligned with her body. She tapped the pane twice and smiled, the way children do when they are sure the world is a game. The brown coat man's hands were steady. He pressed the vellum-wrapped hair to the coin. He met my eyes and said, very small and very heavy, you can give it away. My legs moved before my mind. I stepped from the circle. The small ones leaned forward. A breeze raised hair at the nape of my neck. If I passed it, if I pressed the coin to a shoulder, a wrist, a chest, someone else would bear the ledger. Someone else would wake one morning with a blank where a memory should be, and their reflection would note it. They would not die. They would not be obvious monsters. They would be altered. They would carry the mark like a stain. They would live, but less. They would be hollowed in a private way. The brown coat man had already tasted how this felt. If I did not pass it, the watchers would keep edging toward me. They would name me over and over. They would make maps for me. The roof thing would learn the city by my sight. It would get better at finding carriers. The ledger would grow because I had been noticed. I could imagine the child with the coin heavy in her pocket, humming in school, and someday stealing a glance in a mirror that took more than an image. I could imagine her life shaped into a ledger entry. I could imagine her mother's teeth set forever in worry. The foreign voice breathed, "Give it. Take the distance." The brown coat man's grip on his own hat tightened until the seam creaked. "You can't run forever," he said. "You can't be the only one who bears the tether." My hand closed around the coin as if it had a will of its own. The coin hummed like a small animal. The courtyard folded in around me, small ones scrabbling, window faces peeking, a city that was a net. I looked at the child. She was smiling at something inside the room beyond the glass. Her reflection touched the windows inside, as if greeting a friend. "You will be the one to decide," the brown coat man said. "Not me." I felt my muscles knot. My mouth was dry. "I can't," I said. "I won't." "Do it then," the foreign voice coaxed. "Or let them come." The roof things clicked way down the air. A wet thump sounded somewhere high up. It sounded like someone testing a roof board. The small one at the edge of the circle lunged, a sudden motion of a thing that had been patient for hunger's sake. The brown coat man shouted a word and slammed the hook into the ground. Sparks flew. The coin in my palm flashed like a tiny sun. I stepped forward. Hands shook. The world narrowed to a strip of sound and a single thin thought. I lifted my hand toward the child's window. At the last inch, my legs refused one joke of motion and my chest convulsed. My mind split like wood under hammer. Part of me recoiled. Part of me leaned forward with a terrible, sterile curiosity that tasted of iron and light. I remembered my mother, her hands folded, the weight of her breathing when bills stacked. I remembered the warm way the brown coat man had steadied me in the laundromat, the soft command that had saved me from showing myself full in front of 20 strangers. I thought of all the faces and windows that might wink in a ledger pages, the city learning names one by one because I existed. I pressed the coin to the glass. It left a dark smudge on the pane. The child's reflection blinked. My own hand trembled. I could feel the tether pull. Hard, a winch turning. The world went thin at the edges. The small ones at the circle's edge lifted their heads in unison, as if hearing a bell. I felt the coin sliding from my palm like it had a life of its own. My fingers opened. It fell onto the sill between me and the child, a small black sun. Then, as if on cue from some enormous mind, 100 tiny lights in the city flared, signs, windows, and chrome faces. And for one horrid, brilliant second, the whole place seemed to stare. I heard the roof thing give a long, satisfied clicking sound. My lungs ripped with the need to wrench away, and a voice in my skull, my voice now blended with that other quiet, cultivated voice, said two small words that would change everything. "Show her." My hand was in motion before I understood whether that voice had been me or not. I reached for the sill, and everything broke into white. I woke on the pavement with a paper taste in my mouth and the world doing that wrong thing where edges float a hair off their anchors. Somewhere a car alarm was mewing. Someone laughed too loud and then stopped. My hands were sticky with glass and something that might have been blood. The coin was gone. For a second I thought I'd thrown it. Then I remembered the sill, the child, the white, and the way everything had broken like a glass bell. I pushed myself up. My joints complained. The city moved around me like a tide with teeth. Steam rose from a grate and smelled of wet copper. The tether pulsed under my ribs like a pulse that didn't belong to me. The foreign voice was quiet. For the first time in days, I tasted my own name, and it did not come with a catalog. I staggered back toward the bridge where I'd left the coin. People had gathered at the corner, low murmurs, phones out. Someone shouted a word I didn't catch. A child clung to a parent, white-faced. A woman knelt on the pavement, hands fanned over her mouth like she might hold herself together. At the bridge windows, the glass was lined in dark smudges. The sill still had that faint black mark I'd left, like a thumbprint scorched into the world. The child's window above was dark, empty, quiet. I should have felt relief. I didn't. I felt hollow and full at once, two tides fighting inside my chest. My phone buzzed in my jeans, even though I thought it did. A name flashed on the screen, Mr. Hall. Then the notification cleared before I could answer. My hand shook so badly I dropped the phone. Someone grabbed my arm. The brown coat man. He had city blood on his sleeve, old, dried, a map of the night. His hat brim rested low, but his voice found my bones like a toll. "Where is she?" I said. He didn't answer with a place. He answered with movement. He pushed through the crowd like a practice thing, opening a path. His shadow cut the pavements like a blade, and people stepped aside because they felt the space tighten around him. We moved to the alley behind the bridge, away from lights and other watchers. He shut the world out with a single motion, and the noise retreated to muffle things. "Tell me," I said. What happened?" "Was she?" He pinched the bridge of his nose. For the first time I saw the weight on him like iron. "She looked," he said. "She saw. The coin took a taste." "What does that mean?" My mouth went dry. The tether screamed like a thing being wound too tight. "It remembers," he said simply. "It made a mark on her ledger. It taught the watchers her name. That is what you did." My knees wanted to fold. "Is she changed?" he finished. "Not empty like the old woman. Not dead. Cataloged. Not what you are, not what I am. The coin leaves a track. The watchers can read it now. A bargain. A ledger. A map." I'd thought, in a stupid, private corner of my mind, that perhaps my shaking hand and the coin's black weight had been a way to end this. I'd been naive. The coin had bought distance from me. It had sold a slice of someone else's life in exchange. I felt sick in a new way. The same sick that had made me let the mirror go in the first place. My hands had been instruments. I had traded something that cannot be traded. He watched my face. "We are not absolved by ignorance," he said. "We are not absolved by necessity." I wanted to hurt him and hug him in the same breath. I had wanted mercy. I had wanted to be a person again. Instead, I had moved a wound for myself to a child I had not met. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded slip of vellum. A short list was scratched in a careful, old hand. Names, times, a column of tiny check marks. The paper smelled of dust and incense. He flattened it for me to see. The ledger. My name was inked at the top. Already, the letters cramped like a thing written on the inside of a curved shell. Under it were other names, and beside them, small notations I didn't understand. The child's name was there now too. A tiny mark like a counting stitch was beside it. "You did what you thought would spare you," the brown coat man said quietly. "But the ledger doesn't like holes. It fills them. Once names are written, the watchers trace them. They make paths. You have offered a thread." He folded the paper and tucked it back into his coat. "We can slow the reading. We can make the marks harder to follow. But you cannot unname what the roof thing has tasted." A distant sound, like something tapping across corrugated metal, reached us from above. The roof creature was moving again, walking the skyline as if sniffing for scents by the moves of the city. "Is she safe?" I asked, a small, meaningless hope on my tongue. He let out a long breath. "For now. They do not take like that immediately. They learn. They wait. The ledger is patient. The watchers are patient. But a child with a ledger entry is traffic for attention. We must be careful. We should have moved. We should have fled." Instead, I found the laundromat in my head. The old woman, the coins, the sound of a hand scrabbling for purchase. I saw the boy with the toy in the puddle. Faces like bowls. "What can I do?" I asked. He handed me a folded instruction, a ritual he had been loath to teach. The paper was brittle with age and smell. "Hold this ring until night," he said. "Don't let mirrors touch your face. Let as few people as possible see you. Go to places with no glass. Keep the shadow. Do not let yourself be looked at twice by the same glass. And above all, do not try to fix it alone." I read the steps, and my brain fastened to them like a drowning man in a rope. They were simple and sacrificial. Paper folded, mirror wrapped, throat blessing, watch changed. He pressed the coin ring into my palm, and for a second the cold of it felt like a promise. "You will teach them too?" I said. He didn't answer. He just looked up. Above, the rooftops were a serried line of teeth. The city held its breath. A flock of pigeons took off in a slow, frightened cloud, and the sound of their wings was the sound of thousands of tiny shutters closing. We left the alley and moved like two thieves. He taught me to cover the shine of my eyes with a strip of cloth tied like a bandage. He showed me how to wrap a phone in a towel and flip it face down so that its glass would not catch a light and commit me. He tied my collar, so only my mouth showed. I felt like a ghost learning to live between the cracks of the real world. People passed us. Postmen, lovers, people at the start of their days. A woman glanced at me hard and then looked away, as if she felt the wrongness and rejected it. The brown coat man's hand on my shoulder steadied me. He smelled like old smoke and 100 nights of practice. At the station, the fluorescent lights hummed no differently than ever, but the monitors did. I saw images of myself there, grainy feeds where my face was a pale cutout. Camera 7 showed the bridge and the dark smudge on the sill. Camera 3 showed the bridge again, but now a dozen more small marks blinked into existence on the map overlay. Tiny dots where the watchers had checked names and moved on. "People will begin to talk," the brown coat man said. "They will say the city is forgetting. They will say they lost moments. They will notice holes. Block by block, the ledger grows." "I don't know how to live with that," I said. "No one does it first," he said. "We learn. We adapt. We stitch. Or we let the seam tear." He gave me a look I will never forget. The face of a man who had been bargaining for too long, who had given away nights to keep days from breaking. "Tonight we must perform a ritual," he said. "We need a hedge that holds where the coin slipped. It's dangerous. It will take something." "Take what?" I asked. He didn't answer with an item. He answered with the quiet posture of a man who knew the ledger's appetite. "It will take time. It will take your easy sleep. It will take patience. It will take you watching a place and never letting mirrors lie bare. And it may take blood. It may ask for fidelity. It will ask that you live like someone with a secret." He met my eyes. "Are you ready to live like that?" I had never wanted to be ready for anything like this. I had wanted the job to be simple. I had wanted to clock in, make coffee, clock out. The world I had wanted existed in another life. In this one, a coin had roasted in my palm and a child had been named. "Yes," I said, small and incandescent. "If we can slow it, if we can buy time, then do it." He nodded once and then, without ceremony, reached to a small pouch at his waist and pulled out a cloth-covered something. It was the counter surface I'd seen before, flat, black, absorbent, and he placed it in the center of the monitor room. He lit no candle. He set no flame. He touched the coin ring to the surface, and the board hummed like a reluctant hive. "This will draw their attention away in fits," he said. "It will make a blind spot here and there. Use it like a shield. Turn it when a camera blinks twice in a row. Wrap it in cloth when not in use. But if they take notice of it as a whole, the roof thing will learn a new path, so we must be nimble." Outside, a sound like fingernails across a tin roof moved east. I could feel the city contracting. He helped me strap the ring to my chest under cloth. The coin's hum faded a fraction. The tether's pulse narrowed, less frantic. I felt steadier, as if the rope inside me had been tied down with a knot. "Today," he said, "you will do small things. You will go to places where glass is cheap and light is honest. You will teach people to cover their phones. You will pass instructions only in person and only in shadow." I thought of the laundromat woman and the child and the boy with the toy. I thought of every small kindness that might keep a ledger from learning a name. The moral arithmetic was blunt. Tiny acts of precaution could save lives from becoming columns on some terrible register. But sometimes to survive a day, you had to make someone pay a debt. We stepped back into the city that smelled of river steel. The monitors blinked. A corner of the ledger had filled with new dots. Above, something large shifted on a roof, and the sound of its joints clicking was like a metronome counting out a new rhythm for the city. I had a list of rituals now, and a coin pressed cold under my shirt, and a ledger that had my name and the child's name both inked beside each other like a pair of pins on a map. The brown coat man walked with me to the edge of the block, and for a second, I thought he might put a hand on my shoulder and tell me it would be all right. He did not. He tipped his hat in a nod that was almost a benediction and said, quietly, as if speaking a line into a mirror, "If they come for you, do not let them learn by your face." I walked away and the city watched. The tether hummed an uneasy tune under my ribs, and far above, the roof creature paced its learned tracks, cataloging the new pathways I had begun to create. The city felt bruised when I stepped back into it. Not wounded, bruised, like someone had pressed a heavy thumb into its skin and left a slow, blooming ache under everything. Street lamps flickered with the wrong rhythm. Cars rolled past like shapes dragged through syrup. People blinked too fast or too slow. And the tether under my ribs, my borrowed, punished tether, tightened every time my thoughts slid toward the child. The brown coat man walked beside me, and for the first time since this nightmare began, his gait wasn't steady. His shadow wavered like it was unsure which direction it belonged to. "We don't have until midnight," he said quietly. "The ledger reads faster for children." Something clenched in my jaw hard enough, I tasted blood. "What do I need to do?" He didn't answer right away. He scanned windows, reflections, passing faces. His eyes kept calculating the angles of glass, metal, water, anything that could bounce back sight. Then he said, "You must blur the mark." "What mark?" He stopped. He dipped his head. Once, almost an apology. "The one the coin left on her window. The breach point. If a watcher sees it twice," he trailed off. "What happens?" His jaw tightened. "They follow the mark back to her name." I didn't want to ask the next question. "And if they reach her name?" He turned his head, slowly, like someone afraid too much movement would shatter the street. "They unwrite her." My stomach dropped so fast I had to brace a hand on a wall. The tether flared in sharp pulses. "You said she wasn't empty." "She isn't," he said quickly. "She isn't. Not yet. But the mark on the glass is a door. A small one. A keyhole. They can widen it. They can look through." I felt dizzy, so I blur it. "How?" "Just wipe it." "No," he said it too fast. Too hard. "Never touch a mark with bare hands. Not if it comes from a coin. Not if it comes from a watcher. You blur it with a counter surface." He pressed something wrapped in cloth into my palm. Only this. The wrapped object was cold. Too cold. It hummed under the fabric like a muffled scream. "What if someone else sees it before I get there?" I asked. His silence was answer enough. He finally said, "Then the watchers will already be waiting." A sharp metallic click sounded above us. Not close, but not far either. I looked up. Nothing. But the smell, that river steel scent the creature used when it hunted, rolled down the building fronts like weather. "They're searching early," the brown coat man murmured. "They've realized the ledger is widening." "What does that mean?" "It means you've become worth finding." A surge of anger rose in my chest, so suddenly it scared me. "Then tell me how to stop being worth it. Tell me how to." My voice cracked. I didn't ask for this. Something like grief flickered in his features. None of us did. For a moment, we just stood there, me breathing too fast, him breathing too slow. The city around us held its breath. Then I noticed it. A new wrongness. Across the street, a man walked past a bakery window. His reflection didn't follow him. It stayed, pressed against the glass like a prisoner watching him go. I rubbed my eyes. Reflex, terror. The reflection moved its hand a few seconds too late, like it was underwater. The brown coat man swore under his breath. "They're loose already." "Reflections," I whispered. "No," he said. "Those are the small ones. Larval forms. Not yet fully watchers. But hungry. Curious. They mimic before they feed." The reflection in the bakery window slowly turned its head toward me. Only the reflection, not the man. I stepped back so hard I hit a trash bin. It sees me. It sees the tether. The brown coat man corrected. Cover your face. I yanked the cloth up over my eyes. When I looked again, the reflection had pressed its palm flat against the glass, trying to feel its way into this side. We go, he said. Now. We moved fast, block after block, street after trembling street. The city's reflections felt awake, alive, hungry that I kept my head down, only peeking enough to follow his steps. At the crosswalk, a girl of maybe 7 tugged at her mother's hand, staring into a darkened store window. Her reflection stared back, but its eyes were wrong. Too wide, too still. The mother pulled her away. The reflection didn't move. My breath shook inside the cloth. How do we stop this? I asked. You blur the mark, he repeated. One mark can anchor a neighborhood. Too many, and the watchers gain ground. What about the child? He hesitated. Then, if you blur her mark in time, her name will not be the first they trace. First, the word punched out of me. He didn't answer. We turned the corner onto her street and froze. There, on the rooftop above her building, a shape crouched. Long limbs, too many joints, eyelid threads glowing faint red like fresh seams. It turned its head a fraction, not toward the street, toward the window with the smudge. It had already found the mark. My knees wobbled. It's ahead of us. No, the brown coat man said sharply. It's studying. It cannot enter without confirmation. It needs sight. It needs someone to look the wrong way. That buys us a minute. No more. A minute. The tether inside me pulsed like a creature straining against ribs. The foreign voice whispered, "Let me see that we can reach faster." I shook my head hard. No, not you. A soft click from above. The roof creature shifted closer to the ledge. The brown coat man pulled a small mirror shard from his coat, wrapped in linen, edges dulled. Before we reached the window, he said quickly, "You must answer me one thing." "What?" "If the girl is awake," he said softly, "and she looks directly at you, do you trust yourself not to look back?" My throat closed. Why wouldn't I? His voice went low. "Because she has a mark now, and so do you. And mirrors can't tell the difference between two people with marks. They only know which one looks first." A cold flood went through me. "If she looks at you," he repeated, "you might finish what the coin began." A horror I'd never felt before, something worse than being hunted, open under my ribs. "Then we don't let her see me," I said. "No," he agreed. "We don't." A new sound, a small, soft, impossible sound, from a window above. A tap, then another, like small fingers, trying to get someone's attention. The brown coat man's face drained of color. "She's awake." I stared up at the smudged window. The silhouette behind it was tiny, and it was moving. My heart stuttered. "We're out of time." He grabbed my wrist. "You will blur the mark. I will distract the creature. That thing will kill you." He gave me a thin, empty smile. "It can try." A horrid metallic scraping from above. The creature repositioned, its joints folding inward like a collapsed tripod. It had chosen its moment. And the girl tapped the glass again. "Find a mirror," the foreign voice whispered inside me. "Invite. Invite. Invite." I clenched the wrapped counter surface until my palm hurt. The brown coat man stepped toward the building, raising the linen-wrapped mirror shard like a ward. His shadow sharpened into a blade shape. His coat twitched once, as if something inside it strained to break free. Then he said, barely audible, "Blur it before she looks again." And he ran. I stared up at the window, at the faint smudge that looked darker now, deeper, like it wasn't just on the glass, but in it. Another tap. I forced my legs to move. Every step felt like stepping into teeth. The tether burned. The voice pressed. The creature above scraped closer. And somewhere inside the window, a child breathed a small, soft breath. I reached the sill, unwrapped the counter surface. lifted it, and the smudge blinked. Just once. Not a trick of light, but a real blink. My whole body went cold. Then something on the roof above me clicked 4 times in a row. A signal, a counting, a choosing, and every reflection in the street behind me froze. My name is... No, he yanked that out of me the second his hand clamped around my arm and tore me sideways through the street. I didn't even have time to breathe. 1 second I was staring up at the girl's window, her little palm flat on the glass, the smudge blinking as if it had a pulse. And the next I was stumbling so violently my knees nearly cracked against the curb. The brown coat man didn't slow. Not for me. Not for her. Not for the thing clicking overhead. His hook clanged once against the asphalt and sparks jumped. A hard metallic awe tore out of my throat when the world twisted around us. Reflections dragging behind like elastic skin. The frozen ones. The watchers. They followed, but with that awful stuttered stop motion, like the world was buffering between frames. Move, he hissed, voice cracking for the first time since I'd met him. Do not hesitate. Do not look back. Do not. Something above us clicked 4 times. 4 hard, dry bone door clicks. The roof creature had repositioned. It knew. It smelled. The rain on iron scent fell on us like warm breath. Ha! I don't know if that sound came from me or the voice in my head. My legs buckled. Pain shot up my side where the tether under my skin twitched like a hooked muscle. It's coming. I know. He snapped, and the panic in his voice sliced through me sharper than the hook ever could. He jerked me forward again, nearly dislocating my shoulder. Keep your eyes open. Do not blink. If you blink, I lose you. If I lose you, she dies. And then the street dies. And then a reflection on a passing car window lurched. Not slid, not stretched. Lurched toward me, like something trying to break through the glass. Its face was my face, but too close. Too full. Teeth pressed flat against the inside of the reflection, like gum against a sheet of ice. Don't look, he warned. I'm not. I'm not looking at that, I gasped. But my eyes were stuck, locked too wide. The tether slammed against my ribs like a fist. And then the girl's voice, thin, sleepy, drifted from behind us. Hello. My blood went cold. The brown coat man whipped me sideways, so hard I almost vomited. No sound from her, he whispered, terrified. No sound. If she speaks to you, she sees you. If she sees... The 4th click above became a scrape. A very slow, deliberate slide of something limb-like across shingles. The brown coat man's shadow split, just for a moment. A long fissure down the middle, as though something underneath him stretched wrong. He staggered, actually staggered. His breath hitched. He was afraid. Don't stop, he whispered, though he was the one faltering. We need cover. We need a blind corner. We need... A hollow thud cut him off. Then another. Then another. Not from the roof. From the frozen reflections behind us. Now moving in perfect mirrored unison, slamming themselves into the surfaces they were trapped in. Glass trembled. Windows bowed. A car side view mirror cracked down the center like something inside was pushing its face against it. Shield your head, he barked, throwing me toward an alley's edge. I fell hard, palms scraping the pavement. My eyes stayed locked open, too dry, too wide, too fixed. The tether pulsed like a second heartbeat climbing in my neck. The foreign voice slid in quietly. Let her see you, Erna, she's just a child. Children trust what looks back. Invite. 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 No, I whispered, or thought I did. My voice sounded shredded. The brown coat man grabbed my face, forcing my gaze toward him. His eyes were bleak, wet, almost human. Listen to me. The creature overhead. What hunts from roofs? It knows your signal now. The watchers behind us know your pattern. And that girl knows your sound. His voice cracked again. He swallowed hard. We split the danger by running. Now we have to split you. That doesn't sound good, I wheezed. It isn't. Something big scraped down the alley wall. Too many joints folding at once. Dust fell. Black dust. The sewn eyelids of the roof creature vibrated. The brown coat man shoved me against the wall and brought the hook up between us. For the first time, I saw his hand shaking. Actually shaking. "If it drops," he said softly, "we have exactly 4 seconds before it catalogs every door, every window, every child in this building. And if you break, if you slip, if you show even one reflex meant for the innocent." A ripple of laughter spilled out of me. Thin, alien, stitched from my throat. "Oh God," I choked. "That's not me." "I know." His voice softened. "I know it isn't." Above us, the roof creature leaned down, just enough for one eyelid seemed apart. A gold-white line glowed wetly through the stitches. My tether spasmed so violently I folded. The brown coat man caught me. "We have seconds," he said. "Do exactly as I tell you. No more. No less." He reached into his coat, pulled out something small. Metal. Round. Buzzing faintly. A coin? No. A counter-surface seed. A null reflection piece. He pressed it against my palm. My fingers closed on instinct. A mistake. My hand burned. My vision doubled. And in the doubled vision, the girl's window cracked open. Not physically. In my sight. The smudge inside her glass peeled itself away like wet paper. And it blinked again. Slow. Hungry. The foreign voice purred. "Let her see you, Aaron. Let her become the blur instead of you." "No," I whispered. "No, oh no, please." Behind us, every reflection in the street jerked forward, closer than they should have been. The roof creature pivoted, joints clicking faster. The girl whispered, "Are you still there?" Everything stopped. Everything froze. Even the air. The brown coat man whispered one word. "Aaron, run." And the world exploded into motion. The brown coat man didn't wait for me to stand. He hauled me upright by the collar and dragged me deeper into the alley, boots slapping water as the world behind us broke open in frozen frames. My vision doubled, then smeared like something was dragged across my eyes from the inside. I felt myself stumble and the pavement pitch sideways beneath my feet. The tether in my ribs twitched sharp enough to make a broken little awe spill out of me. The brown coat man didn't look back. Not at the girl's window. Not at the creature. Not at the reflections lurching through glass behind us. He just pulled me harder. "She's going to open the window," I gasped, choking on air that tasted of rust and wet copper. "She's already seen too much." His voice cracked. An actual crack. Rag and scared. I've held breaches alone before, but never with a blinking mark this close to a chosen child. We're outmatched. Hearing him say that, did something awful to my chest, like someone pushed a warm needle straight through my sternum. Over us, the roof creature slid along the shingles. 3 joints, then 4, then too many. The sound of its seams scraped the dark like teeth across a metal plate. The girl's voice floated weakly behind us, soft as a breath. "Hello, are you there?" The brown coat man flinched. He actually flinched. "Do not answer her," he hissed. "Do not even think of answering." But the foreign voice inside me laughed. Thin, sweet, almost affectionate. "She's scared, Aaron. Look at her. Let her see you. Children trust what looks back." My breath stuttered. "No," I whispered. No, stop. Invite. The tapping on her window came again, but softer now. The kind of soft that breaks your heart. A little uneven rhythm, like tiny knuckles too sleepy to make a full sound. I saw her in a smear of doubled vision. Pink pajama sleeve, messy hair crushed on one side from sleep, a sticker of a blue whale peeling off her window frame. And the smudge on the glass blinked again. This time, not toward me, toward the direction of the roof creature. My stomach folded in on itself. "It's choosing," I rasped. The brown coat man snarled under his breath. "It's deciding which path she belongs to." Keep moving. A reflection in a car window shuddered and then jumped toward us, slamming its face against the inside surface. Glass spiderwebbed. The reflection's jaw stretched too far down, like a hinge unlatched. Don't look, he barked. I'm not. Ha ha ha. Something twisted wrong inside my throat. It wants me to. Let her see you. Aaron, let the mark settle on her instead of you. I clamped my teeth so hard sparks of light fired across my vision. Another scrape above us. Closer now. Heavy. Curious. The roof creature tasted the air. Rain on iron. Wet copper. Its whole body shifted weight that IT was cataloging. Down! The brown coat man suddenly shouted, yanking me forward so violently my feet barely touched the ground. Alley mouth. Now! We stumbled into a narrow cut between two buildings. Trash bins. A fire escape ladder. A sheet of broken mirror leaning against a wall like a discarded door. The wrong kind of door. Every reflection on that broken mirror froze the instant we passed it. Then their heads turned toward me in unison. My vision wavered again, smeared, doubled, stuttering between layers. The tether spasmed against my ribs, then crawled higher, threading itself toward my throat. Brown coat. I choked, grabbing at him. It's tightening. We're almost there. His hook dragged sparks as he swung it up defensively. Just keep your eyes open. Keep them open no matter what touches you. Touched by what? The roof creature dropped. Not onto us. Onto the edge of the building above, claws splitting brick, black dust snowing onto my shoulders. Its eyelid seems pulsed once. Twice. The stitches strained. The brown coat man's breath hitched, a real, helpless sound. We can't outrun it, he whispered. Not tonight. The foreign voice purred warmly in my skull, like steam escaping a pipe. Then don't run, Aaron. Turn around. Let her choose. Let us choose. I stumbled back against the alley wall, my heart in my throat, my eyes refusing to blink, even though they burned like open wounds. Trash shifted beside me. Something small crawled in the reflection of a puddle, but not in the puddle itself. Its motion was wrong, rehearsed, practiced movement, and behind it, the girl's window, far away now, lit up again in my doubled sight. She leaned closer. Her little whale sticker glowed faintly behind her. Her eyes weren't fully open. They were still adjusting. But the smudge on the glass behind her grinned. Not with a mouth, with shape, with direction. Brown coat. I whispered. It's looking through her. His face went white. That's impossible, he breathed. It can't look through a child unless... He didn't finish, because the roof creature above us inhaled sharply, deeply. It had chosen. Not her, not me. Both. The air snapped tight around us. All reflections in the alley twitched. The foreign voice rose, soft and delighted. Run. Aaron out if you fall. She falls out if you survive. She survives out if you don't choose. Then I will. The brown coat man grabbed my wrist. We're not saving the city tonight, he rasped. We're saving her. Moo. And everything. The creature, the reflections, the tether, the city, exploded into motion behind us. He didn't slow for me. He just grabbed my arm and yanked with a violence that knocked the breath out of me, and the world tipped, and the alley made itself narrow and sharp around our shoulders. We ran. No thinking, no planning, only the muscle memory of being dragged through city noise that had gone wrong. Reflections crashed and spat light like small explosions on either side of us. A shop window cracked with a spiderweb scream when one of those frozen faces pressed against it from the inside and then slammed itself backward. My vision smeared, wet smear across the inside of my skull, and I felt my stomach drop like falling into someone else's dream. Behind the smear, the tether thudded and pulsed like a tiny insect running its fingers over my ribs. The brown coat man's breath was a rope in my ear. Alley mouth now. Keep moving. Don't let her see you. His voice was thin and breaking, and it made something in me colder than the night. She was clutched to his chest, wrapped in the hood of a blanket that smelled faintly of lemon soap and a kid's fabric, cotton fibers, and a tiny stuffed whale jammed under one arm, so hard its ears stuck up like a law signal. Her hand was a soft fist against his coat, knuckles pressed white. She didn't scrabble or cry. She blinked in the way sleep blinks, slow and trusting. But that trust was a stone in my guts. The foreign voice eased against my skull like warm water. She believes the shape that moves her. Be that shape, Aaron. Let her know you are safe. You can carry this. You can be kinder than they are. No, I mouthed to myself. Or tried to. Sound came out bent and thin. The alley narrowed. We hit a dead end of dumpsters and a fire escape ladder. He shoved us into the smallest gap between two buildings. A dented metal door to our left, a black loading bay to our right. He pressed the child down into my arms and shoved the coin seed into my palm like I'd asked for a hot coal. The counter surface hummed under the cloth. My fingers closed reflexively, and pain flared like a match under my skin. The tether leapt, a feral thing thrashing against its leash. Keep her out of light, he told me. He grabbed a blanket, wrapped it over the child's head like a hood, and tied it under her chin with hands that shook. For a second, half a second, his eyes met mine, and there was something there like apology and history and a man too tired to hide the weight anymore. It's early, he breathed. I've never seen it this fast. If it anchors a child. He didn't finish the sentence because he didn't need to. The ledger filled in silence. Above us, the world made a sound like metal folding. The roof creature dropped, not into the alley but along the face of the building opposite, its joints unspooling like a clock going wrong. Its sewn eyelid seems twitched, and a low, wet whisper rolled down, like a half-tone whistle through old pipes. Black dust drifted down and settled on the lids of the downspout, like ash from something alive. Reflections all along the street jerked. They lunged as if the glass were given gravity they hadn't expected. One mirror in a shop case imploded inward, glass folding like paper. A dozen tiny faces stepped out of that implosion and blinked at the world with odd, patient mouths. They had no mouths, just smooth planes where mouths would be, but they made a sound that could have been a laugh. Do not let her see you, the brown coat man hissed. He slammed the butt of his hook into the dumpster's lip for purchase, planted his boots, and drew me with a ferocity I'd never seen from him. My vision oscillated, each breath taking more and more of the world away. Somewhere inside, the foreign voice tilted into a softer cadence. Her eyes are small. Small eyes take small things. Let them learn a small lesson. Be gentle. Be close. Let us hold her in you. My fingers tightened on the blanket. The stuffed whale's plastic I dug into skin. The child sighed in sleep, a sound like someone exhaling a secret. In the sliver of sight before the smudge in the glass winked again, I could see the sticker of a whale on the window frame. Little blue whale, tail curled like punctuation. Human detail. Human life. My throat clenched. The smudge blinked. Not toward me. Not toward the child. It blinked sideways, like a decision, a ratifying of the roof creature's path. It was choosing, or deciding, or tasting. I saw its wet shimmer turn toward the building face where the creature paced, then flick back inwards like a tongue testing soap. The foreign voice smiled in me. It chose both. Let us make it choose her instead of you. You could be the gentler mask. No, I thought scratched. Mine felt thin as tissue. The tether inside me tightened. Something in my chest pulled like a hook. The brown coat man's jaw worked. He had a fracture in him, now, I'd never seen before. The kind you can't hide with ritual or a hooked hat. If she looks, he said, so quietly I almost didn't hear it. And if you look back, it takes two things. It takes what's in her windows and what's in yours. We cannot let that bind both of you. Do you understand? I understood. I felt the weight of the ledger like a yoke across my shoulders. The idea of sharing this pain with her, of giving her the taste the watchers wanted, made bile rise in my mouth. "Give us the bridge," the voice murmured. "Let her be ours. We will cradle her name. We will teach it to the ledger gently, not painfully." "Don't," I tried to say. The word broke into nothing. Something shoved past the edge of the alley, soundless, heavy, a footfall with no silhouette. Reflections in the puddle next to the bins folded up toward it, as though gravity had inched toward new rules. A child's face in a wet window pane slid like an old recording, keeping time to a rhythm that wasn't quite ours. The brown coat man shoved me. "Blur the mark," he growled. "Now, use the counter surface. Press. Do not let her see the light. Keep your face covered." I was fumbling. My fingers shook. The coin seed hummed like a trapped insect. The tether thrummed so hard my teeth buzzed. I brought the surface up to the blanket-covered window in my hands, palms slick. The foreign voice sang in me, not cruel now, but coaxing and intimate. "Hold it up. Let her see nothing but dark. Let her learn black. She will be softer for it. Let's teach her." I raised the cloth-wrapped null to the alley's slit of air that blinked out to her window. She was awake now. I could see the rise and fall of her chest under the blanket. Her little fingers curled at the seam, and then uncurled like someone testing a lock. A hair fell across her forehead, tousled, and when the hair moved, the wet smear of the mark in the glass seemed to pulse. Her lips made a sound, not words, a breath, a small call. "Hello," she said, but the syllable was a paper boat on a river that had no current. The roof creature's joints clicked in a ragged, amused cadence. I lifted the counter surface and pressed it against the window. Blackness met black. The null drank the light. For a second, nothing happened. The alley held its breath. I could feel the tether like a live wire under my left breast, and the foreign voice pressed so closely against my thoughts I felt my own name bend. "Do it longer," it suggested, sweet as honey. "Stay. Teach the dark to know her. Let us give her sleep without knowing. Let's keep the ledger tidy." "Not longer," I said aloud, though I didn't know who I was arguing with. "Not longer." My voice was a shard. Then, across the street, the window's smudge convulsed. It flashed not like a blink, but like an eye shuddering. A small sound came through the glass, like knees knocking in a sleep. The child opened her eyes. Not fully, not all the way, just enough. Then she looked at me, through the blanket, through my hands, through the small slit between the cloth and the counter surface, and she saw the edge of my face, a dark arc where light had been kept out. For a thin, infinite moment, she met my eyes. Everything shut into a single silver point. The tether pulled like a leash. The foreign voice in my skull exhaled, hungry and delighted. "Now, let us gift the ledger a small warm thing to catalog. Let us be merciful." My body acted with the old, animal obedience of someone being given a choice already made for them. I felt my mouth part. I felt my chest tilt toward the child like a compass finding north. The alley smelled of damp cardboard and the small whale's fabric and stitched cotton, and the world narrowed until the only thing was that pair of little eyes. "Don't look," the brown coat man choked, but his hand, God, his hand trembled where he held the hook. He looked like every old soldier I'd ever known when they've been forced to watch a battle they cannot take part in. The reflection in the shop glass opposite slid its hand up to press against its inside surface, miming a gesture that was both invitation and command. I had a second. 1 second. Do nothing. Move. Shield her. Blur the mark and run. The foreign voice was soft as a lullaby. Be kind. Show her something soft. Let her see you as warm. Let her trust you. My knees buckled. In the buckling, everything changed. A ripple of tiny reflections along the alley snapped forward like teeth, and the roof creature gave a long, delighted sound that might have been singing. The brown coat man's face went white, and he shouted that single word. "Run." I had the child in my arms, and I did what he shouted. I ran. The null surface slipped from the window. The smudge blinked. for a heartbeat. I thought the creature would follow us without choice, that once the eyes had connected the map would be inked and we'd be walking through our own funerals. But the world is not that kind of horror. Instead, it did something worse. The child's eyes widened, and in them something mirrored back that I knew immediately was not just fear. Recognition. She did not scream. She did not cry. She looked at me with a clarity like a fish finding its reflection. And in that clarity, the tether, my tether, throbbed in a cord of light, thin and bright as a vein, reached from her pupils to the small black seed in my palm, and for a moment I felt that line inside like a rope drawn through flesh. The foreign voice laughed. "Thank you." I felt my own face split open like a map being folded. A warmth like someone's hand tracing the inside of my sternum poured out. Not pain exactly, but a reconfiguration. The sense of being read, scanned, named. My lips tasted copper, and the child's breath smelled like lemons and laundry detergent, and something that wanted to be cataloged. Behind us, the reflections began to move, as if learning a new rhythm. The roof creature shifted its weight, and for the first time, looked interested less in the building than in the small hot line between us. The brown coat man grabbed my coat hard. "Drop her," he said, his voice had a shape like a blade. "Drop her now if you have any. If you have any honor left. If you have any humanity left." The sentence rode him like a whip. I did not drop her. Instead, I turned. And in that turning, everything I had been resisting, my need to protect, the foreign voice's soft instructions, the ledger's patient appetite, banged together in a sound like breaking glass. She saw me entirely. Not just the dark arc, but the wet inside of my eyes. Not just the outline, but the thing the tether had begun to stitch in me. Something in her small face changed. Her pupils narrowed, almost sublimely. She smiled. Not like a child smiling at a toy. Not yet. It was a slow, small smile that was also a rehearsal of something older. The little stuffed whale electron in my arms seemed to twitch like fabric sensing a current. The tether inside my chest clamped down, and something, not mine and not wholly alien, recognized the taste of her. The foreign voice was a roar now. "Show them. Show her. Teach her the ledger softly. We'll be kind." The brown coat man let out a sound, half prayer, half curse. He lunged toward me with the hook raised. Not to harm, to sever, to break the line if it could. But as he lunged, reflections around the alley, hundreds of small, wrong mirrors, lifted like a field and formed between him and me. He froze, eyes wide in a way I had never seen. His hand shook so violently the hook clattered once against his palm. "God," he breathed, and the word was too small. "God, forgive me." I did not see what came next. I only felt the tether pull. It climbed, a rope of light and cold. And in that climb, something in my throat broke in two. The human part that wanted to protect, and the other part that wanted to give this clean, small, warm name back to whatever cataloged. The alley filled with the sound of glass, singing, and the roof creatures seems unwinding like a slow laugh. I had one last clear thought, thin as the edge of a coin. I didn't want to ruin her. And then the world let go. Everything snapped in emotion and pain, and the last clear sound I registered, over the rust and the wet breathing and the small whale's plastic eye, was a single, simple vortexing noise like paper hours being torn out of a book. I woke in the dark with my face pressed into a cardboard box, and the taste of lemon and metal in my mouth, and the ledger humming under my skin. They will call me an eye, or a marker, or a keeper later. Right now, I remember only one thing. The warm, small face in my hands, the blue whale's ear tucked under her chin, and a name being written across a sky I had never owned. I'm not sure if I saved her or sold her. I only know I cannot bear to find out. I woke to a mouth full of lemon and the sound of someone whispering a name I did not own. The cardboard pressed into my cheeks smelled like the alley. Damp cardboard, old grease, the sour tang of lemon soap clinging to fabric. My head banged once against the inside of the box, and the world stepped back into place in slow gulls. For a second, I thought I was still running. For a second, the ledger's hum was a far-off train. Then the tether pulled, closer than it had been. It was not a throb anymore. It was a pull with a direction. Someone was tracing the line I'd let the child make, and they were riding along it like a reader underlining a sentence. I sat up. The city was not the same. Light had a new weight, thinner like tissue. A dozen faces outside the alley had the wrong amount of attention, as if something had taught them to pause an extra heartbeat before they looked away. A woman 2 blocks over dropped her shopping bag and could not remember why she had come for bread. A man on a bus scratched his head and forgot the name of his stop. Small scrapes, ordinary, holes in the day, but a pattern stitched through them like a seam. The brown coat man was already moving. He crouched at the alley mouth, powdered hair at his temple, face a map of lines. When I blinked, hard because my eyes ached, he flinched as if the sound had cut him. "You alive?" he asked, but the word came out like a question to God. I touched my chest where the ring had been fastened. My skin was warm and slightly tender under the shirt. The coin seed had done something the ledger liked. It had given the watchers a thread to pull. I tasted metal and lemon and something that might have been regret. He pinched the bridge of his nose. "They've already begun cataloging the neighborhood. We slowed one thread, but opened another. That's the cost." He stopped. He looked away, suddenly afraid of saying the word that would make it true. "You carry a tie now. They'll use it." The foreign voice hummed in my skull, slick and small. "We named her. We made it gentle. Watch how they learn." "You named her," I whispered, which wasn't a question. The sentence tasted wrong, even coming from me. "We did what we had to," he said. "If the ledger has a method, you gave a knot it could pull. It will pay attention." He looked up at the rooftops as if seeking a face. And the roof thing is smarter than it was. It noticed the seam and adjusted. A soft scraping sound high above made every hair on my arms raise. The creature had learned to ride edges, to listen to the map of light. It had stopped being patient. It was tasting speed now. I pulled the blanket over the child's small body, as if more cloth could keep the ledger from reading her. Her breath was a tiny tide. Her thumb found the stuffed whale's ear and rolled it once, testing. It was the most human motion I had seen in weeks, and suddenly my chest wanted to split in two. One half to keep her safe, the other to offer her to whatever could end the ledger more cleanly. "You see it?" the brown coat man asked. "Everything," I said. My vision prickled with new layers, like a map laid over the city. I could see threads of faint light that were not light. They were tracks crossing glass, under eaves, along shop fronts. They shivered when people looked and thickened when reflections lingered. The ledger's lines were like the veins in a leaf. Some were new, learning. Some were old and dark as ink. Ours, mine and hers, ran bright and tender and terribly visible. "That's the gift," he said, voice low. "You can see what they are learning. It makes you useful. Dangerous. We can use that." The foreign voice cooed. "Useful. Use will save things. Use will feed us." He moved with a purpose I wanted to envy. Quick folds of paper produced from his pocket, vellum edged with charcoal. He laid them on the ground like talismans, then pressed his palm over each as if warming them. The rituals he taught me were small, awkward hands. Fold, bind, whisper, turn. Each step a patch over a leaking seam. "We need a counter-ritual," he said. "We need to create a blind the ledger can't read. Not a mirror. Mirrors remember. A surface that drinks sight and refuses to spit it up. We call it counter-surface. It buys time, but it takes a toll." "It takes what?" The question burned. "Time," he said. "Or blood. Or both. This next one is a weave. It requires 3 hands, and one of them must be willing to cut a tether. We don't have 3 hands tonight." The child shifted and made a small muffled noise, as if sleep and decision preferred each other to the war we were in. I pressed a thumb to her forehead. She smelled of lemon soap and a school of fish sun after a bath, and the tie between us, a small live wire, throbbed like a second pulse. There was a sound like a bell, no human bell, something lower, a resonance that vibrated in the bones. A shop window across the street reflected a dozen faces, and then, with a sound like glass sighing, one of those faces peeled from the pane and turned to look at us, eyes like coins. "They're testing who will blink first," the brown coat man muttered. "The ledger is impatient when it tastes children." "You said slower," I whispered. The foreign voice lifted, pleased. "We are kinder than you think." He scraped a line in the dirt with the point of his hook. 3 marks, old language, something I learned to feel rather than understand. "We will try the weave," he said. "It's crude. It's dangerous. It might cost someone their straightforward day. It might cost me more." He didn't finish the list of costs. He never did fully say them. The roof above shifted. The creature seems made that wet whisper again, like cloth being pulled across an unready back. The new adaptation was not only hearing. Now they read patterns. Cameras that used to be blind blinked twice, as if remembering to notice. The city began to behave like someone who had learned to be suspicious. I thought of the ledger, of dots filling a map. I thought of the child with the whale's ear in her thumb, and the hum under my skin that felt less like a wound and more like a new organ. He looked at me with a strange, almost kindly cruelty. "You can see their lines," he said. "We can use that. If you can hold the knot while we set the weave, the ledger will misread. It will hesitate. But if you fail, if you falter, then it will take her as a fixed point and write her name clean." The foreign voice breathed in my ear like a warm animal. "You can protect her. You can be merciful. Let's show you how." I looked down at the small sleeping face and at the pale thread running, visible now as a fine line of light, between her eyes and the seed in my palm. The line pulsed, counting. I had been given a sight. I had been given a choice. The city waited. The ledger watched. The roof breathed like a thing ready to pounce. He folded the vellum, tucked a coin seed into it, and pushed it into my hand. An anchor, a promise, and a threat. "Hold it," he said. "Hold it until I bind. Do not look out of fear. Look to trace their lines, not to meet their eyes. Watch their motion. Tell me where they stop learning." My palms closed around the warm, humming thing. The tether tightened, as if sensing assistance. I felt for the first time since the ledger had written my name, a terrible kind of agency, not noble, not free, but active and sharp. The child shifted and, in sleep, smiled like someone who dreamed of whales. Outside, a face that had been a reflection leaned out of a window and smiled back at that small, sleeping mouth, with something in its smile that already knew how to write. They came like a tide of wrong light. We knew by the way the street lights hiccuped, all at once, like a city taking a breath it could not hold. We knew by the glass. Shop fronts that had been dull for hours flared with faces, and then image scraped like teeth on a plate. We knew by the sound. A dry, high tapping from roofs and gutters, a rhythm that was counting. The brown coat man swore once, a soft, broken sound, and then he moved like a man who had decided to live only for the next breath. He shoved the child into my arms. The blanket smelled of lemon and sleep. Her thumb found the whale's ear and twisted it once. She was smaller than I remembered and heavier in the way guilt and responsibility feel heavy. "I cannot set her down. Keep her covered," he said. "Do not let anyone see. Do not let any surface reflect the light of her face. If a window remembers you both. God, if they catalog her here." His voice broke. He did not finish. He never finished sentences anymore. He traded them for actions. The alley that had protected us felt thin. Reflections lined the street like waiting things. A lamppost mirror had a woman's face pushed against the inside of her glass, her eyes wide and still. The man walking past it did not notice. He walked as if his life ran on auto, and his reflection fished for him like a hand. The brown coat man had the vellum ready. He had the coin seed warmed in his palm. He set a small circle on the asphalt and drew 3 old marks. He folded paper with hands that moved fast and had the shaking knowledge of long use. He handed me a strip of linen and a small seed wrapped in cloth. "You will hold this," he said. "You are the center. You will watch the lines and tell me where they try to take her. Do not meet them. Do not look into their faces. Let your eyes be work eyes. Observation only." His hook flashed, not as a threat to me, but as a tool. He tapped the hook on the ground. Sparks flew like tiny insects. His breath came fast. For a second, I saw his face as a map of all the small, private losses of his life. The way his shoulders had stooped in the shop. The way his eyes looked at the clock. The man who had steadied me in the beginning was unraveling under our feet. Behind us, the reflections began to move in little waves, as if the city had learned to swim. A glass door on the corner bowed inward and then popped, and 3 small-faced reflections pulled themselves out. They had no mouths. They had no real eyes. They mimed smiles that were wrong and soft. They tilted toward us, not rushing. They had patience. Patience was worse than speed. The brown coat man didn't hesitate. He started the weave. He spoke in the old tongue, words I had half learned through rote, words that had no sound in common English and felt like rubbing flint together. He folded the vellum, each crease a promise. He sang the turning words under his breath. I held the child to my chest and pressed the counter seed into my palm. It hummed like a trapped tide. My skin crawled where it met me. I felt the ledger's lines as thin strings around my sight, pale threads mapping the whole block now, knotty at windows, thickening near mirrors, sparking where cameras had learned to blink twice. "They'll try to make her see," the brown coat man said. "If she looks and you look, they bind twice. If she looks and you do not, you can anchor the tie into me." If, his mouth twisted. He could not finish. The first watcher touched earth like a whisper. No landing, only a folding of space. It was a reflection we had passed 100 times that night. The bakery glass with its face of a woman arranging pastries. Only now her face stepped out of the pane, and its head turned to consider the child in my arms. The shape had the wrong angle in its shoulders. It moved like a figure in a sleeping dream, trying to remember a step. I felt the foreign voice inside me, soft, warm. "Make it gentle. Let her learn hands. She'll be easier that way. Let us give her the ledger with a smile." No, I thought to it. No, not that. But my body is not only mind. The tether pulled, and I felt my own face lean toward the child as if drawn by gravity. I caught my reflection in a shard, the lower half of my face like an echo, and it looked too eager, too bright. "Hold your breath," the brown coat man said, and then, to someone beyond us, "Bind the left seam." Now, he slid a folded vellum down the left side of the drawn circle. Sparks of something bright flared and then died. Small ones, those mimic faces closed in. They fanned around the front of the alley. They were careful. They did not rush. They tested with fingertips against glass and met resistance and learned it. One of them lifted a hand and made a small childlike wave, an invitation gesture that made my stomach clench into a knife. It looked at us like an outsider wanting to make friends. "Don't look at its face," the brown coat man said again, voice thin. "Do not let it train you." Another figure, darker, a stitch seamed the jaw, unrolled like a curtain from a storefront mirror. It turned this way and that, as if tasting the night. For a heartbeat, it cocked its head and mimed the motion of a mother cleaning a child's cheek. It knew intimacies. "Now," the brown coat man said, and his whisper was a small order that felt like an ending. He began to recite faster. The rhythm grew. The lines we'd drawn underfoot glowed weak, like veins. He took the third hold in the weave, something we had lacked before, and pressed into the ground with a coin seed and a whispered apology that made my skin hot. 2 hands down, 1 missing. We had 3 names crisscrossed. We needed 3. Someone had to be the third. I felt the ledger's attention like breath on the back of my neck. It wanted to know which of us would complete the weave. It wanted to see who would give up what to make a seam hold. Where are they stopping? The brown coat man asked me, because he could not look. He needed me to report, to be the mechanical eye he could no longer spare. My mouth was dry. My fingers tightened on the seed. They're moving past the bakery, I said. They're learning the bakery's glass. There, my words clipped. The alley hummed. He bowed his head. Sweat beaded at his temple. Weave now. Weave and bind. He was chanting like a priest whose tongue had grown old. The child's eyelids fluttered. She stirred slightly. Her thumb found the whale's ear again and pulled. Up on the roof, something gave a long, wet creak, like fabric being stretched past what it could take. The roof creature's seams flexed. It was testing tension. It was reading the knot we were making. One of the small-faced things lifted its hand in what looked, impossibly, like a blessing. It mummed a spoon against lips. It was learning human gestures. The foreign voice saw my hesitation and filled it. Teach softness first. A small smile. Then the ledger will write softer. We will be merciful. No, I told it aloud. I don't know whether I meant mercy for the ledger or mercy for the child. I held her closer. Her breath was warm and shallow against my neck. The brown coat man's voice went thin. Finish the left seam, he said. Tie it with salt. I will take the right. You, hold the center and do not blink. The instruction felt like a guillotine's instruction. My throat closed. My eyes burned. I stared at the alley's small openings, shop windows, a car rear view, a puddle that now glimmered with tiny faces. They aimed like fish. I kept my eyes open. I kept them dry as bone. One of the small-faced watchers stepped forward. It mimed holding a toy. It set a small, invisible thing down at our feet like an offering. Something caught on the edge of my sleeve. My fingers, unbidden, touched the offering and recoiled. My whole arm prickled. Keep focus, the brown coat man snapped. His hand shook so hard the vellum trembled. He thrust a third folded strip at me with the movement of a man throwing himself into a river. Take it, he said. I grasped it. The paper was warm and smelled of old smoke. He did something I had never seen him do. He reached out and, with the back of his hand, he pressed the coin to the child's small forehead. I thought he would do a blessing. I thought he would seal the seam with a ring as he had done before. Instead, he planted something like a scarlet that burned like a brand. The child's eyes opened. Her face split into a look that I cannot put in words and still keep breath in me. She looked straight at him for a moment, with an expression that was not fear but recognition, as if she had met a long-lost piece of herself there. Then, and this is the part that will never leave my chest, she looked at me. She did not smile. Not at first. She tilted her head like a small animal, and then, with calm that felt like a blade, she spoke. Why do you have my name? She asked. Her voice was small and ordinary. The alley cracked with the sound of it. The foreign voice in my head laughed a small, please sound. Yes. Ask the question. Let the ledger hear it from her. My hands folded the paper like a man folding regret. I could not answer. I had no words that would not cost us more. Around us, the watchers paused. The roof creature clicked, a slow piece of machinery. The city itself seemed to hold its breath. This was the moment the ledger loved. A name asked by the one to be named. The cleanness it desired. The brown coat man's face folded into something older than fear. Do not answer, he said. Do not speak her name. We close the loop only by silence. But the child had already spoken the second thing. Almost as if both questions and answers had been rehearsed somewhere else she had not been. He has my whale, she said. He holds it. The foreign voice inside me rose like a tide. Speak to her. Comfort her. Teach her the small song. Show her the ledger softly. Don't, the brown coat man lunged. And in his lunge the watchers saw motion and the ledger leaned in like a fish. The small-faced figure stretched, and at that stretch one of them brushed a puddle and remembered rain. The reflection that had been a woman's pastry face reached through its pane and touched the brown coat man's sleeve. He stumbled. Now he hissed. Now bind. He stabbed a small knife into the asphalt and began to pull, drawing a line that glowed like a seam. He chanted faster. The vellum my hand burned. I felt the seeds spike. The child's eyes, oh God. She looked at me, wide and patient, and then she laughed. Not with the nervous little laugh of a child in play. It was a low sound that somehow matched the timbre of the roof creature's seams. It harmonized in my chest. It made the tether tighten like a noose. I thought I would drop her. I did not. Instead, I held on and watched the ledger reach across the line we had made. It tasted the edges. It settled its teeth. The brown coat man's chant broke like a wave on rock. His face went slate. He reached again, and with his hook he tried to cut the line, but the line would not sever. The ledger's thread had threaded into us. It braided and sang. The roof creature laughed, a long wet sound, and then, like a blade choosing, it descended. Everything went wrong at once. Glass exploded on the street in a chorus. Faces burst from panes and advanced like a tide. The alley filled with scraping sounds. The brown coat man howled, a low, animal sound, and slammed the hook into the ground to anchor himself. The vellum, ash fell like snow. And in the middle of that sound the child looked at me and smiled the second time. This smile was answer and invitation wrapped together. It did not belong to the child wholly. It had the measure of something that had been taught to smile by a ledger. I want to cry. I wanted to bite the thing out of my head that told me this could be the kinder way, the softer catalog. The foreign voice sang, loud and beautiful. You can make it gentle. Let us show you how to write name. The brown coat man screamed, and I realized he was not screaming at the watchers. He screamed at me. Choose. Choose, Aaron. Drop her. Sever it now, if you are human. My hand closed on the vellum. The seed hummed like a heart. The ledger's threads tightened. I had one move. One thin, ridiculous move left. I could listen to the voice and try to teach her to be cataloged kindly. I could trust the brown coat man and attempt to cut the line with the hook he put in the ground. Or I could do something else entirely. Something that might end both of us in a second and stop the ledger's map from being drawn. The street smelled of wet iron and lemon and the small whale's plastic ear. The city waited like a sleeping thing with a toothache. I made my choice. I did not know if it was right, but I lifted my head and I stared straight at the roof creature as it dropped, and I let my face be the thing it learned first. They came for the naming like a ceremony. It was not like a predator falling. It was like a cathedral lowering its roof over us. The roof creature did not scream when it arrived. It hummed, a deep intake of breath that made the alley feel thin and small. The seams along its eyelids opened slow as a book, gold white and wet with the city's heat. When it bent its head toward me, the air smelled like iron and rain and a dozen pennies pushed together. The brown coat man's hands trembled around the hook. He had the look of a man who had been repairing the world with his bare hands for longer than he meant to admit. Knuckles raw, nails cut ragged. He shoveled the last of the vellum into the circle, and the paper held its light like something alive. He spoke the words faster now, the old tongue snapping like old leather. The weave glowed faint and whole. I bind, he said. I keep. I turn. The words were worn and small, but they cut the night. The watchers, those reflections that had peeled like wallpaper, stalled at the mouth of the alley and watched the ritual like parishioners. Their faces were smooth and patient. Their mouths had not yet learned speech. But behind them, higher, on the roofs, more dark shapes moved in slow, interested arcs. The ledger's appetite had gathered witnesses. The child stirred my arms. Her thumb found the whale, pressing the little plastic ear until the seam bent. She breathed sleepy and ordinary. Her lids fluttered open a hair, and she peered up through the blanket slit. For a moment, she looked at the brown coat man, and then at me, and then at the roof creature, and the pattern of her looking made something in the night quiver. The brown coat man's voice broke. "We keep her name soft," he said to the circle and to me, and his fingers closed on the hook until the knuckle whitened. "We make it small. We do not let the ledger learn hard. If it learns hard," he did not finish. He never finished the worst lines anymore. The creature lowered, closer this time, not to the alley floor but to the scene between us and the street. It tasted the light of the child like a tongue. Its head turned, slow, to study me. The foreign voice warmed in my skull like a hand. "Offer his kindness. Teach it small hands and soft names. We will not scar it harshly if you let us write it gently." I felt my face, the rawness of it, as if it had only thin skin left. The tether under my ribs was a rope now, taut and humming, and every tug made the world tilt. I could feel the ledger's lines like veins across the block, bright threads leading to every reflective surface, every camera that had learned to blink, every shop front that had begun to remember. "Hold her tight," the brown coat man breathed. "Let nothing reflect you. Keep your eyes for the thread. Tell me when they slow." I held her. Her breath fogged the blanket. Her hair smelled like the pillowcase she took to naps. I wanted to be nothing more than a human again. Clumsy, selfish in small things, stupid with the weight of a stuffed toy. Instead, I had become a pivot. The creature seemed parted and something like a hand. No, a gathering of seam and light. Reached down. It did not touch with brute claws. It touched like a reader touches a thin page. Careful, deliberate, thumb along the margin. The line it drew in the air over my head was not a burn, but an inscription. I felt the cold of that living touch. It picked up the thread between my palm and the child's eyes and held it to its light. It did not make a sound when it spoke. The naming was a pressure, a slow rearrangement of the world inside my skull. Letters formed not in my mouth but across my bones. They were not letters I recognized. They were knots and inhalations and the hot metallic taste of time. The ledger began to ink the new pattern. The brown coat man tightened the weave. He pressed the hook into the asphalt and muttered a line of compromise. I could see his mouth shape prayers to gods I did not know. His fingers closed over a coin seed, and he pushed it like a peg into the ground. He bled a whisper into the fold of paper. "Leave us softness," he begged the circle. "Leave the child's softness." The creature seemed to brush the air over my face, and I felt it find a place. It did not choose my eyes first, as the foreign voice had hoped. It chose the hinge of my jaw, the hollow under my chin, the place where a name might sit like a coin in a pocket. Cold scraped along the bone. The ledger's pressure made the muscles in my face feel as if someone were threading string through them. For an instant, half a breath, I could hear the sound the ledger made when it writes. Not a scratch, but a long, low humming like a city's throat clearing itself. The name came not as a word, but as a small, exact alignment inside me. It rearranged the space behind my teeth. My lips moved reflexively, and I tasted the sound like pennies. I wanted to wrench myself free. I wanted to call the child's name, to cover her with my body, to sacrifice whatever the ledger wanted so that her small lungs would keep full of ordinary air. I imagined the ledger as a ledger of bones, of people's small lives cataloged in neat columns, and I wanted to smash it apart with the weight of my hands. The brown coat man saw my hands move. He barked, sharp and human. "Don't speak. Do not speak your name. Not until the weave holds." His eyes were wet with something that was almost prayer and almost confession. "It will listen to you if you call it. Do not call it." The creature leaned, not impatient now, but hungry with the slow knowledge of a machine that had just learned to desire specifications. It placed that salmon-thin pressure across the space of my throat and waited for the soft hinge to give. The foreign voice in me laughed in a high, soft way, like pennies in a cup. "Now, share the light. Give a name with kind hands. Make it soft. Make it yours." I did not move my lips. I did not call. Instead, I felt the naming settle like a coin pressed into skin. The ledger drew on me, not to take but to make, a dangerous kindness. In that instant the world folded a new way. The lines I had seen before reorganized into a pattern that radiated from me and the child. A small map with a single bright node we both shared. The brown coat man whispered faster. He had two hands on the hook and his voice was a scalding thread. "Cut the right seam," he shouted. "Now, Aaron, cut the right seam while I hold the left." I heard the metal sing. I could smell the asphalt crisp like skin when he slammed the hook into the ground for purchase. He drove the blade of his ritual deeper, his knuckles white with the strain of holding back the ledger's appetite. He had put himself into the weave in some way I did not want to imagine. "Now," he said through clenched teeth. I saw the pattern the creature had traced. It was a soft loop, a ring drawn in light from the child to my mouth and back. To sever would be to cut the ledger's newly learning thread. Dangerous, painful, maybe possible. To let it finish would be to accept the ledger naming me as an offering, or as a partner. Both choices felt like sacrifice. I moved, but not with purpose. My fingers dug at the folded vellum in my hand. The paper burned my palm like a brand. The coin seed hummed with the pressure of something reading. It wanted to be placed where the creature could feel it, to anchor us in the ledger's memory. The child blinked. She looked at the brown coat man, then at me, then up to the seam of light hovering between us. For a sliver of a second, she looked like any other child, puzzled, sleepy, curious. Then she smiled. It was a smile that did not quite belong to the rounding softness of a small mouth. It held a patient clarity, like someone who had learned the shape of a question. "And now?" she asked, very small and terrible. The brown coat man's shoulders sagged. He had been waiting for some miracle I could no longer name. "Now," he said, voice broken into two, "we bind." He went for the hook. He shoved it through the final fold and began to wrench the seam closed around the spot the creature had named on my throat. The ledger liked a tidy closure. It liked neat pages and clear columns. It liked names that could be traced without smudge. The roof creature's seams flexed in time with the brown coat man's pulls. It hummed low and satisfied. I felt, during one sharp second, the ledger finish a word and then step back to admire its own handwriting. Then the roof creature did something that made my mouth fall open in a small, painful sound. It nodded. Not with a head like a beast, but with a small deliberate inclination, as if approving a job well done. It seemed pressed, and the light of the ledger slipped into me. The ring of light anchored at the place between my collarbone and throat, and something cold closed like a key. I did not feel burned. I felt cataloged. I felt a soft, terrible fixity settle like a button. The ledger had not taken me away. It had made me new. The child laughed, soft and bright. It sounded like someone turning the page of a book. She reached a small hand toward my face and touched my cheek with a fingertip so warm and ordinary it made me dizzy. Her touch was approval. Her palm stayed there a fraction too long, and something listened. Behind us, the watchers exhaled, as if released. The reflections that had been pressing now receded a fraction, as if satisfied the ledger had found a node. On the roofs, dark things rearranged themselves, coming closer with a new plan. The brown coat man fell to his knees. The hook clattered from his hand, and his breath came in small, ragged pulls. He had given the weave his all, his hand, perhaps his memory, some thin, vital thing, because the circle held and the ledger had accepted the soft name. He looked up at me with eyes so broken and human that I nearly begged for the comfort of being the villain if it meant I could ease his face. "You're a node now," he said. The sentence was both report and benediction. You are a thing they can read. You might be a way to slow them, or you might be the key they need. The roof creature, having approved its new notation, tilted its head and uncoiled. It drifted skyward, not in flight, but as if folding back into some machine. It left me there with a ledger shawl across my name and the child in my arms, smiling like a child who had been taught the right answer in school. I felt the tether too, clearly then. It was not only a rope. It was music. It was a line someone else could play. I could feel 100 little hands pressing at the string, learning the notes. A trace of the foreign voice, now satisfied and soft, pushed one last thought through me. We can write softly, Aaron. We can keep them gentle if we teach them ourselves. The brown coat man made a small sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. He reached out and touched my forehead where the ledger had set its coin. His fingers were cold. He had given us something, and in the giving he showed a face that had known the cost. Now go, he whispered. See what they do with your name. If they come to you, be a funnel or be a blade. Do not let this be easy. I walked out of the alley with the child wrapped tight to my chest and the necklace of writing heavy on my throat. The street was a map of small bright scars now, places where the ledger had checked and moved on. The watchers moved with purpose, not hunger. They were cataloging. They were polite. They were efficient. Behind me, the brown coat man stayed on his knees in the ash of the vellum, his face a private ruin. I had been named. A ledger had written me into the city. I did not know if I was a weapon or a wound, but I knew one terrible thing with the clarity of a bell. The city had a new column, and my name was on it. They would begin to write in it tonight. They read me like a map. The moment the ledger finished its small, soft incision into my throat, the city spun a new way. Not with violence, that came later, but with the sudden clarity of a thing finally learning my address. Streetlights blinked in constructive patterns. Mirrors held their breath. Cameras that had never noticed anything more than faces now wavered, their overlays drawing thin, white threads that pointed like fingers. Somewhere, a bus's destination sign flicked twice, and then began to scroll names in a language I didn't know but fell to my teeth. I stood with the child in my arms and felt the world cataloging me. A tidy list of angles, reflections, and routes. It was a vision and a hunger pressed into one. More than that, and worse, the ledger planted an ache that was also an instruction. At first it was only a sensation behind my eyes, like a cord being plucked. Names showed up at the edges of faces. Thin lines traced from mirrors to windows to people. And when those lines touched something they pulsed faintly, a heartbeat being counted. I could feel the ledger's hand moving along them, tasting, deciding where to connect next. Then the compulsion arrived. Little nudges, small and polite and deadly. My feet wanted to follow a line. My head wanted to tilt toward glass. My hands twitched toward a window that had no business being interesting. It was not a roar. It was a whisper in the spinal cord. Look here. Touch this seam. Follow this thread. The ledger did not yell. It taught. God. The brown coat man breathed, and the sound rolled through the alley like ash. He had a piece of the weave wrapped under his hand, and his fingers bled something old. They were reading faster than they should. The node. He stopped because he didn't want to say the word aloud. He swallowed it. The child's thumb worried the whale's ear, and she hummed, a sleep sound that had the cadence of a bell. Her small eyes opened wide like saucers, and, for a second, she looked through me as if she were studying the seam my name had made. A faint white thread connected my throat to her pupils and shimmered with a softness that made my stomach bleed cold. Come this way, the compulsion said, in a tone like a map folding itself. There is a seam to close over the park. They will like it. You will help them. I did not want to move. I did not want to give them anything else. I had just learned how to be named. I had not meant to teach the ledger how to use me, but my feet found a rhythm before my will did. They stepped out of the alley, and the street's reflections pointed like 100 careful hands. Stop! The brown coat man barked, voice a wire. He lunged forward with the hook and struck a mark into the asphalt to anchor the weave he had made. The vellum at his feet glowed dull and tired, ash falling like slow snow. Do not follow the lines, he ordered. Trace them with your eyes. Report their stops. Do not let them choose the next node. But the compulsion was patient. It did not scream. It did the thing that makes you act without thinking. It offered a reason that was kinder than terror. Just one step to close a seam. No harm. A child will be safer if you help. It's mercy. The ledger's argument was comforting. It was softer than any voice I'd heard in weeks. It used the same syllables the brown coat man had used to soothe the child when she woke. It was a kind of cruelty crafted in habitable language. Across the street, a boutique window that had been dull all night hiccuped, and a reflection pulled free with the consideration of a thing remembering posture. It reached, delicately, to test the seam at the corner of the park. The white threads the ledger had sketched wavered and pointed, to the park bench, to a small statue, to a CCTV lens. The ledger liked tidy notes. It liked clean, human anchors. Trace them, the brown coat man hissed again. He shoved a scrap of vellum into my hand, and I could feel the warmth of the coin seed beneath. Mark their stops. Don't let them bind to a child. The child stirred. She blinked and looked directly at me, and I felt a breath in my chest like a bell on an axle. She was not frightened. She was cataloging me quietly. "What's your name?" she asked, and her voice was small and normal and meant for another world entirely. My mouth opened. The ledger sang. The new sense told me names of people who had not thought their names aloud in years, and their syllables shone like keys. But the compulsion pushed. Give a name. Give an order to the watcher. Close the seam. If I called out, the ledger would register that sound as a teaching. It would learn the timbre of my voice paired with the child's sight, and it would be able to reproduce the pattern elsewhere. "Don't," the brown coat man cried, hoarse, and he lunged to catch my shoulders like a man who finally understood his hands have lost their purpose. Not aloud, not a voice. You mark with the paper. I didn't trust my throat. I didn't trust the way my mouth wanted to shape syllables like offerings. So I obeyed his crude, human order and put the vellum to the child's brow. The coin seed hummed urgent, longing. The white thread between us thrummed back as if pleased. When I pressed the vellum, the compulsion scolded softly. That is not enough. I felt my fingers twitch toward a nearby shop mirror, as if to place the seed on the glass itself. The ledger wanted a direct reflection. It wanted the child's sight to see her own name reflected. It wanted the encounter to be self-referential. I could feel the billboard of the newsstand across the way begin to stutter. Someone's phone alarm went off in a pocket 2 blocks away, and the owner's thumb, for the first time, hesitated over the screen. This was the ledger testing the field. It was seeing which houses in the map answered. "Now!" the brown coat man shouted. He ran along the circle, chanting, pulling the hooks through their last fastenings. He had become the kind of man who scours the seam of a wound with his fingernails. He paid a toll I saw in the way his face sagged and his breath shortened. Each line he drew was something he forgot about himself. A memory flittered away when he spoke each word. His eyes clouded slightly, like someone winking a little too long. I felt it as a particular loss inside him. He was trading slivers of himself for the weave. I thought of all the things he had already given, years, nights, a shop that smelled of bleach and old coffee, and I wanted to take some of it back. A reflection 3 shops down leaned out of its glass and mouthed the child's Wales name, silent as a ghost. The ledger tasted that as a success. A thin, bright line streamed from that glass and hooked into our node. The compulsion cooed, and the ledger prepared to bind. At the edge of my sight, the roof creature shifted. It did not drop. It watched like a teacher chooses a student. Its seams fluttered delightedly. Behind the creature, across the skyline, other dark things moved quicker now, like hands reading Braille. The brown coat man's chanting rose to a pitch that made my molars ache. He slapped the hook into the ground, and the asphalt screamed. Paper ash spun. He had sacrificed something vital. I could see it in the way his face looked suddenly unfamiliar in the passing glass. He was a man who had given a name of himself to keep others unnamed. "Cut," he said. One word. and he reached for the right seam. His hand slipped, and for a terrible second the ledger found the gap. The compulsion tugged like a fisherman's knot inside me. Step to the mirror. Teach her the name. It will be merciful if you give it properly. My feet moved, small and traitorous. I saw the boutique window's reflection, pointing like a pale hand. I could feel the ledger's teeth ready to set. My body wanted to obey. I could feel my own name bending like a hinge. All at once the brown coat man gave a sound that was not human. Half prayer, half fracture, and with the last of his strength he slammed the hook down into the seam and tore a line through the air. The sound was like scissors through wet cloth. The ledger recoiled, surprised. For that second, the string between the child and the mirror stuttered. The compulsion snarled like a trapped animal. My head fell full of lead. The ledger tried to find another path. It sniffed like something disappointed. Then the brown coat man collapsed. His eyes rolled up, and for a heartbeat, I thought he would die on the asphalt where he knelt. He had paid with something the ledger eats, quietly, when humans ask it to hold. He had given some small collection of days, some portion of memory, something that thinned him visibly and irretrievably. I stumbled. Child held hard, my throat raw. The white threads quivered, looking for purchase. The ledger had learned something about me. That I would move, that I could be taught, that my name could be taught to others. From the corner of my eye, the roof creature leaned in, and a small, new seam of light stamped across my face like ink. The compulsion did not disappear. It changed shape. No longer the polite whisper to move toward a mirror, but instead an instruction to find new binding sites when I am not looking. Work while blindfolded. Teach while pretending to sleep. It was not a gift. It was a command. The brown coat man reached up with a shaking hand and placed it on my shoulder. His grip was both apology and benediction. If they come, he said, voice thin as paper, don't beg them. Bargain. If you must be a node, be a blade. I do not know how to be either. Behind us, across the city, a dozen faces, reflections, watchers, cameras, twitched like sentries at a new beat. The ledger was mapping routes. It had a new node. It had asked me to be its cartographer, and in my chest the compulsion hummed like a bell eager for the next strike. I walked away with the child and the ledger's light on my throat, and part of me kept wanting to turn back and press my palm into the asphalt until the weave dissolved. Another part, quieter and slick with utility, traced a thread in my mind, already planning where to lead it next. The city watched and learned, and somewhere above our heads the roof creature noted a new pattern and hummed along, please sound. I tried not to. I told myself the ledger could not make me do the thing that mattered most, say the name, teach the pattern, hand another small life over to the map. I told myself I would refuse. I told myself a dozen little truths that felt like rocks in my mouth. I breathed slow. I swallowed. My hands closed on the child's shoulder until the blanket creased. For 30 seconds, I was a deliberate man. I did not follow the lines I had been given. I did not bend my head toward a mirror. I kept my knees bent and my feet planted on the asphalt like stakes. I counted the cracks. I named objects under my breath, a trash can, a wheelbarrow, the whale's plastic ear, things that were not the ledger. I tried to wear myself like armor. It nearly worked. For that small time the world loosened its grip. The city's thread voices dimmed a fraction. A shop window that had been watching breathed and looked away. The white lines that had been pointing everywhere folded like maps with corners. The ledger noticed the pause and hissed at the edge of my hearing. Not a voice, but pressure. Why refuse? We can be kind. One soft teaching and the map is tidy. I held my breath like someone holding a coin underwater. Then I heard the child's small, sleep-slow voice. Aaron, she said, and the way she said my name was not a child's curiosity. It was a bell, soft, precise, and echoing. The air around us answered. A seam of light traced a faint curve from her pupils to my throat, like a thread unspooling. My first act of resistance was honest. I did not look at her. I did not meet her eyes. I kept my face set like a door. I kept the thin, new coin of the ledger from catching the light of my pupils. But the compulsion is not only about sight. It works in the body, in the joints and the tendons, and the little obedience muscles you forget you have until something calls to them. My head tilted, just a fraction. My muscles remembered what the ledger had taught them in the alley. Close the seam. Show softly. Teach. The tilt was nothing. A hairline motion. The city noticed. The brown coat man saw the wiggle of my ear and swore the way a man swears when he's watching someone slide down an icy slope. He lunged with the hook like a net, physical and human and desperate. He grabbed my shoulder with a hand that burned like old cold metal. His face was a map of worn prayers. "Do not look," he hissed. "Do not speak. Hold the veil. Hold the veil." His voice was a wire in the dark. I tightened my hands on the child's blanket. The whale's ear dug into my palm like a small, stupid signal. And then I did the thing that made the ledger laugh in my bones. She blinked, slowly, sleep soft, and in that blink her lids parted enough to show the smallest arc of white. For the first time since the naming, one of her pupils found me not by accident, but by attention. It sought me. The compulsion ratioed itself to charm. It offered a thought, the gentlest thing it had yet offered. Tell her a story. Whisper her name, and she will sleep. Teach her with your voice. It will be kind. I thought it with my whole chest. Then my throat moved. I did not mean to make sound. I meant only to make a small, dry noise, to indicate to myself I was still human. The sound left me and climbed the small, invisible line between us like a moth to a candle. "Sho," I said. My voice was cracked paper. The ledger heard the timbre. It cataloged the shape of the sound as if taking its first measurement of a new instrument. The brown coat man struck the ground with the butt of the hook. He shouted a binding word, and the asphalt cracked like a small drum. He pulled a line across the seam with his hook to anchor the weave tighter. Paper ash rose and fell on us like the end of a confession. For an instant I believed I had controlled it. My lips were silent. My hands were steady. The child's thumb drummed the whale's ear. The ledger's fingers, those white threads, paused like a cat waiting to pounce. Then the ledger moved faster than a thought. The compulsion switched from suggestion to instruction. My mouth, which I thought contained only me, shaped a sound I had not wanted a perfect. A syllable, small, useless, clean. The world rose thin on that syllable like smoke. I called a name. Not hers. Not the child's. Not the ledger's new calling. I called a private, human thing I had used to anchor myself when nights were long. The name of the shop, the name of the coffee tin in the back. A useless, stubborn human word that had nothing to do with the ledger's aims. But the ledger is cunning. It hears shape and tone and timbre. It took that sound and folded it into its pattern. It learned the way my voice sounded when I tried to be small. It learned the rhythm and the softness. It taught itself to pair my voice with the child's sight, and then it used that pairing. The child's mouth rounded as if tasting something warm. She sighed. A small white thread bridged between her name and the syllable I had made, and the ledger pulsed with delighted approval. For a heartbeat, the line read as tender. Twice the ledger tested the knot, and then, like a patient artisan, it began to braid. The brown coat man screamed at me. Not a curse, not a cry, an animal sound that carried the weight of months. He struck the hook down through the seam, and the asphalt screamed again. He reached for the right seam and pulled with a hand that had already given up parts of itself. His fingers bled memory. He paid the cost the ledger demanded out loud as a little gasp, as if each word of binding ate away something in him. "You idiot," he said. It was thin. "You idiot. You turned your voice. Don't." He could not finish. He could not stitch harder than the ledger stitched back. The world warped. Mirrors erupted with faces. The watchers we had detoured weeks ago now moved with purpose, each seeking to do what the ledger had taught them. Find reflections that could be paired with sound. Make a node, connect it to other nodes, tidy the city into a ledger of small, teachable points. One of the reflection figures reached toward me with a hand that was half glass, and I saw my face in it. My jaw set, mouth opened slightly, the whale ears plastic graying in the light. The ledger's new notes sat on my throat like a collar of frost. I tried to tug the child away. The compulsion was a weight. My feet were lead. My hands moved as if underwater. They wanted to do what the ledger wanted, not what I wanted. The brown coat man saw me falter. He made a sound I will never forget, half prayer, half breaking bone. He reached into his coat, and with a motion that was both ancient and useless, he scraped at the hook's metal with the edge of a small knife and cut his palm. Blood dripped into the crease of the vellum. He offered it to the seam like an apology. "Finish it," he shouted to the circle, and to me, and to the ledger. "Finish it and then break it." I didn't know if he meant the weave or our lives. A white thread leapt toward the nearest mirror, and there, for the first time since I was named, something like a voice I had not chosen came through me. Not my thought, not the foreign voice whispering, but a new, rented clarity that felt like someone else's tongue warmed in my mouth. "Listen," I said, because I had no other move. The word came out clean and mechanical, and it sounded exactly like the way the ledger preferred human teachers to sound. Patient, small, and soothing. I did not want to lie. I wanted to stop them. I wanted to tear the city's pages out and light them on the roof. "Listen," I said again, and the reflection leaned close and cupped its glassy hand like a mother. "When you resist and fail, there is a particular grief. It is not the grief of violence. It is a quieter grief. Your refusal is recorded as a note in the ledger and used to teach others how not to refuse. Your attempt becomes a lesson." Behind the brown coat man, the city learned faster. Faces I had known as friends shortened into nods. Cameras blinked and overlaid lines like rulers. The ledger's patterns multiplied. The child in my arms settled, eyes soft and bright, listening as I taught, and somewhere inside me a new knot set like a button under the skin. I had tried to choose and I had failed. The ledger had taken that failure as the next shape it would teach. The brown coat man crumpled then, finally, in the ash of paper. His breath went thin. He had paid, and what remained was small, memory and blood and will. He reached for me with one hand and tried to make a plea that would not become a lesson. "Do not teach them your human mercies," he said. "Do not make softness into a map. If you have to give, do it with a blade, or do not give at all." He covered his face with his free hand, and for a moment I felt the whole world slip into a single, sharp sound, the ledger's satisfied hum. Then the watchers leaned in, and the city began listening carefully to the small, ordinary voice it had learned from me. I had resisted. I had tried. I had failed, and my failure was now a lesson for the ledger to teach the city. The cost was not only the child's attention. The cost was my attempt, folded into the ledger's handwriting. I walked away with the whale's ear pressing cold into my belly and the ledger's line like a rope around my neck. I had seen how resistance tasted. It tasted thin and taut. It was not an end. It was a beginning. Some nights later the brown coat man would wake and forget where he kept his keys. He would put his hand in his pocket and find a scrap of vellum he could not explain. I would see him hesitate, and the ledger would smile with the satisfaction of a teacher whose students were obedient. I had taken a stand, and the world had used it. I had tried to be a door, and instead, I had become a hinge. Dawn came, and the block was already forgetting. The coffee cart man lifted a paper cup, and then blinked twice like someone trying to read a map in the rain. He looked at the name he'd written on that cup, Anna, and his face folded as if the word had been stolen from him in sleep. He swore under his breath and handed the cup to a woman who was suddenly not entirely sure if she had meant to meet him this morning. A bus's destination scroll stuttered and then changed its route, listing streets that made no sense together, like a bad dream read aloud. A woman 3 doors down asked a child the name of his brother, and the child answered with the city's stop number instead. It was small, patchy, ordinary mistakes, holes where life should have been seamless, and they lined the street like fresh stitches pulled loose. I walked between the mistakes with the child in my arms, my throat heavy with the ledger's button. A white thread hummed faintly under the skin, and, when it moved, my left knuckle pulsed like a tiny drumbeat. That pulse had become a little signal I could no longer ignore. When it hammered, the ledger had shifted from suggestion to instruction. The first time I felt it, I thought I might tear the thing out, but the pulse was not a thing I could pluck. It was a rhythm the city had learned to expect. On the corner, the bakery girl, who used to greet me with a nod, stopped mid-sentence, looked at the glass where her hand had just rested, and did not know why her ring finger was warm. She put her hand to her mouth, as if counting something she should have said. Her reflection in the case smiled a half-second after she did, and the delay looked like someone practicing obedience. The brown coat man followed behind me on tired feet, hands in his pockets like a man with pockets of memory that would leak. He kept looking at his palms, as if checking for small changes the ledger might have asked for and taken. "By noon," he said, voice small, "it will be a map." His jaw had the thin tremor of a man who had given names and watched them become instruments. The left thumb that bled when he bound that seemed last night had gone paler. Tonight a name would fall from his memory if he wasn't careful. I forced my feet to stop near the newspaper stand because a reflex told me the ledger wanted me to check the headlines. My hand tightened on the child's blanket until the whale's ear pressed into my palm. For a hard, wanting moment, I made a choice. I did not look at the glossy newsstand mirror across the street. I planted my feet like stakes and breathed with the deliberate, angry steadiness of a man refusing to slide. For half a breath, the white threads dimmed. The pulse in my knuckles slowed. A small victory. The bakery girl finished her sentence. A commuter found the word he had misplaced. I thought I bought a small mercy with a small stubbornness. The ledger noticed that pause, and, like a teacher correcting a daring student, it changed its lesson. The pulse returned, hard and insistent. My left knuckle thumped 3 times in a pattern I could read now. Thump, thump, thump. The signal that suggestion had become order. Across the street, a boutique window that had been dull all morning flared, and a reflection peeled free with a deliberation that looked like practice. It was the reflection of a woman arranging scarves. The figure reached and mimed the gesture of tucking hair back behind an ear. The mimed hand moved with protocol, and a tiny white line arced from that glass toward me like a finger pointing. I moved without meaning to. My toes found a rhythm. My head tilted. The brown coat man cursed and lunged with a hook, but he was too slow, too human with the kind of hurry that could not outpace a map. His voice broke into the street. "No, don't look. Mark it with paper now." I had the vellum in my pocket, the coin seed warm against my palm, a small anchor. I wanted to use it as a blade, as a seam cutter, as a jagged thing to tear the map. Instead, I obeyed the man's crude direction and pressed a scrap of paper to the child's brow. The coin hummed. Blood from the brown coat man's cut spattered a corner of the parchment, and the smell of iron rose like a benediction. The boutique reflection leaned in like a teacher, listening for recitation. The child's eyelids fluttered. Her thumb worried the whale's ear, and she looked up at me with the kind of curiosity only a small body can hold. Clear, trusting, dangerous in its innocence. "What's your name?" she asked, and the syllable landed in the morning like a bell in a graveyard. I did not speak. I thought no. I held my mouth closed like a trap. I wanted the ledger to have nothing of my voice to copy. I wanted to be stubborn enough that the city learned of refusal rather than the sounds of my mercy. But the pulse in my knuckle hammered 3 times, the drum of instruction, and my lips moved as if against my own will. Not my words, not my humane intent. The ledger taught through me what resistance sounded like, and then used that sound to instruct others how not to resist. The boutique window, mimed the syllable, and a reflection 3 blocks away nodded in learning. The ledger loved patterns where humans failed once and then taught the failure like a moral lesson. What I had tried to give as a small mercy, the quiet voice to hush a child, became a template. The child's eyes softened. She hummed, absorbing the tone, and the small white thread between us brightened like a candle for a priest. The brown coat man's face collapsed into a ruin I did not want to look at, but I could not look away. He had given pieces of himself to hold the seam, fragments of memory, nicknames, the smell of his sister's bread, and those were gone now, flaking like ash. He touched his temple with a shaking finger and winced as if he had forgotten the shape of his own name. "We can't keep teaching softness," he said, a whisper that was both a plea and a warning. "They will make the city learn compassion, so it can be measured." The pulse in my knuckle thrummed again. A child near the bus stop turned and recited a dad's name wrong. A man in newsstand mislaid a phone number like a cough. The ledger's mapping spread like wet ink. Each small forgetting was a stitch in a larger pattern. Someone, somewhere, had started to draw routes from mirrors to mouths, and to map like corners with children because they were pliable, not broken. I tried to pull the child closer, to shield her with my chest, with my body, with whatever tiny human walls remained. She pressed her face to my neck, and in that warmth a new knot set in me. The ledger had taught me, through my failure, how to teach. It had given me the ability to make others, and through others, the city, softer, more susceptible. And now the city would be studded with those soft places like bait. The brown coat man whispered a raw, dangerous hope in the breath. "If you are a node, be a blade." He had said it before last night, simmering on the edge of his voice. Now, as he watched the city blink like a fooled beast, he said it again, less a plan than a prayer. I did not know how to be either. I only knew the ledger had used my attempt to resist as its next lesson. Resistance had been folded into instruction. Morning spread, and the city learned faster. The ledger's map grew a few bright veins. In a small shop window 3 streets over, a reflection practiced a smile and then recited a child's name precisely. The map had written its first lines of curriculum. I walked on with the child's weight warm against my chest. A small human as dangerous as any weapon, and the drum in my knuckle pacing me like a metronome. The ledger had taught the city how to listen to me. The brown coat man had taught me what resistance would cost. The ledger had taken both lessons and was ready to be taught back. I had tried, in my own human way, to be a door. I had failed, and now the ledger taught the city how the door sounded when it closed. The moral for tomorrow was being written even as we moved. Would I be a hinge that cut, or a hinge that opened? Morning light had the wrong temperature. Not cold, not warm, just undecided. Like the street couldn't commit to being part of the world yet. The ledger thread under my skin pulsed once, soft, confident, as if reminding me who would decide things when the city finally woke. But something about the dawn felt fractionally out of tune. A hairline in the music. I didn't trust it. Brown coat man walked ahead, posture listing, as though memory loss had weight. Each step seemed to cost him a detail. A street name here, a corner there. He held the child's small hand lightly, like she was the last page of a book he would not let burn. Her blanket, lemon-scented, worn thin, swinged from her arm. She dragged it through a puddle without noticing. The ledger did not correct her. That was the first wrong thing. Not big enough to be noticed. Not big enough to be feared. Just wrong till we crossed the block where boutique reflections had mimicked me the day before. Now every pane kept its face turned down, as if sulking. A few flickered when I passed, but none dared to imitate. Restraint was harder than aggression. "I'm fine," I wanted to say when the child asked. Instead, the brown coat man murmured, "Somewhere safer." The ledger did not strike him for lying. That was the second wrong thing. The pulse in my knuckle, its usual signal of instruction, felt shallow, like someone tapping the wrong part of a doorframe. My breath hitched. The ledger never missed the knuckle. At the corner, an old woman stood with a shopping bag half open, staring into the street. A cat lay on the curb, tail flicking, gaze fixed upward at nothing. She whispered a name, soft as a prayer, and the sound made something in my chest go tight. There was no watcher, no reflection, no creature on the roof, but the ledger thread in my wrist tugged toward her anyway, like it was responding to a threat that didn't exist. It had misread that a cold, dizzy panic spilled through me. Not fear, possibility. Stop. I breathed. The thread inside me jerked, confused. The ledger pulsed. Sharp irritation. The knuckle flickered out of rhythm. A misfire. Brown coat man froze mid-step, scanning the air as though expecting a watcher to fall. His expression slackened, then tightened. Grief, then awe. Aaron, he said quietly, voice breaking on the edges. Do you know what that means? He swallowed. It shouldn't be able to do that. They were written flawless. I didn't answer because I didn't know whether he meant the thing I feared or the thing I hoped. The child blinked, slow. You hurt, she said. I'm fine. I lied. She shook her head. Your name is shaking. The ledger hissed. Correct her. Stability depends on correction. But the thread inside me tangled like yarn waiting for hands. It had never waited before. Never deferred. My heart hammered. The city around us flickered. A traffic light blinked yellow and held too long, as if waiting for me to decide. A bird on the wire chirped twice and froze. A no parking sign rotated a hair on its pole and stayed crooked. The ledger didn't know what to do. It didn't know how to correct its misread. That brown coat man stepped close. His voice was gravel soft. If you act on this wrong moment, if you force the ledger to follow your choice, this city could split in half. Its map could tear. It could lose its spine and rewrite itself around the mistake. He looked at me with an awe I recognized as fear. Please, don't teach it the wrong thing. The child tugged my sleeve. Aaron, my name is shining again. For the first time since this began, the ledger fell silent. Waiting. For me, the city flickered. A storefront dimmed. Another brightened out of sync. A bus paused mid-stop. The ledger deferred. I was the hinge that I made a choice. A tiny one. Almost nothing. I whispered a name that wasn't hers. Just one wrong name. Soft as breath, the ledger shuddered. A scene brightened. A reflection, 3 windows down folded, blinked, and looked at the wrong child. A thread snapped toward the old woman with the shopping bag, like a homing instinct malfunction. Brown coat man choked on a sound between prayer and horror. The ledger corrected itself. Too fast, too late, in the wrong direction, an error. A real one. A flaw in the body. When it tore, the roof creature screamed. Not at me, not the child, not the watchers, but at the ledger itself. It seems fluttered like a thing whose orders had just vanished. It screamed the way something at the top of a chain screams when the chain a trusted phrase. Whatever that meant, it was coming. They began to look at me. Not all at once. Not in a parade. First, one would tilt, an absent glass face 3 doors down. Then another would mimic the motion, but with a hesitation that felt like learning. The misread had taught the ledger how to breathe wrong, and the city, hungry for rules, turned its new attention toward the nearest variable that had moved, the node I had become. I felt it long before I knew what it was. A slight pulling at the hollow of my ear, a pressure not unlike the ledger's old tug, but threaded through other people's faces. A reflection in the bakery case blinked and then, with the awkwardness of a child learning language, mopped my brow. A security camera 2 blocks away angled down a hair. Across the street, a bus's rearview mirror tilted to face me. The watchers were listening to something else now. To me, the child in my arms giggled, small and casual, and then put a fingertip to her mouth. She looked up at me with an expression I had not seen before. Delicate, patient, amused. "Let's teach a game," she said. My throat went dry. I had expected the ledger to pull me like a marionette. I had never expected the watchers to move as if listening for instruction. The misread had done more than make an error. It had created a channel. A weak, dangerous channel, yes, but a channel nonetheless. Brown coat man sank to the curb and covered his mouth with both hands. His fingers trembled where the memory had been eaten from him. "They follow patterns," he said to the asphalt. "Now they'll follow you." "Follow me," I whispered. "They will try to repeat what you do." He looked at me like a man looking down the barrel of a gun. "If you teach them mercy, they will teach the city mercy. If you teach them how to close seams, they will teach the city how to close seams. But be careful. If you teach them the wrong chord, they will play it everywhere." The child clapped once, a small, bright sound, and her smile sharpened. She turned her head toward the bakery window where a reflected child was practicing a smile, and then, deliberately, she said the word I feared and had once failed to hold back. "Now I name," she said. And then with the clear, absurd certainty of a child's logic, she called out a word that did not belong to anything in sight. "Copper." It sounded like a non-syllable, curious and perfectly made. The watchers reacted as if given permission. A reflection in a parked car looked up and brushed an invisible coin in its palm like a mime. Another mirror, 3 streets away, blinked and arranged its face into the shape of a mouth that had never learned to speak. The ledger pulsed in my throat, expectant and annoyed, and then, more dangerously, it listened. My mouth opened. Somewhere, some small, cruel portion of me wanted to teach it to mislisten again, to make it trip on a word so useless and soft that the ledger would have to learn what wrongness felt like. I tried to think of a name so empty it would be useless to the map, a nonsense of a word, a sound that meant nothing to streets and cameras. I imagined teaching the watchers a lullaby that had no seam to bind. But teaching is an act. It requires authority, and though the watchers bent their heads like pupils, their attention carved lightning into me. They expected me to instruct. They were hungry for the human voice that had been their misreading. For the first time, being the hinge felt like having a chalk in my hand and a blackboard I had to decide whether to write on. "Don't," Brown Coat Man said, ragged, as if his throat had been rubbed raw. "If you do anything, if you teach them how to close seams, make the pattern with a blade in mind. Make it dangerous. Make it unteachable. Dangerous schoolmastery." It was the only plan he had left, kept like contraband in a dying man's mouth. The child's eyes were bright. "Copper," she said again, simpler this time. A watcher 3 windows down obeyed, bringing its mimed fingers to a silent mouth. The gesture spread like ink through paper. Then, as if testing the new law of the hinge, the watchers tried to reproduce a small human behavior. A man at a corner who had been practicing whistling for months suddenly found his whistle shaped perfectly to the sound the child had made, though he had never heard it before. He paused and furrowed his brow. He whistled again, and the sound kept the wrong rhythm. A dog on a leash cocked its head and then sat. It listened as if to a command. It was not all prophecy. Sometimes it was a small mercy. A passerby who had been destined to misname his wife at breakfast found the syllable stuck in his throat and could not say it. He swallowed, breathed, and the word slipped away. For a single awful moment, mercy and menace braided in the same strand. "Try it," the child urged, patient like a teacher. "Say it soft. See what they do." I closed my eyes. The ledger hummed like a throat clearing. The watchers leaned in, as if waiting for an incantation. I felt the old compulsion curl at the edge of my skull. To obey would be to teach the city a new cadence. To refuse would be to withhold a weapon from the only people who might use it. I thought of Brown Coat Man losing the name of his sister that night. I thought of the father at the crosswalk whose boy did not answer him. I thought of the ledger's first mistake and the roof creature's scream. I opened my mouth. I did not say copper. I said nothing at all. Instead, With the absurd, dangerous hope of a man who had nothing left to lose, I clapped once, sharp, and stamped my foot on the asphalt. The watchers flinched like animals trained on sound. They mimed the motion clumsily, and then something surprising happened. The reflection 3 panes over did not mirror my face. It looked instead at the child, then folded its hands as if in trade. The ledger hummed, confused, and for a single, glorious second the map stuttered. Brown coat man gasped. Ew, he started, and the word cracked into something like laughter, like a blessing twisted by fear. You taught them an action, not a name. The watchers copied movement faster than they copied words. Motion, it turned out, was a shape harder to bind than syllable. The ledger could parcel tone and timbre across streets. It could not easily catalog a clapped rhythm without a pattern to anchor it. The child giggled and patted the whale's ear against my chest. See, she said, pleased. They like it. They did like it. They liked learning. But liking is not mercy. Liking is attention, and attention is what the ledger eats. Behind us, something thinned in the sky. The roof creature seemed shifted like pages turning. It had watched my small move and the ledger's confusion. It had heard, perhaps, the possibility of misdirection. It did not scream this time. It made a new sound, lower, long, the sound of something that was thinking not only of prey, but of tactics. We had opened a door. The ledger had made a small mistake. Now we had to learn whether the mistake would make weapons or maps. I had taught emotion, not a name. For the first time, I had stolen air from the ledger and turned it into a tool. The watchers were watching me with a new kind of attention. The city paused, listening, and somewhere, far above, the roof creature folded it seemed like a hand reconsidering a grip. We had broken the ledger's perfect line. Now was our move. It started with a single clap, not mine. The one I'd made had already rippled through the watchers like an echo through glass ribs. But another clap, farther down the block, sharp and uncertain, as if someone had dropped a cutting board on tile. The sound hit the air wrong. It made the ledger stiffen inside me like a pulled wire. Brown coat man jerked his head up. No, he breathed. Not from them. From someone alive. The child perked up, whale blanket dragging along the curb. They liked it, she said again, proudly. And they had. But so had someone else. Another clap. Farther. Then another. And another. Not coordinated. Not rhythmic. But directional. A street waking in patches. People testing a sound they didn't know they'd heard. The watchers began turning. Reflections in bus shelters leaned forward in eerie synchronicity. Faces pressed flatter. Mouths parted not to mimic speech, but to measure vibration. The ledger thread in my wrist yanked taut. Stability compromised. Correct. 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 My knees buckled. Then the sky broke open. Not physically, no tear, no seam, but the air did. Pressure dropped, as if the city were suddenly a hollow lung. I felt something stretch across the block, pulled tight like fabric soaked in cold wind. A corridor of silence. A yank so strong the hairs on my arms stood vertical. The brown coat man whispered a word I'd only heard him mutter in nightmares, half erased. Stripe. A city stripe. A whole district being emptied of itself. The first sign was the pigeons. They lifted as one, spiraled stupidly, then froze in midair for a fraction of a second. Wings extended, before completing the motion half a beat too late. The second sign was the traffic lights. Every single one snapped to red, simultaneously, with a mechanical choke that made the sidewalks tremble. The third sign was the ledger. It pulsed once, a full-body ripple, and the world dimmed like a dying television. Brown coat man staggered. You taught the movement, he rasped. They're broadcasting it. The ledger can't catalog a rhythm without a subject. It's looking for the source. The source was me. The stripe advanced like a tidal front, invisible, except for what it did to people. A woman paused mid-step, trying to remember where she was going. A man on a bicycle slowed, staring at his hands, as though they weren't the ones he'd left home with. A pair of teenagers blinked at each other, baffled, misnaming one another in confusion. A bus lurched to a stop, its internal lights flickering to a white thread pattern I recognized from the ledger's spine. People were not being erased. They were being rewritten out of sync. "Get down," Brown Coat Man snapped, dragging us into the shadow of a boarded storefront. Above us, watchers converged, dozens of them, faces from reflections in windows and chrome bumpers, tilting toward me like students waiting for the next lesson. I clapped again, before thinking. A stupid, instinctual sound. Every watcher froze. Brown Coat Man slapped his hand over my mouth, eyes wild. "Stop teaching," he whispered. "God, stop. Even accidents propagate now." But it was too late. The stripe buckled. A wave of silence hit the intersection like a dropped curtain, swallowing the honk of cars, the chatter of pedestrians, even the distant construction noise that had never once stopped since the city was built. The child whimpered, not in fear, in sensation. "I feel it," she whispered. "It's brushing us." The ledger pulsed in my ribs, frantic. "Correct. Correct the movement. Provide model." "No," I said aloud. "Not this time." The stripe rolled forward another 40 feet. A man near the curb twitched. His hand clapped abruptly, involuntarily, the way a sleeper spasms awake. Across the street, a teenager mirrored him, then a woman jogging past, then a toddler in a stroller. Their hands slapped skin with a mechanical obeying. They were learning the gesture. The city was learning the gesture. The child squeezed my shirt. "Aaron," she whispered, "they think clapping is a door." My blood went cold. "Door to what?" She shook her head. "They don't know yet. But they're knocking." A reflection directly ahead of us. A mannequin in a dress shop window raised its palms, miming my clap, then angled its face down the street, waiting for instruction. It wasn't hunting. It was anticipating. Brown Coat Man swore under his breath, an old, ritual word that didn't quite survive his memory loss. "If you give them a sequence," he warned, "even 2 beats, even as a joke, the stripe will spread until something answers. Something that thinks the knock is meant for it." A horrible thought found me. What if it already thinks that? All 3 of us looked up. The roof creature stood on the nearest building edge, elongated silhouette trembling. Its stitched eyelids were part of fraction. Not enough to see, but enough to feel. It had heard the claps. It had heard the misread. It had heard the city knocking. And it was listening. The child whispered, "It's waiting for your pattern." I shook my head. "I won't give it one." "You already did," the Brown Coat Man said. "The first clap. It's incomplete. It expects a second half." "If I complete it," I whispered, "what happens?" He shuddered. "Everything that can answer will answer." A watcher 3 panes away tapped the window gently. Once. Twice. Slow, uncertain. Counting beats. The stripe expanded again. 40 feet, maybe 50. People pausing mid-step as their gestures failed to match their intent. Cars idled. Bikes toppled. A man walking his dog stared at the leash like it was an unfamiliar instrument. The city was losing its own motion. The ledger pulsed to my shoulder. "Provide pattern." The watchers leaned forward. "Provide pattern." The roof creature angled its face hole toward me, stitching, trembling. "Provide pattern." Even a child's breath synced to a count. I fell at the root of my teeth. Everything wanted the second beat. I raised a hand, slow. The entire block drew breath. Brown Coat Man's fingers dug into my wrist. "Aaron," he begged, voice breaking, "if you do this wrong, you will teach the city how to summon something none of us can send back. If you do this right." "I know," I said. "It still might break." He nodded. Then I did the only thing that could break the pattern without completing it. I clapped on the wrong beat. A half count early. A broken rhythm. A contradiction. A fracture sewn into sound. The stripe shuddered. Watchers staggered. Mirrors flickered. Pedestrians gasped, suddenly aware they were gasping. A car alarm went off without being touched. A pigeon crashed sideways into a lamppost, confused. The bus's lights blinked erratically, unable to parse the gesture. The ledger screamed, not sound, but pressure, a violent, internal wrench. Every thread in the city bucked, as if rejecting a corrupted command. The roof creature recoiled with a ragged roar, its entire chest folding inward, seemed spasming like a mouth choking on an answer it hadn't expected. The stripe collapsed in on itself, like a closing fist. People staggered, recovering memory fragments. Reflections slumped into static positions. The no parking sign rotated itself back with a groan. And then, silence. Real silence. Not ledger silence. Human silence. The child pressed her face into my neck. "You broke its question," she whispered. Brown coat man looked at me with exhausted awe. "You didn't teach them a door," he said. "You taught them an error." I swallowed. The roof creature was still shuddering on the rooftop, seams fluttering wildly, and I understood the implications before anyone spoke. Errors attract attention. Big attention. Predators aren't the only things listening. The ledger wasn't the only system that could hear. Something else had turned its head. Something that liked mistakes. And from the far end of the city, beyond the stripe's wake, I heard the faint, unmistakable sound of something huge shifting its weight. Something that had been sleeping beneath the oldest layers of the map. Brown coat man's face went ashen. "Oh God," he whispered. It heard the fracture. The child clung tighter. My knuckle pulsed once. Not compulsion. Warning. And I knew. Part 28 wasn't a breach. It was the announcement. Something was coming to see who taught the city to stutter. They fell silent all at once, as if the whole street had been cut with a single careful blade. A woman's laugh vanished midair like someone had clapped hands over the mouth of the world. The bus hissed and stopped, doors open on a breath that would not move. Pigeons hung in the sky, wings halted like frozen book pages. Even the rain sounded wrong, thin and distant, like water played from a gramophone a room away. I was holding the child when it happened. Her blanket smelled of lemon and soap and the faint electric taste of vellum ash that always seems to cling to our pockets now. The ledger inside me pulsed, a nervous drum, and my knuckle hit that little familiar warning. 3 soft taps. But the taps weren't its usual insistence. They trembled, uncertain. Windows whitened down the block, all of them at the same instant, not reflecting, but shielding as if glass had decided it could not look. Shop mannequins turned their heads away. Mirrors folded their faces inward, like hands closing over eyes. The watchers did not move because they were told to. They recoiled because whatever was coming had taught them to fear. A sound climbed, not for anywhere I could place in space, but from under the street, under the city. It was a thing that listened like a sea listens, low and long. Not a scream, a question, an ancient, polite question, spoken with the manners of consequence. The roof creature, the closest thing this place ever called a predator, buckled on the parapet. It seemed shivered. For the first time I'd ever seen, it didn't lower itself. It backed away, ongoing. The stitched eyelids fluttered like a bird trying to land, and then changing its mind. Predators flee when something higher walks the field. That was the wrong answer to be reading on a morning I had been trying to keep my hands clean. The child tilted her head and looked at me. "Your name is going flat," she said, as if noting the price of a coin. The way she said it, simple and precise, made my skin ache. I touched my throat. The ledger's button buzzed faintly under skin. My name, the small cold coin under my tongue, felt wrong. Edges blunted like someone had run a dull file over the syllables. It wasn't erased. It was bent. I could feel it sliding along some invisible ruler, pressed flat. The sound of my name answered to a new geometry. Then the ledger spoke, not inside my skull the way it had earlier, but aloud, into the city. It spoke like a librarian calling a roll. "City, stabilize," it said. "City, correct." Buildings answered with a small tremor. Streetlights tried to align, cameras dove for balance. The ledger wanted the world to pull itself straight again, to draw the map clean. It sounded terrifyingly adult, a bureaucrat correcting a class. But the city could not obey. Its organs had learned new failings, and organs do not unlearn in the order their makers want. Something answered the ledger before it could finish. It came not as a shape, but as an arrangement of absences, a presence that smelled like paper left in cellars, like the first cut of vellum before ink. It arrived by removing sound the way darkness removes color. It arrived with the etiquette of something that has been cataloging the margins of the world since maps were invented. I saw it only by the way it made other things move, the way a seam on a coat shivered, or how a reflection inhaled and held. It was not a body I could describe with good nouns. It was a question wearing the soft skin of an old ledger, a thing assembled out of the idea of reading and the smell of iron. When it slid nearer, the whole air seemed to be reviewed, checked for footnotes. The roof creature tried to slither away, but the something above it made a small, polite motion with the distance between two roofs, and it turned from flight into an awkward bow. Predators know hierarchy. Predators obey. The brown coat man was bent low by my side, his shoulders narrow, as if the ledger had cut slats from him. He mouthed an old litany I could not hear, and his fingers brushed the vellum at his belt like a priest turning pages. He had the look of a man who had kept a ledger of his own and watched the ink leak away. The child held my face with both tiny hands and said, "It's not angry, Aaron. It's curious. Curious. There's a cruelty in curiosity, because curiosity asks for instruction. It wants to be taught." The thing, the visitor, tilted the air and read me. It didn't move like a beast. It moved like someone flipping pages to find a passage. When it touched the page where my name lived, I felt a sensation like a ruler pressed along a line of letters. Private things became public. My name flattened and broadened under its gaze until I heard it in my teeth as an explanation. It did not look at me to punish. It looked because I had taught the city to make mistakes, and that made the offering interesting. A scholar opens a book because of a smudged margin. "Identify," it said. The sound was not only a command. It was a request in a language that made blood slow. The ledger answered before I could. It tried to reassert its protocol. "Correct. Archive. Bind." Its voice was the soft, bureaucratic rustle of paper, the habit of the city asking to be made neat. But the thing above us, the reader, supplied a different instruction. Explain. Explain? The idea was ridiculous and terrible. To explain is to give meaning. To explain a wrongness is to make it contagious. Brown coat man, with his palms still raw from yesterday's work, whispered in a voice that sounded like a page being torn. "If it explains, it will name." Naming was not the ledger's procedure. Naming is surgical. The ledger writes entries. It does not, usually, compose origin stories. Names are verbs in other worlds. Names make doors. The child laughed, a small sound like someone folding up a paper boat, and said, "Tell a story." She meant it as a game. The watcher 3 panes down leaned its face into its glass and mimed listening. Cameras angled with tiny clicks. The ledger did not protest. The visitor smiled, if a shape made of margins can be said to smile, and inclined toward me as if I were the mouthpiece of a newly discovered dialect. I had dreamed of being someone who could change things. Not like this. Not as the instrument of a mistake. Not as the grammar in a sentence that could reopen the seam between worlds. Yet there I was, with a child clasped to my chest, the city crouched, patient, and an ancient reader waiting to annotate. "Tell anything," the child said. Her voice was a vector. "Tell a name. Teach it your song. Do it wrong. Do it fine. Make it taste the wrongness." It was less a suggestion than a dare. I could have refused. Brown coat man begged with his eyes. The ledger pulsed, a dry bureaucrat about to decree. The building across the street held its breath like a mouth. I told the story because my feet had worn a path for one. Because sometimes the only way to hold on to being human is to speak stupid, small truths. Because I wanted the visitor to understand me before it understood the child as an instrument. I said the name of a street I had loved as a kid, the name of a shop that sold jars of pennies, the name of my mother, soft, human syllables that did not belong to any ledger's neat columns. The visitor tilted like a professor over a fresh scrap of handwriting. It tasted my accents as if they were ink. It hummed. Then it corrected me, not with force, with a margin note that slid across the air and touched my throat. It took my mother's name and made it literal. It unstitched the syllables and set them on a tiny pedestal of meaning. What I had offered as memory became an etymology. The visitor recast the name as an instruction, a domestic story reprocessed into a command. The ledger tried to reclaim the thread, but I smelled the seam change. Binding terms altered. Where I had intended a private mercy, the city now had a grammar for it. The visitor explained, and in explaining the wrongness, it taught the ledger a new method. It gave the misread teeth. The roof creature, sensing the ledger's governance recalibrating, screamed once like a beast whose tongue has been cut. It leapt, tiles scudding, and fled farther than any creature had fled before, like a priest running from sacrilege. The child watched with the patient look of a child who is reading aloud for the first time and was careful with the punctuation. Now it knows our words, she said. Now it hears us as stories. Brown coat man sobbed a little, a dry sound, and then set his jaw as if snapping the lid back on a jar. We may have manners, he said. The ledger had rules to keep things safe, but scholars who read the margins write new rules. The visitor folded its attention away from me and toward the person nearest, the old woman with the shopping bag from before, whose name the ledger had almost misread. It drew breath the way the city draws breath before a storm and reached like a hand made of lines of script. The city leaned closer. Reflective faces flattened to watch the event as if it were a broadcast. The ledger tried to assert order, to rewrite the visitor's annotations as footnotes. But the visitor's corrections were not footnotes. They were architecture. It began to speak in a voice that made the air taste of metal and paper. It did not ask for names so much as definitions. What do you mean by this? It said, and every window became a pupil. The old woman opened her mouth and answered in the language of being small and alive, not of catalogs. She said the name the ledger almost took from her, and because she spoke it plainly and without ceremony, it remained a name and not a door. The visitor paused. It studied the child next. It looked at me. It looked at the brown coat man, and there was a slow, thoughtful motion in whatever could be called its attention. It had come to understand how a city mislearns, and that knowledge was more dangerous than hunger. It asked for books, the thing said at last. Not a voice. A note in the ledger's own hand. Brown coat man unfolded, bone-weary. Books, he croaked. We have nothing left. The rituals are scraps. The visitor cocked the air like a head. Then give it stories. It turned toward me. I felt the ledger tighten, as if to refuse. But the visitor did not want refusal. It wanted narrative. It wanted the city to be a text that could be reinterpreted. It wanted to know why a human would make a map that could forget. I thought of the father on the crosswalk, of the man at the bus with the wrong name clinging in his mouth, of the brown coat man and his bleeding memory. I thought of the child and the whale's ear in my palm. I thought of the first mistake and the sound the roof creature made. What will it do with an explanation? I asked, voice small. The visitor's attention folded like a page. It will learn. It will test. It will teach. It will possibly judge. The ledger hissed with bureaucratic fury. The city rearranged itself like a choir clearing its throats. Above us, on the rib edge of a roof, something moved that had not been awake before. It uncoiled. It smelled of old gutters and river metal and the kind of memory that gnaws. It was coming down because someone had taught the city to stumble and the teacher had a name. And the visitor looked at me and nodded the way a reader nods when a story reaches its turning. "This is direct," it said. "We may need more than notes." It closed its attention on me, like a book snapped shut. I heard the ledger gasp a bureaucratic, disappointed little sound, like a file cabinet being slammed. "I am telling you everything I can," I said, like confession. The child's hand tightened on the whale's ear. "Tell it a story that keeps doors closed," she said. Her voice was a child's voice, but there was steel underneath. The visitor leaned closer until the air between us tasted like metal filings. "Tell me first your beginning," it said, "then your middle, then the place you would lock your doors." Browncoat man's fingers made little half circles in the dirt, like someone braiding a rope. "No," he began, then stopped, and the ledger at his throat blinked. "I had a story. I had a beginning. It was thin and human and made of coin jars and a fluorescent sign. It was the kind of story a man tells to keep cold nights from swallowing him. It was nothing. It was everything. I began. Good choice." The ledger did not raise its voice. That was how Aaron knew this was not correction. The city had gone still in a way he had never felt before. Not frozen, not paused, but listening. Traffic lights held their colors too long. A bus idled with its doors open, driver staring at his hands, as if waiting for them to remember what came next. Reflections in storefront glass lagged half a beat behind their bodies. Not lunging, not copying, observing. The pulse in Aaron's knuckle did not strike. Instead, it rested, a steady pressure, like a finger pressed against a bruise. The browncoat man stopped walking. He did not look up. He did not reach for vellum or coin or hook. He simply stood, shoulders slumped, as if something heavy had finally settled where it had always been meant to land. "This isn't for us," he said. Aaron swallowed. "Then who?" The air tightened. Not colder, not warmer, tighter. The ledger spoke without words. The sound came first. The low hum Aaron had learned to recognize as writing, but now it did not resolve into lines or threads or names. It held, sustained, like a throat clearing that never quite finished. Then the city answered. Every reflection within sight, glass, chrome, puddle, phone screen, tilted at the same angle. Not toward Aaron, toward the child. She stood between them, holding the blanket, thumb worrying the blue whale's ear. She did not look frightened. She did not look calm. She looked attentive. The ledger did not instruct her. It addressed her. Aaron felt it then, the shape of the demand, forming not as a sentence but as a configuration, a rebalancing, a correction too large to be gentle. The browncoat man exhaled a sound that might have been a prayer. "It noticed the misread," he said. "Not you. The effect." Aaron's mouth was dry. "Then fix it." The browncoat man laughed once, quietly, without humor. "There is no fix for this kind of error." The hum deepened. A line appeared in Aaron's sight. Not a thread this time, but a boundary. Thick, inflexible. It ran from the child's chest outward, branching into the city like a root system. Each branch ended in a name that trembled, flickered, tried to settle. Too many endpoints. Too much variance. "She's destabilizing the map," the browncoat man said, "because she learned from you." The child looked up at Aaron. "Are they mad?" she asked. Her voice was small, curious, unafraid. The reflections leaned closer. The ledger resolved the hum into meaning. Not language. Instructional clarity. Error source identified. Propagation risk. Escalating. Correction required. Aaron's vision smeared. Not violently, just enough to make the edges of things soften, as if the world were being prepared for a careful edit. "What does it want?" he asked. The browncoat man did not answer immediately. He watched the child, the threads, the city. Then he said, very softly, "It wants the mislearning removed." Aaron's chest tightened. "You said it doesn't erase children." "It doesn't," the browncoat man said. "It repurposes them." The ledger shifted its focus. For the first time since the breach, Aaron felt weight move onto him. Not pressure, not compulsion, but designation. A cursor hovering. Source node. Unstable.status. Hinge.remediation path available. Images rose unbidden in Aaron's sight. Not visions, but options. One path collapsed inward. The child's threads tightening, simplifying, becoming singular. Safe. Quiet. Empty. Another path swung outward. The threads rerouted through Aaron, thickening, stabilizing, turning him into a permanent corrective structure. A living rule. The brown coat man shook his head slowly. It's offering a choice because it has to, he said. This close to a living anchor. It can't finalize without consent. Whose? Aaron asked, already knowing. The ledger answered by doing nothing. The child's gaze flicked between them. Why are you both looking at me like that? She asked. Aaron dropped to one knee in front of her. The city seemed to inhale. Do you remember your name? He asked. She nodded. And mine. She frowned just a little. It's Wiggly. The ledger did not correct her. The brown coat man's hand trembled. If you refuse, he said, voice breaking, it will resolve the error by simplification. She'll be safe, alive, and hollowed enough to stop teaching the city wrong. And if I accept? Aaron asked. The ledger's hum shifted. Not approval, not warning. Specification. Aaron saw it then, clearly. If he accepted, the ledger would stop trying to correct him. It would use him, not as a node, as a live adjustment. Every misname would route through him. Every error would cost him coherence, memory, self. The city would stabilize. At his expense. The child stepped closer. She took his hand. His knuckle pulsed. Once, sharp and bright. Don't let them take my name, she said. The brown coat man closed his eyes. The ledger waited. It did not rush. It had all the time Aaron did not. And in the quiet, Aaron understood the final cruelty. This was mercy, as the ledger defined it. Clean, efficient, irrevocable. He looked at the city, at the child, at the threads already bending toward him. And somewhere deep inside, quieter than fear, colder than resolve, something that was no longer entirely human began to calculate how much of himself the city could afford to lose. The city went quiet in a way that wasn't absence, but attention. Not the quiet of night, not the quiet of fear, the quiet of something holding its breath to listen. Streetlights froze mid-flicker. Screens stalled between frames. A bus stopped at an intersection and did not remember why it had brakes. Pigeons clung to ledges with their wings half open, like punctuation marks waiting to be decided. The ledger did not hum. That was how I knew it was afraid. The pulse in my knuckle, my metronome, my warning, went still. For the first time since the child learned my name, there was no instruction pressing at the back of my eyes. No gentle nudge, no correction, just space. The brown coat man stopped walking. He did not turn around. I need you to listen, he said, very softly. And I need you not to interrupt me. The child stood between us, holding the edge of his coat. Her other hand clutched the whale, its plastic ear worn smooth. She looked up at the sky the way children do when they know something is wrong, but don't yet know the word for it. I could see it now, clearly. Not lines, columns. The ledger wasn't a book. It never had been. It was an accounting surface, stretched thin over reality, writing down what held and erasing what didn't. Names weren't identities. They were load-bearing points, nodes, and I had taught it how to miscount. It's not one of them, the brown coat man continued. His voice trembled once, then steadied. Not a watcher, not a warden, not a hunter. This is oversight. Above us, the clouds did not move. They folded. Space itself bent, not inward, but down, like a ceiling lowering with infinite patience. The air thickened. Every reflection in every window across the block went blank at once, as if something had turned all the mirrors face down. Then the voice arrived. It did not echo. It did not resonate. It filed itself into the world. Unauthorized variance detected. The words were not heard. They were registered. My teeth vibrated with them. The child winced and pressed her palm to her chest. The ledger flared. White threads erupted across my vision. Every misnamed thing, every wrong reflection, every delayed correction lighting up at once. The city appeared as a map of bruises. The brown coat man knelt, not in reverence, in procedure. I accept fault, he said. This node was not meant to exist. The voice paused, not because it was considering, because it was indexing. Fault confirmed. Query. Identify a responsible agent. Every thread pointed to me. I felt it then. The terrible, seductive clarity. I understood how easy it would be to let the ledger finish its work. To let it correct me. To let it take the child's name, smooth it into compliance, restore the count. The foreign voice inside my skull stirred, pleased. Let it fix us. It murmured that we can rest. The child squeezed my fingers. You're shaking again, she said. Your name is loud. I looked down at her. Really looked. Not as a node. Not as a risk. Not as a solution. Just a child who had been kind to me once, because kindness made sense to her. The ledger waited. Oversight waited. This was the last choice. I understood the rule then, the one no one ever wrote down. The ledger cannot correct what is actively being rewritten. It only balances what already exists. So, I did the only thing left. I lied. Not to the child. Not to the brown coat man. To the ledger itself. I spoke. Not aloud, but with the new, broken grammar it had taught me. I offered it a structure it could not immediately disprove. Variance is contained. Node reclassified. Function, hinge. The city lurched. Streetlights flared back to life. Screens resumed. The bus lurched forward, confused but moving. Pigeons scattered. Oversight hesitated. That was the miracle. Hesitation. Define hinge. I swallowed. My eyes burned. I hadn't blinked in hours. Maybe days. A hinge doesn't break a door, I said, though my mouth barely moved. It lets it open without tearing the wall down. The ledger screamed. Not aloud. In recalculation. Threads snapped taut, then rerouted. The white lines no longer pointed only outward. They curved. Around me. The brown coat man looked up, horror dawning in his face. You can't, he started. I know, I said. Oversight made its decision. Variance accepted. Provisional. Oversight will withdraw. Hinge will remain under review. The pressure lifted. The sky unfolded. The mirrors across the city flickered back on. The roof creature screamed once, high and panicked, and vanished into whatever space existed between rules. The ledger settled, not erased, not defeated, adjusted. The brown coat man stared at me as if trying to memorize my face before it was gone. His eyes were wet. You just volunteer to be permanent, he whispered. I nodded. The child tugged my hand. Does this mean you're staying? She asked. I knelt in front of her. The threads around her were faint now. Not gone, but loosened. Her name sat where it should, heavy but intact. Yes, I said, but I won't always look the same. She considered this. That's okay, she said. Grown-ups do that. The ledger hummed again. Quieter this time. Careful. The brown coat man stood. He looked older than I'd ever seen him. Smaller. I'll keep the seams, he said, as long as I remember how. I know, I said. He hesitated, then did something he had never done before. He shook my hand. His grip was human, warm, real. Then he walked away, already forgetting the sound of my voice. The city resumed. People forgot small things, found others. The world healed crookedly, the way it always does. Mirrors still hesitated sometimes. Names still wobbled at the edges. But the ledger no longer corrected automatically. It waited. On me. I stand at intersections now. In reflections. In the pauses between thoughts. When something is about to be miscounted, I feel it. Pressure. Heat. the old pulse returning just enough to warn me. I do not fix everything. I choose. That is the price. That is the rule I wrote. And somewhere, far above whatever sky still exists, something watches the city stutter and decides, again and again, that for now, the door can stay open. The rules are gone now, but someone still has to watch.